Chapter 572, 226. When is back, Lan Jia invited the great god _2, Su Nanjing tried again but couldn't unfold the fan. Great, had learned nothing. Forget it, Su Nanjing gave up, returning the folding fan to Bai Lian as he began to discuss important matters with her. It was about the birthday celebration of the old Mr. Su, for which invitations were already being sent out. Gao Yan and Su Juling both asked Su Nanjing to extend an invitation to Bai Lian. The invitation Bai Lian had purchased at the auction had won the old man's favor. The old man had always been particularly pleased with Su Nanjing, and even more so at present. The end of the month. Bai Lian only knew Su Nanjing and Gao Yan and wasn't familiar with the rest of the Su family. Considering Su Nanjing's background, which was anything but ordinary, she said, "No, I won't be going." Su Nanjing took out a gilt invitation and placed it on her desk, thought for a moment, and said, "Erase the invitation. Come if you have time." If Bai Lian didn't attend, Gao Yan would be upset. The Mu family, the old residence. Baohe Pavilion. It wasn't Xinqing and Ji Shane's first visit, but Xinqing still appeared very constrained. Compared to the grand 5-section compound, the Su family's villa was nothing remarkable. Ren Wanxian, standing beside her, had also never seen such a grand scene. Behind the mahogany octagonal table stood 2 servants. Anxious and uneasy. There were only 3 of them at the dining table. The butler, standing behind Ji Xiaojun, saw Xiaojia enter from the door and looked up. "Where's the young miss?" "She's still dealing with official business and will come later," Xiaojia whispered. "Is young Master Mu Zhao not here either?" the butler inquired. Xiaojia nodded. "He's on a call with a professor from Jiangjing University." Following the unexpected passing of Mu Qiong from the younger generation of the Mu family, only Mu Mingyi and her son Mu Zhao were left. Mu Zhao wasn't as talented as Mu Qiong but was more intelligent than most people. The butler nodded slightly in acknowledgement, understanding the situation, then lowered his voice to speak with Ji Xiaojun. "Please start eating, there's no need to wait for them." Baohe Pavilion's adjacent East Wing room. The woman sat in the study with a pile of documents at hand. Her assistant handed her a new file. "Miss, erase the information on that Ren Wanxian." Mu Mingyi reached out to take it, looking down with curiosity. She had seen Ji Xiaojun at the company. Although she didn't have a good impression of his wife, she had a favorable opinion of this cousin. The Mu family had always been short on offspring, and when she heard that Ji Xiaojun had 2 nieces, it was she who proposed to take them in. She had no doubt about the Mu family's genes. The old Mr. Mu looked down on Ji Xiaojun, which was because he had known the exceptionally talented Mu Qiong. After Mu Qiong's death, the old man was deeply affected and became disillusioned. But Mu Mingyi knew that Ji Shane's rapid proficiency in the company had already proven his strength. He was considered above average in Jiangjing. Originally, she had thought his nieces wouldn't be far behind, but having seen Ren Wangshuan's information, she was somewhat disappointed. "She grew up in Xiangqing," her assistant observed Mu Mingyi and gently advised in a low voice, "In Xiangqing, she's considered excellent. You shouldn't, like the old master, compare everyone to the young master Mu Qiong. That's too harsh on the second young master Ji." The old master had never met Ji Xiaojun to this day. "I know," Mu Mingyi pressed her forehead, closed the file, and sighed. In a large family like the Mu's, with few children and no internal strife, Mu Mingyi harbored no hostility towards Ji Xiaojun, and even hoped he could help raise the Mu family banner. She had expectations for Ren Wanxian, especially since Ji Xiaojun had not let her down. However, upon reviewing the information, her disappointment was inevitable. "Isn't there another niece?" Mu Mingyi tossed the file aside. "She didn't come," the assistant explained. The assistant found it odd discussing this. The butler had mentioned that the young lady had arrived early, so why hadn't she come to the Mu residence for the meal today? When he checked the data, he found no information about this young lady either. Just like in Ji Hing's case, only a few sentences were available. There was also scant information on Ji Xiaojun, while there was a pile of data on Shen Qing and Ren Wanxian. Alright, with Ren Wanxian as a precedent, Mu Mingyi was not that curious about the other niece she hadn't met. The next morning, early on, Bai Lian didn't go to the library but joined Su Wenyao and Qin Hong in the computer room. Jiang University had several computer rooms, and because of the Buiyuan summer camp competition, the rooms would be open all summer long. There were 30 teams from the university participating, and the rest were from other domestic and international universities. Due to the high stakes of the competition, all the participants were skilled contenders, most of whom were attending for the second time. This is the model we built before. The computer room was not crowded, and Qin Hong and his group were in the last row. He plugged a USB drive into the main computer, opened a file, and introduced it to Bai Lian. Do you have any thoughts on the advisor? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 573, 226 Yiwen is back. Lan Jia invited the great god _3. The last sentence was a question Qin Hong asked Su Wenyao. Bai Lian hadn't arrived at their school yet, so she was definitely not familiar with their teachers. Su Wenyao opened the competition platform calmly and slightly turned his head. Didn't you have your eye on Professor Jiang? He, Qin Hong nodded. You get me. If you can't take Professor Jiang's research class, choose him as your mentor. Su Wenyao opened the page and filled in Jiang Weijian in the mentors section, submitting it to wait for the system's response. While the two discussed the mentor issue, Bai Lian sat in front of the computer, opened the folder, and looked through the papers Qin Hong and the others had done before. The first model they had done was on the shortest path topology problem, an area Bai Lian had some research on, so she watched carefully. As for the code in the folder, she hadn't run it, as she was really not familiar with it. The three of them sat in the back row, Bai Lian on the far right corner, next to Su Wenyao, and Qin Hong beside Su Wenyao. At noon, after Bai Lian finished looking over their previous models, she picked up her phone and the folded fan lying beside her and went to the canteen for lunch. The computer lab was close to the third canteen. On the way, Bai Lian's phone rang. It was Yiwen. Sis, Yiwen called her sis with a sense of righteous indignation. Haven't you read the paper I sent you? Bai Lian held her phone to her ear with her left hand and with her right, she held a white jade folding fan tapping the fan ribs with her cool jade-like fingertips. I haven't had the time these last couple of days. What are you up to? The sound of an airport announcement came from Yiwen's end. Bai Lian didn't answer but instead asked, Are you at the airport? Yeah, Yiwen remembered why he called. Jiang Xiao just came back, didn't he? I just delegated my tasks at hand and followed him back for the project. Now I'm about to report to him. I don't know what mood he's been in lately. Speaking of Jiang Fulai, Yiwen felt uneasy. It had been quite a while since he last saw Jiang Fulai, and at the last online meeting, he had just been scolded. Many people at Jiangjing University idolized this honored alumnus, and it was always quite tough. Yiwen didn't even know why Jiang Fulai scolded him. Bai Lian consoled him, he should be in a good mood. After all, Jiang he hadn't been scolded much recently. I hope your words bring good luck, Yiwen sighed. He'll take you out to eat in a couple of days. Oh, what are you busy with? You should be done with your college entrance exams, right? Boywan's math modeling, Bai Lian replied succinctly. On the other end of the phone, Yiwen, the math modeling at the Buiyuan summer camp is a global competition, and most students participate in their sophomore or junior year. Yiwen participated during his freshman summer. Do you remember you haven't even started school yet? Bai Lian hung up the phone, then single-handedly opened the folding fan, calmly placing it in front of her forehead to shade herself from the sun overhead. Qin Hong glanced at her, little sister, do you have something busy to attend to? It's fine if you do, Wen Yao and I can handle this. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to get the first prize. He had overheard a bit of Bai Lian's conversation. It's okay, Bai Lian slightly tilted her head, her long bangs falling beside her brows casting a shadow. He's not in a hurry. They continued talking. Not far behind them, Qi Jun and his group, who had just come down the stairs, also heard their conversation. Su Wenyao must be crazy, right? Yuxing looked at the backs of Su Wenyao and the others in astonishment. He actually chose a girl. He had heard Chen Hong's remark, Wenyao and I can handle it. He almost laughed out loud. First prize. Even Qi Jun wasn't sure of winning the first prize, let alone now that Qi Jun had left their team. Qi Jun remained silent, just watching the backs of Chen Hong and the others, then took out his phone to send a message to Qi Shuyun. In the evening. In the university office, Bai Shaoke respectfully held a document and knocked on the door, Professor Jiang. Only after hearing a voice from inside did he push the door and enter. Professor Jiang stood by the window on the phone, his voice betraying a trace of ingratiation. You've just returned, and it's only right that we welcome you back. You're at Jiang Shao's place. Okay, Bai Shaoke stood by the desk, his gaze downcast, pondering about who could be on the other end of the professor's phone call. There weren't many in the school who could make Professor Jiang adopt that tone. Jiang Shao, which Jiang? As he was thinking, he saw the computer screen showing the page for the Boyuan competition selection. Professor Jiang was the mentor for this competition, and with a mentor having a limited quota, there were two teams. The first team was his own, which Professor Jiang had already approved. Bai Shuke's eyes glanced over the first two names of the second team, and then landed on the last name, Bai Lian. After Professor Jiang finished the call, he stared at his phone for a long while before walking over to his desk and switching to a serious expression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 574, 226 He is back. Lan Jia invited the great god _4 noticing the direction of Bai Shuke's gaze fixed on the screen. Bai Shaoke was willing to spend money, and many instruments for Professor Jiang's projects were sponsored by Bai Shaoke. Plus, he was smart, so Professor Jiang brought him along. What is it? This person, Bai Shaoke said, pointing at the name of Bai Lian, his eyelashes drooping, seems to be a girl. Women have always faced prejudice in science. When Professor Jiang heard the word girl, his brow furrowed. I saw their team won awards in the last two competitions. How come there's a girl? I'll ask. As the competition's advising teacher, if his team won an award, he might also be promoted. But it required students to win a breakthrough award. At night. Bai Lian hadn't returned to Shanghai apartment yet. She had to choose a topic tomorrow afternoon. She just turned off the computer in the computer room when she received a call from Jiang Fulai. Haven't come out yet. His voice was unhurried. Just shut down the computer. Bai Lian put away the books next to her, picked up the folding fan, and then stood up. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were with her. Su Wenyao was going back to the Su family today, and he would stay at Jiangjing University for the next 4 days. The three had just taken a few steps when a teacher ahead of them came in, looking at Su Wenyao and the others. Is Bai Lian your member? Hearing her name, Bai Lian told Jiang Fulai and hung up the phone. That's me, teacher. The teacher glanced at her, nodded, and didn't ask anything more. Bai Lian's senses were better than the average person's. She heard him making a call. Professor Jiang, it's indeed a girl. It was dark, and the streetlights illuminated the campus. Jiang Fulai stood under a streetlight, tall and graceful, with a hat perched on his head, the light casting his cool silhouette very long. Boyuan modeling competition. Jiang Fulai looked at the lights in the teaching building and knew what she was up to. Yeah, Bai Lian put her Bluetooth earphones in her ears, picking the topic tomorrow. Jiang Fulai nodded, leading her to the side of a car. Ming Dongheng drove a black car today, probably his own, very low-key. Bai Lian's phone vibrated, a three-person modeling group chat with Su Wenyao and the others. Su Wenyao, screenshot, Chen Hong. Do we not have an advising teacher now? Su Wenyao, mutual, he was concise, and Chen Hong understood. So you're saying Professor Jiang doesn't want to choose us, right? Why so sudden? The Buiyuan numerical modeling advising teacher could provide some ideas during the competition but was not supposed to be too involved. Some teams had no advising teacher, so they just filled in anybody's name. Bai Lian read these messages slowly and scrolled down. He Wen didn't get scolded much today, so she still got scolded. Bai Lian. He Wen, when will you read the paper? Bai Lian, after the competition, at 6 p.m. on July 10th, the Buiyuan numerical modeling competition topics were updated. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were choosing topics in the computer room. The website was lagging, and none of their computers managed to access it until 6:05 p.m. There were three types of problems labeled A, B, and C, with C being the easiest and A the hardest. Few picked A, and both Su Wenyao and Chen Hong went straight to C. Problem C was about optimization design. Bai Lian sat in front of her computer, didn't flip further, and only looked at problem A. Problem A was more complex, with a 4-page long description. It was about the optimization adjustment of an astronomical telescope, with an actively controlled concave spherical reflector. The modeling required solving 3 problems. Bai Lian read through the problem line by line. Su Wenyao, seeing her focus solely on the last problem, couldn't help but speak up. Alien, problem A is too difficult for us. Next to him, Chen Hong was also taken aback and said in a low voice, Junior, let's choose C. This time the A problem is too tough. I guess there are only a handful of groups in the entire school daring to pick it. Choose A. Bai Lian tapped her fingertips on the table, giving them just 2 words. Su Wenyao turned his computer screen to problem A and saw the astronomical telescope. A vein throbbed on his forehead. He was confident in choosing C. I can't be sure about problem A. He shook his head. I didn't ask you to do it, Bai Lian said, already having an idea as she pondered the problem. Junior, calm down, Chen Hong discussed with her calmly, we mainly don't have a mentor this time. Bai Lian picked up a bottle of mineral water next to her, twisted it open with one hand, took a sip, waited for him to finish speaking, and then looked at Chen Hong with a lazy tone. Who says we don't have a mentor? Ha! Chen Hong was surprised. Had Bai Lian found a mentor at a time like this? Bai Lian lifted her chin and pointed to his phone. I invited him to the group. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao picked up their phones. Bai Lian invited, stand straight when scolded, to the group. Stand straight when scolded. Location. Without a word, he sent a succinct location tag. Bai Lian, 1, after copying down the modeling problem, she propped herself up from the table, stood up, and looked at Chen Hong and Su Wenyao. Let's go, he's waiting for us. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong shut down their computers, followed by Lian, and exchanged glances. They tapped on the location. It was the Lawson Cafe on campus. This cafe was located under the doctoral dormitory building number 1 at Jiangjing University. Building number 1. This was where the brainpower ceiling of Jiang University resided. The doctoral students living in Building 1 had mentors who might well be academicians. These residents were almost mythical figures, with most conducting research under renowned academicians. Moreover, half of the distinguished alumni came from this place. Building 1 was quite far. They took the campus shuttle and walked for another 10 minutes through a path before reaching the cafe. Bai Lian walked in through the door without hesitating. Chen Hong stood beside Su Wenyao. Wenyao, which big shot did our junior find? As he spoke, Bai Lian had already come to a halt. The young man was seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows, dressed in a short t-shirt with a silver laptop in front and one leg casually draped over the other. He was typing with one hand and sipping coffee from a cup held in the other. Upon noticing Bai Lian, he set down his cup and stood up. "You were right. I haven't been scolded in the past couple of days." Bai Lian pulled out a chair and sat down. "Not bad." The young man handed her a milk tea from beside him. "The school doesn't have cherry flavor, so strawberry will have to do." His gaze shifted to the two still standing there. "These are your two teammates." He turned his head slightly, allowing Qin Hong and Su Wenyao to finally see his face clearly. On the stone plaque behind the celebrity statue on campus, his ID photo was posted. He won. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 575, 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Shi_1 He settled back into his seat, his gaze sweeping across Qin Hong and Su Wenyao. He had spent nearly a year in the lab, and his complexion was a pale, cold white. There weren't many people in the coffee shop, the lighting was dim, and as it shone on him, the breathing of both Su Wenyao and Qin Hong became noticeably lighter. Hewen had chosen a seat by the window. The table was a rectangular piece of raw wood, one end up against the floor-to-ceiling window, with a single stool set apart at the end facing the window. Bai Lian was sitting on this solitary stool. Her left hand rested casually on the armrest, her demeanor composed and unhurried. Yu Guang saw that Su Wenyao and Qin Hong were still standing where they were, so she tilted her chin up at them, signaling them to sit across from Hewen. "What's the topic this year?" Hewen pushed his laptop aside and turned his head to speak to Bai Lian. He didn't ask whether they had chosen question A or C. As he spoke, Qin Hong and Su Wenyao finally snapped back to reality. Instinctively, they both thought to take out their phones to show Hewen the question. Astronomical telescopes. Bai Lian set down her milk tea, her fingertips tapping rhythmically against the cup. Given the parabola of a star's position with a radius of 300, achieve the optimal reception effect for light rays being received. As she explained the problem to Hewen, Su Wenyao and Qin Hong couldn't help but look down and open the question saved on their phones. Question A was complex, with 4 original working diagrams. Qin Hong had looked at it once, he wasn't even clear about the work diagram of the telescope. When Bai Lian announced several numbers, he hurriedly flipped to the second page's diagram. 300, 0. 466, not a single figure was off. Not only had she understood question A in a short time, but she even remembered the focal data of the approximate paraboloid formed by the reflecting panel when observing celestial bodies. An active reflector model. Hewen lowered his eyes slightly, pondering. The problem doesn't sound complicated based on the description. It has over 2,000 cables, so you need to construct functions in over 2,000 dimensions, then establish a continuous function from the discrepancy between the later constructed cables and the target. Simulated annealing is accurate and can also quickly produce an answer. Bai Lian slowly revolved her milk tea, her fingertips gently tapping the cup as she shook her head. "I think the nodes might all be on the ideal parabolic surface after adjustment, but even if they are, it's meaningless in practice. Using a two-dimensional method to calculate the ideal paraboloid and the radial distance, the reception is different from what we thought. Solving the azimuth linearly, the received ratio obtained is different from the discriminate, which can be integrated." She did not choose the solution proposed by Hewen, clearly having developed her own complete approach on the way. The two spoke quickly, and Qin Hong and Su Wenyao were not following very clearly. Hewen understood. "You're going to use Monte Carlo integration." The two sat and chatted casually, quickly setting the general direction for the entire mathematical model. Bai Lian leaned slightly against the back of her chair, one hand resting casually on the armrest. She was dressed in simple, elegant clothes, her eyes and brows relaxed, exuding a restrained temperament yet full of a commanding presence. This effortless display of grace was captivating. Talent indeed shone brighter than anything else. Su Wenyao could still understand, but Qin Hong was not even clear about the problem, and he found it a bit difficult to follow. After they finished their conversation, He Wen's gaze landed on Su Wenyao. Are you responsible for running the code? Su Wenyao, after all, had more experience than Qin Hong. He came back to his senses. Yes. In math modeling, instructors cannot participate too much. He Wen closed his laptop, his concerns not for Bai Lian but for her teammates. She won't have any issues with the general direction. If you cannot run the code to get an answer, try to construct one, otherwise, use various regression models and the BFGS algorithm. Coding was Bai Lian's weakness, which was also why she sought out He Wen. While He Wen was discussing with Su Wenyao, Bai Lian opened a blank document on her phone to analyze the 3 problems. With only 3 days to confirm the model, run the code, and write the paper, time was tight. It was past 10 in the evening. He Wen and Su Wenyao had not yet finished their discussion when Bai Lian glanced at the time. She hadn't brought her computer, which made it inconvenient to construct the model, so she left early. It was quite late at this point, and He Wen had just returned to Jiangjing. He didn't ask where Bai Lian lived, but when he saw her getting ready to leave, he instinctively stood up. You guys continue talking. Bai Lian knew He Wen wanted to escort her. She gestured for He Wen to sit down. Don't worry about me. Jiang Fulai was waiting for her at the intersection. Midnight. Su Wenyao and Qin Hong stood downstairs, watching He Wen enter the dormitory building. They waited until He Wen's figure disappeared from sight before Qin Hong pinched his own arm, seemingly in a daze. Is Senior He Wen our mentor? Su Wenyao nodded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 576, 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Shi_2 Qin Hong took out his phone and handed it to Su Wenyao. Quick, help me take a photo with Building 1. After they finished taking the photo, Qin Hong sighed in relief. Just listening to He Wen and Bai Lian's conversation, he was already sweating for the new students this year. Speaking of which, Qin Hong remembered something. He patted Su Wenyao on the shoulder. Old Su, you actually dared to talk to Senior He Wen. I don't even dare to look him in the eyes. I'm afraid he'd think I'm stupid. Su Wenyao didn't respond to him this time, just picked up his phone and glanced at it. Bai Lian had posted 2 papers in the group. They had to calculate mirror distances. To the computer lab. Su Wenyao turned around. They were running out of time. Shanghai apartment. Pu Xiaohan got up at 2 in the morning to drink water, and when she looked up, there was still light shining through the crack in Bai Lian's study room door. Leaning on the table, she finished her cup of water. There seemed to be talking coming from the study. After she had her water, she quietly went back to the guest room. The phone on the nightstand was still lit up, and the Class 15 group chat still had a bunch of people awake. Wing Chi was tagging the sports committee, complaining about his lousy support play. After the college entrance exam, the students in the class had collectively slacked off for a few days, then became active again. Zhang Xiais was given a reduced sentence for good behavior, and he would be released in mid-September. Wing Chi claimed he wanted to get his technique down before his release. The next day, early morning, 5 o'clock. Under Building 11 of Shanghai apartment. A minivan stopped, and 2 men got out. After checking their phones one more time to confirm they were correct, they carried wooden boxes into the building. In front of apartment 301. The leading middle-aged man stood up straight and pressed the doorbell respectfully. With just one ring, someone opened the door. It was an extremely cold-faced man, his eyes like frosty stars. The middle-aged man didn't dare meet his gaze, only bowed respectfully. "Good morning, Mr. Ming." Ming Dongheng gestured with his hand. "Give it to me." The middle-aged man immediately handed over the food box he was holding. Ming Dongheng took the food box inside. The layout of apartment 301 was similar to that of 303, but the living room was a bit larger. He checked the time on his phone, then opened the food box and arranged the delicate pastries one by one. Bai Lian left her apartment at 5:10 in the morning. Ming Dongheng was waiting for her at the door. This early? As Bai Lian walked in, she saw the breakfast laid out on the table. She casually placed her computer on the bar by the entrance and started eating breakfast at the table. The breakfast on the table was exquisitely served. She picked up a soup dumpling and bit into it, smooth and juicy, with a hearty filling. The crystal shrimp dumplings looked equally tempting as the shrimp inside was visible. Bai Lian usually didn't talk much while eating, she just quietly ate. Despite being quite casual, she also exuded a respectable demeanor. Ming Dongheng noticed she only ate the crystal shrimp dumplings and soup buns because Bai Lian was from Beijing, and her breakfast preference was usually for Beijing flavors. Yet he didn't expect she'd also enjoy breakfast from Jiangjing. He was somewhat surprised but noted these preferences. Ming Dongheng knew she was working on a mathematical model and had two other teammates, so he took out a paper bag from the box, packed 2 breakfasts for Bai Lian to bring to them. The rest of the breakfast was left for Xiao Han and Jiang He. The computer lab at Jiang University hadn't closed for the past 2 nights. When Bai Lian arrived, most of the seats in the lab were occupied. They were all students who hadn't gone back for the night and were sleeping there. Some of them had woken up, some were still taking short naps. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were also dozing off at their usual spots. Bai Lian didn't call them but placed the breakfast she brought for them at the edge of her own desk. She had only made a slight movement when Su Wenyao and Chen Hong woke up. Bai Lian placed her laptop on the table, and seeing them awake, she lifted her chin and pointed to the breakfast on the table. They went to wash up at the restroom at the end of the corridor before coming back. "This is so delicious." Chen Hong bit into a pancake roll and felt instantly revitalized. In the front, a student who had just awoken smelled the breakfast and came over, curiously asking Chen Hong, "Where did you buy this breakfast from?" Chen Hong glanced at him, shook his head, and then looked at Bai Lian beside him. "I don't know." Bai Lian had already opened her laptop and was taking out a pen along with a stack of draft paper. "I didn't buy it." Chen Hong looked down at the paper bag. Only a butterfly-shaped logo was on the bag, no restaurant name written. He had never seen this butterfly mark before. Su Wenyao was having his breakfast. Overhearing their conversation, he too glanced at the bag holding the breakfast, recognizing the distinct butterfly logo. It was Kangyu Tower. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 577, 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Shi_3 Jiangjing's old-time eateries only serve a limited number of breakfast items on a first-come, first-served basis every day, without the options for takeout or delivery. He had gone there with Qi Shuyun twice before but never managed to taste their very famous crab roe soup dumplings. Now they've surprisingly started to branch out into new business and begin delivery. "Junior, why did you bring your own laptop?" Chen Hong opened the software to help Su Wenyao verify regression results. "The school's computers are high-end Zhongxing models, much better than our personal ones. Only the computers in the lab can run MAT software. This is the most commonly used software for modeling, capable of drawing many types of charts. The software isn't domestic and isn't open to the public. According to international agreements, only Jiangjing University's computer labs have the permission to use it, which is why modeling students are practically glued to the labs. There are cracked versions outside but they don't have all the features. All the students from Jiangjing School of Engineering and Chemistry know this. Jiangjing has always had the most complete and high-end facilities, which is why so many people are desperate to get into this school. Chen Hong turned his head and just happened to see the blue and red logo of the MAT software on Bai Lian's laptop, a cracked version. Bai Lian didn't stay overnight in the school's computer lab. She left at 10 o'clock. Jiang Fulai's car wasn't parked under the computer science building but at a less crowded intersection. Today, he drove a silver sedan she had never seen before. She got into the passenger seat, placed her computer casually on her lap, and buckled herself in. Jiang Fulai's hand rested lazily on the steering wheel, his slender fingers tapping rhythmically. With his other hand, he switched off his Bluetooth headset. He didn't start the car. He was dressed in a white shirt, the cuffs casually rolled up to reveal a watch around his wrist. His side profile appeared even more aloof. Bai Lian hesitated, then chose her words carefully. What's wrong? You chose Hewen to be the advising teacher, Jiang Fulai spoke solemnly, tilting his gaze slightly, as his long eyelashes curled down, hiding those pale eyes underneath. The face that usually kept others at arm's length now seemed somewhat accusatory. Bai Lian's hand that was pulling out draft paper paused. Seeking Hewen was because she had communicated with him many times about the model and had worked together with him before. Su Wenyao and Chen Hong were about to graduate from their senior year, and Bai Lian could hardly imagine what expression she would have to wear when Su Wenyao was being scolded by Jiang Fulai in front of her, especially since Su Wenyao had always treated her like an elder. What was most important was, even if Jiang Fulai hadn't said it, Bai Lian knew his influence here was definitely not small. When her name first appeared in Hewen's papers, it caused quite a stir. If the name of Jiang Fulai appeared on a mathematical modeling competition, Bai Lian could not quite dare to envision the scene. Her hand pressed on the draft paper, but her mind was racing. The small-scale modeling competition was a bit of an underuse for you, but Hewen was just right. Jiang Fulai averted his eyes, grudgingly accepting the explanation. Have you encountered any problems? He started the car. No, with the crisis seemingly averted, Bai Lian leaned back, but Chen Hong said the MAT software can only be used in the school lab. Jiang Fulai said offhandedly, that's the theory. And in practice? At the red light, Jiang Fulai slowed down the car to a stop and remained silent, simply raising an eyebrow. He had been using it for quite a while, the lab at home, his apartment in Xiangqing, he had installed it everywhere. Who among those people in overseas labs would dare to make a peep? Time swiftly passed. July 13th, 11 o'clock at night. In these 3 days, Bai Lian and the other 3 members of the Su Wenyao team had only slept less than 6 hours. This session's problem A was difficult, and with not many people choosing it, they were pressed for time to finish the model and gather the last reception ratio. Afterwards, they only had 2 hours left to rush the coding. After submission, they would have to wait 2 months for the evaluation. We too can handle these, Chen Hong was typing as he said this. During these 2 days, he had been helping Bai Lian with calculations while writing the paper. Junior, you go and rest. You've worked hard these 3 days. Chen Hong and Su Wenyao were juniors, and they had plenty of experience writing papers during this period. Glancing through the summary Chen Hong was writing at lightning speed, Bai Lian found it much better than what Wang Su had written before. It was barely acceptable and she had no energy to help them polish it. So, she didn't decline. Okay. Su Wenyao was verifying the last reception ratio. Looking up and seeing Bai Lian pick up her laptop, he remembered something. Will you go back for dinner the day after tomorrow? Su Ziyu's celebration dinner was tomorrow. Before knowing that Bai Lian had ranked first, the elderly lady had been delighted about Su Ziyu's high score. She had specially arranged a banquet for July 15th to entertain the Su family and some relatives and friends. She even wanted to throw a large banquet for Bai Lian, which Bai Lian had declined. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 578, 227 Who Dares to Speak Up? The building butler saw Principal Sure_4 Su N was also against Grandmother Su, throwing a big celebration for Su Jiue, considering Su Ziyu's shy personality. But the old lady of the Yu family had been too showy in the last couple of years. Grandmother Su couldn't swallow her pride and had been rushing for quick success. Bai Lian took out her phone and looked down at it. Su Jiue, come. Su Jiue, shy. Su Jiue, spinning. JPG, Su Jiue, spinning. JPG, Su Jiue, Bai Lian, stop. The screen scrolling came to an abrupt halt. Bai Lian packed away her computer into her canvas bag, pulled out her chair and stood up. You'll see how it goes. 7:15. In the afternoon, at Shanghai apartment. Uncle Lin and Gao Yan were both at Bai Lian's place. Gao Yan sat at the edge of the table, talking with Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan. Jiangjing Media University, that's a really good school, said Gao Yan, quite surprised upon hearing Pu Xiaohan's chosen school, remembering it was Bai Lian's alma mater. Bai Lian was from Xiangqing. It was one thing her own academic performance was excellent, but how come her classmates were also so impressive? Pu Xiaohan, with nearly 50 million online followers, just smiled modestly at Gao Yan's remark and poured her a cup of tea. Bai Lian sat beside Pu Xiaohan, looking slightly ragged due to lack of rest in the past few days. Today she managed to get out of bed not long ago. She was idly writing a reduced musical score on a piece of paper. The fingerprint lock outside beeped, signaling someone coming in. Gao Yan, Uncle Lin, and the others all looked up. The man at the door was Jiang Fulai, dressed in a silvery silk shirt with traditional Chinese button knots, making him appear distant and unapproachable. Gao Yan, who had been seated, stood up and greeted him, locking her eyes on Jiang Fulai. Although Jiang Fulai had always been respectful to her, Gao Yan was aware that his regard for her was because she was Gao Si's sister. But she would never grow careless because of Jiang Fulai's respect. Even old Master Su of the Su family would stand to greet Jiang Fulai, let alone her. Uncle Lin stood behind Gao Yan, bowing respectfully to Jiang Fulai. It seemed as though the atmosphere in the entire room stiffened inexplicably with his arrival. Jiang Fulai nodded slightly at her, very politely, Auntie. Pu Xiaohan had encountered Jiang Fulai more times in Xiangqing than Gao Yan had in her entire life, responding more casually than Uncle Lin and Gao Yan, Brother Jiang. Upon hearing Pu Xiaohan's address, Uncle Lin and Gao Yan couldn't help but glance her way. A tremor of shock ran through them. In Jiangjing, the ones who could call Jiang Fulai Brother Jiang were just the few like Su Nanjing. Bai Lian was the only one who hadn't stood up. She was casually propped up by one hand under her chin, her sleeve sliding down partially to reveal a bright red ribbon loosely tied around her slender wrist. It made her wrist look extremely pale. After she wrote down a line of text, she lazily looked up, "Go fetch the gift my grandfather prepared." Ji Hing had embroidered a fine handkerchief for Su Jiue. Jiang Fulai knew where the item was and went into the study to retrieve the gift box from the second drawer. Uncle Lin, watching Jiang Fulai directly going to fetch the item while Bai Lian remained seated, subtly bowed his head. "Where are you going?" Gao Yan had invited Bai Lian to dine with her classmates, and before she could discuss it, she saw her leaving with Jiang Fulai. To Mingfeng District, Jiang Fulai opened the door, stepping aside to let Bai Lian go through first. He was going to escort Bai Lian to the Su family. After they left, Gao Yan lowered her head back and looked at Uncle Lin. Mingfeng District. What are they doing there? Mingfeng District was on the outskirts. Neither the Gao family nor the Su family had much business there, and people were seldomly sent down. They rarely went to that area. Pu Xiaohan, not being close with Gao Yan, did not explain to her. Gao Yan withdrew her gaze, looking down to see the scattered sheets of paper on the table. Some had numbers written on them like 4-5 right. But it was obvious that the handwriting on each piece of paper was very neat, stroke by stroke. Gao Yan didn't recognize these. Her gaze shifted to another sheet of paper that was filled with a bunch of formulas and algorithms. Gao Yan, too, was a gifted student, but she had left the laboratory after giving birth to Su Nanjing and couldn't recall what exactly Bai Lian was calculating, only that it seemed to be the least squares method. She felt a bit dazed. Was this something she learned in high school? Gao Yan couldn't remember clearly. Uncle Lin by her side looked at Bai Lian's writing with admiration. Miss Bai's writing is very beautiful. She must have practiced specially. In Mingfeng district, a well-known villa area. The Su family. Jiang Fulai's silver car was parked at the entrance, his fingertips resting on the steering wheel, lowering the passenger side window, waiting for Bai Lian to come out. Bai Lian didn't plan to enter the Su family home, just delivering a gift to Su Jiue and leaving. She had sent a message to Su Jiue from the car, and Su Jiue was waiting for her at the iron gate. Today, Su Jiue wore a knee-length dress, her bangs swept aside, her hair styled, revealing a petite face and a pair of shiny dark eyes. When Bai Lian saw her, she was standing by the iron gate with a flushed face, her fingers unconsciously pinching the hem of her dress. She was completely different from the person on WeChat. Bai Lian handed over the box in her hand nonchalantly, a lazy smile in her lowered eyes. Go back inside. Today, she wore a dress made by Ji Heng, a snow-white cheongsam with a waistbelt of the same color, her ink-black hair loosely held by a wooden pin. The sunlight spilled over her fair, jade-like side profile, dimming in comparison to her smile. Su Jiue looked back 3 steps at a time as she walked away. Only after her figure had disappeared did Bai Lian retract her smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the left. She turned and got back into the car. Jiang Fulai drove forward. What's wrong? Nothing. Bai Lian leaned back. It was just an unfriendly stare. She opened her cell phone and inquired to Su Wenyao, who have your family invited this time? As soon as she sent the message, a call came through on her phone from Ji Xiaojun. Uncle. Bai Lian turned off the Bluetooth and answered. Ji Xiaojun was timing his call to coincide with her break time. Come over for dinner tonight. It's been several days since you last visited, and your aunt has stewed a tonic soup for you. If you don't have time, we can deliver it to you. Ji Heng had heard from Jiang He that Bai Lian had been staying at school the last few days, hadn't been sleeping well at night, and had nearly rushed to Jiangjing himself. Bai Lian rolled down the window, resting her hand on it, smiling. I'm going to see Dean Jian in a bit. He'll come see you guys in a few days and stay a bit longer. On the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaojun thought for a moment. All right, I'll deliver the soup to you today. He hung up cheerily. On the sofa, the butler looked towards Ji Xiaojun. Your niece? Yes. Ji Xiaojun put his phone on the table, stood up, a clear joy on his face. I'll go deliver the soup to her. The butler knew. Ji Xiaojun never referred to Ren Wanxian as his niece. It was unclear why Ji Xiaojun was so favorable towards Bai Lian, but right now, he didn't want to waste Ji Shane's time. After pondering for a moment, continue your studies with the teacher. I'll deliver it to Miss Bai for you. She's still in Chang'an district, right? It's a long way there and back. I'll save you the trouble. Because Ji Xiaojun was talented, the butler had changed the way he addressed Bai Lian. You, hearing the butler say this, Ji Xiaojun paused, seemingly contemplating for a long time before agreeing. All right, please tell her to take good rest for me. That evening, Xiaojia parked the car in front of Building 11 of Shanghai apartment. The butler got out of the back seat, and Xiaojia emerged from the driver's side, eyeing the building number. it should be this place, right? The butler took out his phone, squinted at it for a while, confirmed it was correct, and then the two of them entered together. On the third floor. They had no intention of taking the stairs and waited for the elevator to come down at the elevator lobby. The elevator was descending from the third floor. It opened with a ding, containing only an old man. The butler glanced indifferently, stepping slightly aside to make room. The old man didn't look at them and walked past. As the old man passed him by, the butler suddenly paused, turned to look at the receding figure. "You are Principal Sure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 579, The Mu Family's Hope. The arrogant offspring of Qinyi _1 Shiyu stopped when he heard the voice. He was still wearing his glasses and turned around at the door to look at the butler, unable to remember him. "You are." The butler's hair was speckled with white, his skin loose and wrinkled, and his pair of eyes cloudy and unfocused, revealing no particular sense of vitality. "Our young master used to be your student." Shiyu didn't remember his own butler, which wasn't a surprise to the butler, his attitude respectful. "I have met you before." Shiyu had encountered numerous students and parents, so naturally, he didn't remember people he had met over a decade ago who were not significant. Upon hearing this, he merely nodded slightly toward the butler, then immediately took a call and left. The butler stood at the elevator for a long time before finally lowering his gaze and entering. "Do you know him?" In the elevator, Xiaojia curiously looked at the butler. "Yes," the butler responded indifferently, without much interest, "the principal of Jiangjing University." Butler had met Principal Shi. Back when Mu Qiong was still around, Shiyu was the vice principal of Jiangjing and had visited the Mu family. The butler had been with Mu Qiong since she was small and had met Shiyu. There wasn't a tradition of promoting from another location at Jiang University, so after all these years, Principal Shi must have been confirmed in his position. The principal of Jiang University. Xiaojia regretted not having taken a better look earlier. How come he is here? The butler was lost in memories and did not reply. At 3:03, the door was opened by Pu Xiaohan, who was still holding a black chess piece in her hand. She took the thermos from the butler. "Bai Lian has gone out. Would you like to come in for some tea?" "No need." The butler shook his head, vaguely seeing what seemed to be a boy in the living room. He turned and took Xiaojia away. When they got on the elevator, Xiaojia pressed the elevator button, and suddenly recalled that Principal Shi had just come down from the third floor, right? Jiangyin Art Building. Bai Xiaoqi was learning in the office with her teacher, who mostly gave one-on-one private lessons. Xiaoqi. The handsome young man outside came very early today. The girl next to Bai Xiaoqi stood up and whispered in her ear. Bai Xiaoqi turned her head and saw Song Min waiting at the door, wearing a white t-shirt, casually scrolling on his phone with downcast eyes. He was always aloof and rarely spoke. Especially recently, his gaze seemed colder, making him even more unapproachable. And his interactions with Bai Xiaoqi had become even less frequent. It had only been a couple of days since Song Min arrived in Jiangjing. He had a driver's license, so Mrs. Song let him come to pick her up. Bai Xiaoqi and the girl left the room, and the three of them entered the elevator together. Many Jiangyin students had gone abroad for study during summer vacation, so the art building was empty. The elevator had only them. As the doors closed, Bai Xiaoqi, standing by the door, pressed for the first floor. The art building had 7 floors, and they were on the 6th floor. Her glance fell on the middle button for the 3rd floor, which sported a forbidden sign, making her wonder. "Oh, that," the girl next to Bai Xiaoqi answered with a smile. "The 3rd and 4th floors are recording studios. The 3rd floor's studio must be used by some big shot. Usually, you can't go in there during such times." How I wish I could go in and record on my own someday. The girl's voice was filled with longing. Jiangyin boasted the best recording studios in all of Asia and was also well known internationally. Not to mention domestically, a bunch of people from overseas came to Jiangyin for these studios. Both Bai Shaoqi and Song Min glanced at the third floor, which was marked with no entry. Third floor, recording studio. Ding Jian's right hand played 4 notes all on one string to the right, the melody flowing naturally like echoes from a distant mountain. Bai Lian stood beside him, slowly and meticulously fitting her tortoiseshell artificial nails on her fingers while bowing her head. After playing that segment, Ding Jian stood up and moved aside. It's roughly this tune, try it for yourself. Bai Lian sat down, lifted her hands, and replicated the segment Ding Jian had just adjusted. As she raised her arm, her strength flowed to her fingertips. Although it was the same tone, it always sounded more resonant when she played. Ding Jian retreated next door, listening to the playback recorded by the staff. Ding Jian, is this your disciple? The recording engineer hadn't seen Ding Jian's students before and was just amazed at Bai Lian's musical ear. Why haven't I heard of her previously? There were many who studied the guzheng at the school. Naturally, the most outstanding was Ding Jian, and next were his 3 disciples. Ling Shuhe was the only female among them and was quite famous in Jiangjing. Naturally, the recording engineer thought of her. Upon hearing this, Ding Jian looked up at the girl still working the guzheng in the footage. Bai Lian had always said she wasn't as good at playing the guzheng as her teacher or her mysterious senior sister. With her already profound musical sense, who exactly were the other 2? He had scoured the guzheng players and hadn't found a teacher from the same faction as Bai Lian. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 580, The Mu Family's Hope, the arrogant offspring of Qinyi _2, it's not her, Shu's sense of music isn't as good as hers, Ding Jian replied to him. Such a musical sense is a real pity not to be involved in music. How big is the likelihood of snatching her from Jiang University? Ding Jian pondered this at the bottom of his heart. Meanwhile, the recording engineer was surprised. If it wasn't Ling Shuhe, then who was this girl? He watched through the camera as Bai Lian gently placed her hands on the strings and looked up to speak with the man beside her. The boy was dressed in a crisp white shirt, and seemed to have felt the gaze, as he glanced indifferently towards the camera. The recording engineer immediately lowered his head as his gaze met those pale, faint eyes. After listening to all the recordings, Ding Jian said, "It's about there, Teacher Zhao, thank you for your hard work." With headphones on, the recording engineer enjoyed a feast for the ears in the top-notch recording studio combined with Bai Lian's and Ding Jian's collaboration. "Miss Bai," the recording engineer said after listening to the recording. As Bai Lian was taking off her artificial nails, braving Jiang Fulai's chilly aura, he took out his phone to add Bai Lian on WeChat. "If you want to record anything in the future, just come directly to me." Bai Lian took out her phone and allowed him to scan the QR code. Soon, she received an ad request notification, Zhao Jinxin. Bai Lian accepted it. Only after Bai Lian and the other 2 left did Zhao Jinxin finally breathe a sigh of relief, looking at the tall and cool silhouette beside Bai Lian. After they left, a staff member approached Zhao Jinxin. "Mr. Zhao, the principal is still waiting for you." "Yeah," Zhao Jinxin packed up his things to leave. "Your school's equipment is really good. When can you lend it to our music station to use?" "Around 8 in the evening." Ding Jian led Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai through Pomegranate Grove to an octagonal 2-story loft to the south, surrounded by a circular colonnade. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the streetlights on either side were on. The security guard in the booth at the front of the small building stood up quickly when he saw Ding Jian. "Ding Jian. Open the door," Ding Jian said, looking at the wooden door that were shut, his hands hanging by his sides. "We're here to pay respects to our ancestors." The guard had already taken out an old-fashioned long key to unlock the door. Dean Jian led the way up the steps inside. As he set foot on the porch, he noticed that the others hadn't followed and turned around at the door to look at Bai Lian, not coming in. Yeah. Bai Lian snapped back to reality and stepped up the stairs. Jiang Fulai stayed outside, merely looking up at the loft without entering. The loft wasn't large, and entering it one could see a spirit tablet set up for offering incense to the deity statue. Behind the statue was a staircase. Bai Lian took the incense that Dean Jian handed her, lit it, and stood in front of the spirit tablet. Her gaze became slightly vacant, touching upon the numbers on Qin Zhou's tablet. Qin Zhou had passed away in peace. It seems Jiang Yi hadn't mistreated him. Compared to Bai Lian, Dean Jian was extremely respectful. From the moment he stepped into the loft, his expression was solemn, and he bowed 3 times before inserting the incense. Qin Zhou is the belief of Jianjian zither masters and disciples. Whether for exams or work changes, these people would come to pay respects to the ancestor. With the zither, this huge sect, Qin Zhou occupied half of the territory. After he finished offering incense, he noticed Bai Lian was still fixedly looking at the tablet without moving. Her dark eyes were cast upon the tablet, but her gaze seemed a bit distracted. Several minutes later, Bai Lian came back to her senses and inserted the partially burned incense into place. Shanghai apartment. In 303, when Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian returned, Pu Xiaohan and Jiang He were playing Go in the living room. Jiang He was sitting cross-legged on the carpet, holding a white stone across from Pu Xiaohan. Seeing Pu Xiaohan place a stone, he unthinkingly placed his white stone on a spot. Wait! Pu Xiaohan picked up the white stone he had just placed and returned it to him, also retrieving her own black stone. Birdie, give me another chance, I placed it wrong just now. She put her black stone where Jiang He had just placed his. Jiang He, no one touched the piece of paper Bai Lian left on the table. Pu Xiaohan couldn't understand any of it. In 303, except for Jiang Fulai, no one dared to tidy up Bai Lian's stuff, fearing they might carelessly lose her important data. Right, Pu Xiaohan retracted another stone, then looked up at Bai Lian. Previously, Principal Shi came looking for you, and also, an elderly person delivered soup for you. She pointed to the thermos on the table. Bai Lian was aware, but she wondered what Principal Shi wanted with her. She bowed her head to take out her phone, and sent a message to Principal Shi. Shen Yu replied quickly, the dean of the Chinese department is looking for you. When can you come to the university? He waited for you all afternoon today and has an academic conference tomorrow. He'll return the day after tomorrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 581, The Mu Family's Hope. The arrogant offspring of Qin Yi 3 Bai Lian didn't understand why someone from the Department of Chinese Language and Literature was looking for her. I'm going to my uncle's the day after tomorrow. Shen Yu felt gloomy on the other end. How could it be the uncle again? Let's meet up another time then. She happened to see Su Wenyo's message, which he replied to the group that went to the Su family today. Aside from them, there were also people from the Yu family. The Yu family. Bai Lian tapped her fingertips on the screen, thoughtfully pondering the uncomfortable gaze she felt at the door that afternoon, wondering who it was. Next to her, Jiang Fulai glanced at the thermos and sent a message to Ming Dongheng to take it back to room 301 to reheat. Oh no, Pu Xiaohan stood up, having been tormented by Jiang He all night. Lian, you must avenge me. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, she casually crossed her legs and sat down. Her pale fingertips picked up a black ghost stone, and she gave Jiang He a nonchalant glance. With that look, Jiang He knew he was in trouble. Pu Xiaohan was beside Bai Lian, massaging her shoulders. Go Lian. 1 minute later. The black stone's lost. 30 seconds later. The black stone's lost. The black stones lost again. Pu Xiaohan hammered her back even more vigorously. Lian is so powerful. Jiang he couldn't help it and looked up at Jiang Fulai, who was sitting off to the side with his legs crossed, watching the excitement. Jiang Fulai was holding a teacup, gently blowing on the tea foam before taking a sip, then glanced at Jiang He slowly and indifferently with an air of laziness and nobility. But Jiang He saw clearly the undisguised mockery in his eyes. Not only did he not help, but he also ridiculed him. On the 17th, Bai Lian went to Ji Shan's home. You haven't lost weight. Shen Qing bought a bunch of groceries and kept them at home. As soon as Bai Lian arrived, she examined her from head to toe, nodding, you also look well. This physical condition clearly surpasses Tang Ming and Ning Xiao by a great deal. Those two guys couldn't handle a single all-nighter at Wuyuan before. Shen Qing was relieved. Bai Lian stayed here for one night and didn't leave the next day either. Afternoon. Xiao Jie brought Ji Xiaojun back. After getting out of the car, Ji Xiaojun looked at the butler inside. Would you like to come up for a meal? Alien came yesterday. He and Shen Qing usually eat quite casually, but when Bai Lian came, both of them became excellent chefs. No, I'll just go up for a visit. The butler's face was full of exhaustion. Whenever he met Principal Shi, he inevitably remembered Master Mu Qiong. The butler had been assigned to him since Mu Qiong was born. After Mu Qiong passed away, the old Mr. Mu was deeply affected, and the butler was no less so. You should get ready for the banquet at the end of the month. The butler got out of the car and walked with Ji Xiaojun toward the elevator. The young miss will take you. Ji Xiaojun had only met Mu Yining a few times. The two of them talked all the way up about company and banquet matters until Ji Xiaojun opened the door. It was then that the butler stopped. Inside the apartment, Bai Lian was sitting on the couch. She was dressed in casual clothing, her eyes slightly downcast, playing with her phone and swiping through the Jiangjing app problems. When she saw Ji Xiaojun return, she lazily greeted him. Then she continued calmly tapping through the questions. A WeChat message flashed across her phone's banner. Su Jiyue, as 5 slok. Bai Lian didn't understand and clicked to take a look. The other side didn't reply, and just as she was about to, her phone rang. It was Principal Shi's call. Next to her, the butler was still chatting with Ji Xiaojun. The butler glanced at Bai Lian, and seeing that she was going to the balcony to answer the call, he didn't ask more. The dean of the Chinese department has some free time to come back. Are you home? In order to avoid missing Bai Lian again, Shunyu had learned to call Bai Lian in advance. Uncle's place. Bai Lian rested her hand on the balcony railing, concise and to the point. On the other end of the phone, Shunyu paused, looking at the people in his office. Do you have time to come to the school? Bai Lian tapped her fingers on the railing, pondering for a moment, then I'll head back to school first. Great. Shunyu was very excited. Bai Lian hung up the phone, pushed open the balcony door to come out, and bid farewell to Ji Xiaojun. Leaving now. Hearing Bai Lian was about to leave, Ji Xiaojun quickly stood up. It was rather abrupt. Yes, Bai Lian bowed slightly, picked up a book from the side, stood up, and said softly, something came up, and Xiao Han is also still at my place. The butler held his teacup and glanced at the book. It was just 2 basic music theory books, and with disinterest, he retracted his gaze and took a sip of tea. With that sip, the butler paused involuntarily. He naturally could tell the quality of the tea, and Ji Xiaojun didn't care much for tea. The tea he had previously at Ji Shan's place was common market fare. This tea seemed a bit like the one he had tasted before at Ji Heng's, and the butler found it strange. Ji Xiaojun knew Xiao Han was staying with Bai Lian. You even bring her with you for meals. Her parents visit your grandfather every week. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 582. The Mu Family's Hope. The arrogant offspring of Qinyi _4 he escorted Bai Lian out. Xiao Jia also stood up, taking his car keys. Miss Bai, where are you going? Let me drive you. No need, Bai Lian said with her books in hand, unhurriedly, I'll take the bus. She always had a strong sense of boundaries. After Bai Lian left, the butler turned to look at Ji Xiaojun, Xiaohan. Alien's classmate, Ji Xiaojun mentioned Pu Xiaohan and smiled. Bai Lian's classmate. The butler nodded, not asking further, only looked at Ji Xiaojun. He was also considered a hope for the Mu family, right? At the bus stop, Bai Lian looked down waiting for the bus while reviewing questions. There was another message on WeChat, this time from He Wen. The whole group failed to write, getting scolded by everyone. JPG, not a day without being yelled at. JPG, moldy mushroom. JPG, Bai Lian knew at a glance that he must have been scolded again. Bai Jian, use your brain. She closed the chat window, and a message from Su Jiue popped up, RTBP, QW/ Vsmklopsudox, like random characters sent by rolling one's face over the phone. Bai Lian paused. Where are you? This time, the reply was straightforward. Su Jiue, location, Su Jiue, room 207. Bai Lian clicked in to see. It was a club in Yunshao district, unknown by name. Su Jiue didn't seem like someone who would go to clubs, and Bai Lian remembered the outfit Su Jiue wore the last time she went to the Su family, which didn't match Su Ziyu's taste either. Perhaps because of Jiang He, Bai Lian had always been friendly with Su Jiue. Bus 71 stopped in front of Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked up, didn't get on, and instead hailed a taxi. In Yunshao District's Paradise Club, room 207 was not a VIP room. The door was opened by a waiter. Inside, the lighting was dim, a group of young men and women were partying together. Hearing the sound, they turned their gaze to the door, immediately spotting the girl standing behind the waiter. The girl was dressed in a white casual outfit, exceptionally simple and clean, with her hair loosely tied up, revealing a naturally exquisite face. The room was dimly lit, yet the girl seemed to be shrouded in a layer of light, her left arm bending to hold two rather thick books, her eyes appearing languid, the reflection in her dark pupils capturing the room's light, exuding an artistic and gentle aura. In this luxurious room, she unexpectedly brought a sense of innocence. It was like a deer had stumbled into a pack of wolves. The room fell silent for a moment. A man in a black vest holding a cigar blew out a cloud of smoke, resting his foot on the coffee table, and whistled at Bai Lian. You young master, where'd you find this schoolgirl? She looks like she's studying art. The you young master that the man referred to was sitting with his back to Bai Lian, his hand on a girl's chin and a drink in the other. Upon hearing this, he let go and stood up to look towards the door. Dressed in a blue shirt with several buttons undone, he exuded a dapper and rakish charm. Seeing Bai Lian, his eyes narrowed, an undeniable determination in his gaze. Su Ziyu's sister. Just right, she doesn't drink, so you drink in her place. He extended the drink in his hand towards Bai Lian. Hearing this, the Su Jiue beside him hurriedly looked up, her face unnaturally flushed, staggering to her feet. I'll drink. She reached out to grab the wine glass from Mr. Ye's hand. As she looked up, the clearly visible purple bruises on her jaw came into view. Bai Lian's nonchalant expression slowly faded away. Miss Su, don't rush. Mr. Ye's gaze didn't leave Bai Lian. If you want to drink, there will be plenty of chances. He passed the wine glass in his hand to Bai Lian. Bai Lian reached out and took it. The others in the private room laughed, not surprised at all. Mr. Yu fixed his gaze on Bai Lian, unbuttoning another button and licked his lips. You're much more sensible than your sister. Don't drink it, Su Jiyue didn't expect Bai Lian to take the wine. She clutched Bai Lian's arm, her dark eyes filled with terror. How did you get here? She tried to grab the wine in Bai Lian's right hand, holding the base of the tall glass, but the glass wouldn't budge. Su Jiyue blinked in confusion. Bai Lian noticed her mind didn't seem quite clear, and then casually tossed a book with her left hand onto the coffee table. Bending down, she seemed to sniff the fragrance of the wine, and as expected, it was spiked. She looked up, took 2 steps forward, and under the heavy shadow, poured the entire glass of wine over Mr. Ye's head, splashing some on her own hand. She frowned and reached for a tissue. Calmly wiping the back of her hand, she stared at Mr. Yu and coolly asked, "Would you like another drink?" In the private room, no one had anticipated someone would dare to mess with Mr. Yu to such an extent. The lively room instantly fell silent enough to hear a pin drop. Mr. Yu wiped the wine off his face. Accustomed to being flattered by others, it was the first time he had been publicly shamed, and his complexion was exceedingly ugly. Good, very good. A few lackeys immediately brought over 3 bottles of wine and tried to help capture Bai Lian, to forcibly pour the liquor into her. They hadn't even touched Bai Lian's collar before she kicked them aside. The loud noise momentarily startled Su Jiyue into clarity, and she frantically shook her head at Bai Lian, her voice tinged with sobs. "You should go, don't worry about me. This is Yu Hongjing, his sister Yu Hongyi is a favorite of the Qin family, he's Yu Hongyi's only brother." Tch, Yu Hongjing wiped his face, fixating his stare on Bai Lian's face. "Now you're scared, eh? I'm telling you, it's no use, get her for me." Before he could finish his sentence, he was kicked over onto the coffee table behind him. Bang! Wine glasses and bottles scattered all over the table. In an instant, Yu Hongjing spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He hadn't expected someone to still dare to attack him after hearing his name. You really are." Yu Hongjing felt his ribs break as he propped himself up with his hands and involuntarily took 2 steps back. Today there was only a wooden hairpin in her hair, which was a bit disheveled from the scuffle. Bai Lian removed the hairpin, leisurely and methodically wrapping her hair up again. Her head bowed slightly, her ink-black hair loosely hanging down, the hem of her white pants now stained with a droplet of Yu Hongjing's blood. Apart from Su Jiyue, most around her were sprawled chaotically on the ground, and yet there she was, casually redoing her hair in such a place. Those who came here were either rich or noble, guests that regular members couldn't afford to offend, and the moment they sensed trouble, they called the police. The bar was just down the street, where, to prevent incidents, an outpost had been set up. In less than 5 minutes, the sound of police sirens could be heard outside. Yu Hongjing glared at her fiercely, and upon hearing the siren, he staggered to his feet. "It's over, no matter who you are, let me tell you, you're finished." Bai Lian's eyelashes carelessly drooped as she finished arranging her hair, toying with a lighter in her hand, her fingers pressing the lighter, causing a ghostly blue flame to emerge. Jiangjing, someone Su Jiyue would call a person of the Qin family. Listening to the sound of the sirens, Bai Lian glanced down at Yu Hongjing. "A person of the Qin family? A descendant of Qin Yi? What Qin Yi?" Yu Hongjing had completely different associations in mind. He thought Bai Lian was referring to Qin Yi as an honorific. He scoffed, "It's no use even if you find Qin Yi." Jiangjing University. Shen Yu sat in his office, and the middle-aged man next to him paced back and forth, glancing at his wristwatch. "Principal, she should have arrived by now, right?" Having met Bai Lian twice, he knew her as an extremely polite person. Shen Yu looked at the darkening sky and also found it strange. Picking up the microphone on his desk, he said, "I'll give her a call. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 583, 229 detained an ancestor_1 Shun Yu held the receiver in his left hand and dialed a string of numbers directly with his right. Although he had only seen it once, he remembered Bai Lian's number and didn't need to look it up deliberately. The phone rang several times, but no one answered. Beside him, the dean of the Chinese department sat back down, picked up his now cold tea, and stared at Shun Yu without blinking. The call disconnected automatically. If Bai Lian were in the library, Shun Yu could understand an automatic disconnect due to silence mode, but she had already said she was coming to the university, so he put the receiver back on the cradle. It was a bit strange. Guessing that Bai Lian might be close to arriving, Shun Yu waited for a while before looking up at the dean of the Chinese department. Dean Shu, Bai Lian wants to test into the Tong Phone class. Dean Shu had very short hair and sat there exuding a scholarly elegance that seemed to calm the passage of time. Upon hearing Shun Yu's words, he put down his teacup and said, "I know." The dean did not say anything else. Shun Yu had communicated with Bai Lian's homeroom teacher and knew that Bai Lian was an extremely studious and respectful student after interacting with her twice. Speaking with Bai Lian was truly comfortable, with a gentlemanly demeanor and a humility that was self-cultivating. Shun Yu felt that she must have been influenced by great literary figures in her childhood, as this kind of cultural sophistication wasn't possessed by just anyone. However, he also wondered which reclusive literary figure from Xiangqing was responsible for it. Dean Shu looking for Bai Lian did not surprise Shun Yu. There was only one perfect score essay this year, and he was sure the dean knew who wrote it. Unfortunately, it was Bai Lian who wrote that essay. If it had been any other student with average grades, Dean Shu would have gone out of his way to admit the student to Jiang University's Chinese department. Concerned about Bai Lian, Shun Yu reached out to redial her number. This time, after 2 rings, the call was hung up. His usual impassive expression vanished, and he looked down at the phone for several seconds before pressing the redial. "Hello, the number you have dialed is now switched off." This time it went straight to voicemail. Shun Yu stood up and put the receiver down. "What's wrong?" Dean Shu saw his uneasy expression. "Her phone has been switched off by someone," Shun Yu said, his face growing dark as he took out his own phone. It had been switched off by someone, not her. In Yunshao district, at the police station. The man in charge of the case turned off the continuously ringing mobile phone, resting his hand on the table. "I wouldn't have guessed, you really hit hard." He had already ascertained that this girl was not from Jiangjing and that she had only a single grandparent at home. Bai Lian glanced at him and ignored his comment, just looking at the turned-off mobile phone. The internal line rang, and he stood up to answer it outside. The policewoman who took over came in and sat across from Bai Lian, continuing the interrogation. She looked down at the written record, then raised her head to look at the girl opposite her. "Do you have anything to add? Was it really you who hit her?" The girl opposite propped her chin with her hand, her black hair meticulously tied up, dressed in snow-white attire, her eyes cold and dark. She didn't seem to be in a good mood. Although both parties had already accused her of the assault, the policewoman still found it hard to believe upon seeing her. "Yes," Bai Lian admitted without denial. The policewoman hesitated to speak, but eventually pulled out a piece of paper for Bai Lian to fill out her information. Bai Lian took it, glanced down briefly, and filled in her name, phone number, and Jiangjing address. Her handwriting was neat and beautiful, making the policewoman increasingly feel that she was not the sort to attack someone. After writing everything down, Bai Lian looked up at the nameplate in front of the policewoman. "Officer Sun, how is my friend doing?" "She's been taken to the hospital." "Don't worry," Officer Sun was experienced, pausing before continuing, "we're waiting for her follow-up medical report. However, you should try to resolve this peacefully with them." In Jiangjing, Sun had met all sorts of people and understood the situation as soon as she saw Su Jiue. She grasped what kind of scenario this was. Yet, she found it incredible to believe the level of force this girl before her was capable of. The interrogation room was bugged, so Officer Sun couldn't reveal too much and only subtly hinted to Bai Lian that the person she had hit was not to be trifled with. In Jiangjing, gold could be found everywhere, and one had to tread carefully not to stumble upon it. Bai Lian's information had been recorded when she was in the police car. Not a local, and it seemed her family wasn't well connected. Faced with the wealthy youths of Jiangjing, Officer Sun felt overwhelmed. "May I have my phone, please?" Bai Lian's gaze fell on the mobile phone next to Officer Sunday. The mobile phone was supposed to be confiscated after entering the interrogation room. Officer Sun looked at Bai Lian and hesitated for a moment. "Tell me who to contact, and I'll help you." She pressed the power button to turn on the phone. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 854, Grandpa 332, Security Bureau _2 Chen Baixuan's eyes, cold and sharp, narrowed as he spoke with full authority. "I want to see her." "Sorry," Su sent an email to his superiors. "Even if your old master comes today, he won't be able to see her." The incident with Bai Lian has affected not only the Mu family but also the Su family and the Bai family. The next day, the web of relationships currently surrounding Bai Lian was uncovered. On the third day, the research institute collaborating with the Mu family was affected, and Su An's entire industry had to undergo an investigation. Although the matter hadn't gone public, Mu Yining had also received a notification from the higher-ups. She was now restarting the Mu family's 4 research institutes and had obtained a batch of funds. Aside from the 3 heavy industry research institutes still under construction, the Pharmaceutical Research Institute was already not on the right track. But just at this time, the Medical Research Institute was ordered to halt its operations. In recent days, Jiangjing's actions had indeed been significant. Without the news of Bai Lian, the Mu family was naturally in the dark about what exactly had gone wrong in the chain of events. But the official document had already reached the Research Institute cooperating with the Mu family and Xian Kong. The other 3 heavy industry research institutes, also providing machinery for the seawater purification project, were still on standby. The Mu family convened an emergency meeting first thing in the morning. Apart from Mu Yining, no one knew the news about Bai Lian, and they were all in a state of panic. Mu Yining didn't hide the situation from these people and directly told them about Bai Lian's temporary status. Because of Bai Lian, they all had to cooperate with the investigation. Those present were shrewd. As soon as Mu Yining had spoken, they knew the situation was serious. In the scientific research community's reshuffling, even a large family could not withstand it, let alone the Mu family. Over a decade ago, the Mu family had already suffered a severe blow. This time, they absolutely could not follow in the same footsteps. Mu Zhendong's face was ashen as he rose to his feet. "I remember Bai Lian is not in the Mu family genealogy, she does not count as a member of the Mu family." What he meant was, he wanted Mu Yining not to get involved in this mess. To protect oneself wisely. After the ordeal of more than a decade ago, the Mu family was truly frightened. "Impossible," Mu Yining looked up, her voice resolute. "I will tell Dad to help Alien gather evidence." Mu Zhendong pursed his lips, looking at Mu Yining as if she were crazy. "Mu Yining, now is not the time to be angry with me. Whether it's her affair or not, if she gets into trouble, our Mu family cannot escape involvement." It was not the question of whether Bai Lian was in trouble or not, but Mu Zhendong and the others knew that if Bai Lian were the only suspect. In the end, whether it was her or not, it could very likely end up being her. "Uncle, you don't believe her." Mu Yining remained silent, but Mu Zhao, standing behind her, looked up. "Do you believe him?" Mu Zhendong asked Mu Zhao, somewhat incredulously. Mu Yining lowered her eyes to sip her tea, signaling her position. After muttering to himself for a while, Mu Zhendong left with a sweep of his sleeve. "I see you really are crazy." Upon leaving, he immediately instructed someone to buy him a plane ticket and started to tally his assets. Mu Yining turned to the others present and restated her stance. She is a descendant of the Mu family, I believe in her. Those who are afraid of being implicated are free to terminate their contracts with us ahead of time. Aside. The butler looked at Mu Yining without interrupting, only asking Mu Zhao, do you really believe in Miss Bai that much? Sister Bai, she scored full marks on her college entrance examination, Mu Zhao simply stated. The butler did not understand why Mu Zhao would bring this up out of nowhere. What did Bai Lian's full score in the college entrance exam have to do with this? Her essay also received full marks. Mu Zhao turned his head, looking at the butler, an essay full of power that trended online. One cannot write such an essay without sentiment. If you think she is problematic, you might as well believe I'm Emperor Jiangwu. The butler, what kind of statement was Mu Zhao making? Meanwhile, the Bai family was facing a similar situation. Bai Qiming had not received news from Bai Lian for a long time. Lately, Bai Shaoqi's collaboration with Song Min had been going well, though Bai Shu's apprenticeship process had been somewhat affected. The official document had been delivered to the Bai family. Bai Qiming was shocked. They had not been in contact with Bai Lian and did not know the current situation in Zhongjing. He only called Bai Shaoke. Bai Shaoke was also unclear about Bai Lian's situation. But since it involved an academy, he had heard some rumors in the laboratory. Over the phone, he spoke somberly. I've also been sent out of the laboratory by the professor. It seems her component is problematic. Dad, you should prepare early. This news startled Bai Qiming. The entire Bai family had never encountered such a situation, and the wish of Bai Lian's great-uncle to bring her back into the Bai family tree had never been revoked. Suddenly facing this issue, he was so shocked that he didn't know what to do. Uncle Qiming, Gui Yuqing had not yet registered her marriage with Bai Qiming, but she had already been living with the Bai family since the new year. She took Bai Qiming's hand. There's no need to panic yet. Last year, she was no longer a member of our Bai family. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 855, Grandpa 332. Security Bureau _3. Yes, the elder uncle no longer cared about glorifying his ancestors or that Bai Lian was the nationally recognized top scholar he had longed for. She was already expelled from the family tree. You must quickly report this to the authorities. Just before this incident happened, the elder uncle had regretted letting Bai Lian leave. Now, however, he was relieved that they had the foresight to remove Bai Lian from the family tree early on. This approach won't do. Gui Yuqing lowered her eyes. Qiming, we should issue a news release to clearly state our position and that we have long severed ties with her. Bai Qiming realized the situation and immediately had his assistant handle the public announcement. Within an hour, the Bai family found a reporter to release the news and clearly delineated their separation from Bai Lian. Even so, the Bai family's business was still affected, and several projects were halted. The Su family was also undergoing investigations. Many of Su En's projects were halted, which he had his assistant monitor closely. He was more concerned about Bai Lian's current situation than these projects. He didn't know where Bai Lian was, and she didn't answer her phone either. He then called Wen Yao. Wen Yao had ranked first in the written test and in the retest, earning a position as a graduate student under Director Huang. He hadn't boasted about this to anyone else and was still following up on an important project with Director Huang. He usually didn't meet with outsiders. Upon receiving Su En's call, he was startled. Dad, wait a moment, I'll go find my teacher. After hanging up, Su En thought for a moment before grabbing his keys and heading to Shanghai apartment. Shanghai apartment. Today, Ning Xiao was not there, but Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais were in apartment 103 accompanying Ji Hing. Pu Xiaohan was holding a camera, taking pictures of Ji Heng's treasured fabrics in the yard. "Grandpa, are these cloud brocade?" "A piece of cloud brocade, as valuable as gold." Under the sunlight, they shimmered brilliantly. "Yes." Ji Heng held his pipe, looking at the fabrics. "There's quite a bit left. It'll make a set of clothes for you and Alien." "Wedding clothes?" Zhang Xiais asked as he texted Ning Xiao. Ji Heng glanced at Zhang Xiais but didn't object. Someone rang the doorbell. Pu Xiaohan continued taking shots, directing Zhang Xiais to move the boxes for her. Ji Heng, holding his pipe, went to open the door. "Dad." As Suan entered and saw Ji Heng's calm demeanor, he felt relieved, but still asked, "Where is Alien? Why isn't her phone going through? Is she busy with some research again?" It was typical for Bai Lian to be busy with research. She often disappeared for a week at a time. Ji Heng was used to this, as Bai Lian had often studied late into the night, returning only at 11 since high school. Even before college, she worked on research with Wen Yao and then went abroad for further studies, sometimes gone for over a month. Ji Heng didn't care much about the initial part of the conversation until a particular phrase caught his attention. He stopped, holding his pipe, and looked up. "Her phone is out of service." The day Zhang Xiais invited him for dinner, Bai Lian had messaged Ji Heng. She had mentioned being busy for a few days. Ji Heng took out his mobile phone to call Bai Lian. In the yard, upon hearing Suan's words, Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais sensed trouble. They had not had the chance to stop Suan, and now they both set down what they were holding, looking at each other with concern. Bai Lian's phone was still off. Ji Heng set down his pipe, looking towards Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais. "Xiaohan." Pu Xiaohan, after a brief contemplation, knowing that Ji Heng would find out sooner or later, briefly explained the situation, although she did not know the specifics, only that Bai Lian was at the security bureau. Ji Heng's eyes narrowed slightly, his voice calm as he turned and walked towards the room, the security bureau. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 856, 333, Come and check with me. Ji Heng's anger clearly exceeded their expectations. From the time they met Ji Heng, he had always been indifferently stable, his emotions not outwardly evident. One couldn't tell from his expression whether he was happy or angry. When Suan first visited Xiangqing, Ji Mulan had provoked Ji Heng due to Bai Lian's issue, but even then, Ji Heng remained exceptionally composed. He had witnessed Bai Lian's imposing aura and had even wondered who Bai Lian really resembled. At this moment, Ji Heng's narrowed eyes and the reined-in aura of his body made even Suan reluctant to meet his gaze. "Grandpa, please don't be angry, Pu Xiaohan reacted, going over to pat Ji Heng's back. "You must be fine, we are also waiting for Principal Shi's news, third brother Su and sister Chen are following up on it as well." Ning Xiao was inquiring about this matter with Zhou Wenqing and Shen Yu. Beside them, Suan, looking at Ji Heng's face, thought that Pu Xiaohan's reassurance was indeed not wrong. Ji Heng's expression was not one of anxiety, but rather, anger. It was very strange. Ji Heng calmed himself for a moment before heading to his own room. He reached into the bottom of a trunk and took out a sandalwood box which, if Bai Lian were here, she would certainly recognize. He had shown it to her before. The box still contained a pile of photographs. The woman in the black and white photos was gentle and beautiful. Ji Heng ran his hands over these photos, then reached to the bottom of the box. He took out a small badge from inside. When he came back out, Suan saw that Ji Heng was holding a cell phone in his hand. Ji Heng stopped and asked Suan about the current situation of the Su family. It's alright. Su En's private equity mostly worked with overseas partners. Bai Lian wasn't legally included in the Su clan, nor was she his stepdaughter, so the impact wasn't significant. Things aren't looking great for President Mu for the time being. But it was different for the Mu family. Xian Kong was directly cooperating with the Mu family. It wasn't too favorable for the Mu family's medical research institute. Ji Heng pursed his lips. Let's go. I need you to drive me somewhere. Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan hadn't learned to drive yet, so of everyone in room 103, Su En was the only one who could drive. Su En quickly grabbed the car keys and followed Ji Heng. Ji Heng and Su En left the house, while Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan stayed in room 103, exchanging puzzled looks. Jiang University. Su Wenyao called Dean Huang. Dean Huang assured him to focus on the data, with only one sentence, "Don't worry, she won't have any problems." After hanging up the phone, Dean Huang looked at Yu Xinjing, who was sitting in the office chair, his complexion not looking very good. "Big brother, any news from the teacher?" "No." Yu Xinjing shook his head. The two of them fell silent again for a long while. The incident at the snowy mountains 20 years ago was not the end. This time, the impact was going to be even more serious. Academician Ma and Jiang Fulai, both of them, oh. "Big brother, you need to get ready soon." Dean Huang straightened up and looked out the window. "Little sister signed the 925 secret contract. We have to prepare for her to move to the front and start accepting disciples on behalf of the teacher." The two of them knew that Bai Lian's research direction was the same as their teacher's. If Ma Tongfeng really didn't return this time, they had to be prepared to let her step into the limelight. Not many people knew about Bai Lian's situation. The Wen family. Right after Wen Jixia finished discussing the promotion project with Uncle Wen, she received a WeChat message from her former classmate at Beijing High School, with a link. "I remember last year, the Bai family was saying that Bai Lian, the national top scorer, was part of their Bai family, so why are they now releasing news to dissociate themselves from her?" Last year, the Bai clan had made several trips to Xiangqing but failed to bring Bai Lian back. When Jixia had heard about it too. But she had not given it much thought. Until now. When Jixia opened the news link, which was very straightforward, Bai Qiming publicly dissociated himself from Bai Lian, stating that as early as last year Bai Lian was no longer listed in the Bai family household register. Based on Wen Zixia's understanding of the Bai family, Bai Qiming would never release this news for no reason. When they saw Bai Shuke's talent, they were willing to damage their own reputation and make repeated solicitations to have Bai Shauke return to them. Now, Bai Lian had demonstrated potential far exceeding Bai Shuke's, and Wen Jixia did not believe the Bai family would give up on Bai Lian so easily. She pressed her phone, sending the news to Bai Lian and adding a question mark. Bai Lian did not reply directly. When Jixia was not surprised, sometimes Bai Lian was too busy with experiments to carry her phone. She would reply when she saw it. But this time, until 11 o'clock at night, Bai Lian still had not responded. When Jixia frowned, having just finished showering, while drying her hair, she called Bai Lian's phone, only to find it turned off. The hand that was drying her hair paused, and she turned to send a message to Pu Xiaohan. Of the friends Bai Lian made in Xiangqing, she was more familiar with Pu Xiaohan than others. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 587. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. One The operator on the other end of the phone recognized Lu Shaming's voice immediately and began to feel nervous. "Today, Officer Zhang is on duty, and there's just one case of a brawl." Zhang Iliang. As soon as Lu Xiaoming heard mention of Officer Zhang, he knew who it was. Zhang Iliang was his go-to person. Most of the leaders in the department had high hopes for him and were preparing to promote him to inspector this year. Everything had been going smoothly, and Lu Xiaoming was happy to groom him. But he hadn't expected such a slip-up from him today. Lu Xiaoming directed his car onto the main road. Under normal circumstances, posting bail was enough to be released from detention, and nothing unusual would happen, but having heard what Principal Shi said, Lu Xiaoming knew that Zhang Yiliang had screwed up today. Detaining someone without offering the chance to post bail. Lu Xiaoming felt a cold sweat break out on his back when he heard the operator's report. He knew that if this situation wasn't handled properly, their whole station, from top to bottom, would face a major reshuffle. At the station, Zhang Yiliang was negotiating with two young masters in the break room. The man in the blue-black shirt, with his legs crossed, dictated his statement to Zhang Yiliang. "We just invited these two classmates to have a couple of drinks. She refused to drink and even beat us up like this." Zhang Yiliang nodded while jotting down notes, looking for trouble, endangering public safety. Sun Fei poured a cup of water and headed to the detention room. Sun Fei, the elder by her side, said, noting the direction she was headed, and knew she was going to see the girl. "Officer Zhang hasn't left yet. Don't be too obvious. It's not entirely bad for her to be in detention. Otherwise, falling into the hands of those young masters, who knows what would have happened." Sun Fei pushed the door and entered. The female student was still sitting on the chair, although her posture was no longer as straight as before. She leaned against the back of the chair, her eyelashes lowered like a small animal basking in the sun's rays, looking particularly relaxed. She appeared calm and composed, as if she had no idea what had just happened. "Have some water," Sun Fei said, placing the teacup on the table. Bai Lian opened her eyes and saw the white porcelain mug on the table. She picked it up. "Did you send the message for me?" she asked. Yes, Sun Fei recalled the last message Bai Lian had sent, which was to Xiaoqi. "I told him to go to Yunshao Hospital, but I don't know which ward your friend is in." Sun Fei had not been dispatched elsewhere and only knew that all the individuals involved tonight were at Yunshao Hospital. "No problem," Bai Lian tapped her fingers lightly on the cup. Xiaoqi could find out such details on his own. She wasn't worried. Sun Fei watched as Bai Lian nonchalantly drank her tea, seemingly unaware of her current predicament, yet as if everything was under control. She was a person full of contradictions. "I answered 2 calls for you," Sun Fei offered after she noticed Bai Lian drinking water. "One seemed to be from your teacher, and the other from your brother." Bai Lian leaned back. "Teacher, brother." "Yes, I told them about your situation." Sun Fei thought of the threatening undertone in the words of that Mr. Su, and felt a sense of danger. They seemed to be on their way over. Su Wenyao. Bai Lian pondered briefly. The one who had been in close contact with her recently was Su Wenyao. Outside the station. In the evening, traffic was sparse. Lu Xiaoming was in Yunshao district, and he was the closest to the station. It took him less than 10 minutes to get to the station. People here recognized his car, and as soon as he parked, someone came over to receive him. "Chief Lu, what brings you here now?" Lu Xiaoming's expression was grim. "Who was detained tonight?" "A female student. Sun Fei is guarding her." "Take me to see her," Lu Xiaoming said and headed straight for the detention room, his urgency palpable. "Bring me the interrogation record and her files." The Su family lived in Xinjiang district, which was probably not a 10-minute drive away. Soon after, someone handed over Bai Lian's interrogation record and files to Lu Xiaoming. Lu Xiaoming walked while looking down, seeking trouble, intentional injury. These terms were unrelated to the brawl and seemed to be judged from the perspective of the other party. His frown deepened as he flipped further to Bai Lian's personal information. Bai Lian, female, not from Jiangjing, current address at Shanghai apartment. Data that could easily be overlooked. He closed the file just as someone opened the door to the detention room. The girl probably didn't expect anyone else to come in. She looked up unhurriedly, her dark pupils slightly surprised. Seeing she was unharmed, Lu Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. "Miss Bai, please come with me to the office first." Sun Fei herself was standing at the door. She turned her head in surprise when she saw Lu Xiaoming asking Bai Lian to his office. "Why is Chief Lu here?" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 588. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. _2 The precinct was indeed large, and aside from major criminal cases, Sun Fei rarely saw Lu Xiaoming in person. Today's incident involved the Yu family, which certainly had some background, but they only contacted Chief Zhang. So, how did Lu Xiaoming come and take away Bai Lian? Lu Xiaoming brought Bai Lian to his office and made her a cup of tea. Please take a seat, Miss Bai. He didn't know what Bai Lian's relationship was with the Su family, but Shen Yu himself had said she was a good classmate from Jiang University, and just on that basis alone, it was enough to make Lu Xiaoming treat her cautiously. No sooner had he finished making the tea than his phone rang. Lu Xiaoming glanced at it and felt a tightness in his chest, hurrying out the door. Chief Lu, why did you release that Bai Lian? Zhang Liuyang had just finished interrogating the people involved with Yu Hongjing and heard that Lu Xiaoming had come and released Bai Lian. He was about to ask Lu Xiaoming if he knew Bai Lian. But to his surprise, Lu Xiaoming didn't look at him, and walked straight past him towards the main entrance. Faced with Lu Xiaoming's coldness, Zhang Liuyang felt something was amiss, and quickly followed him. Just as they reached the door, a fiery red convertible screeched to a halt right at the entrance. The overhead lights by the door were on. Underneath the light, the red car body reflected a chilling gleam. In Jiangjing, luxury cars were commonplace, and all eyes were fixed on the license plate. The plate bore only 2 characters, A and 8. Such special license plates were unique to the big shots of Xinjiang district. Su Nanjing stepped out of the car, his glasses hanging from the neck of his t-shirt, keys still in the ignition, walking straight inside with a handsome and gentle appearance, but his sharp eyes made it hard to meet his gaze. Lu Xiaoming quickly followed, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Third young master, she's in my office. Su Nanjing didn't look at anyone else, just glanced at Lu Xiaoming. Take me there. Lu Xiaoming led him to the office. After the two left, the others finally exhaled, their eyes fixed on Su Nanjing. Chief Zhang, who is that guy? His 8 on the license plate is worth more than my life. Most people in the Yunshao district precinct had never had the chance to even meet third young master Su. I don't know. Zhang Liuyang naturally had not seen him either, but felt uneasy and followed them directly. In the office. When Su Nanjing entered, Bai Lian was sitting in the chair next to her, playing with her phone as the air conditioning hummed in the room. She was dressed in snowy white clothes, her delicate features framed by gently fanned eyelashes, her fingertips idly tapping the screen of her phone. Despite hearing that she had been involved in a fight, her hair and clothes were exceedingly tidy, not a wrinkle in sight. Only specks of red dotted her white pants, like tiny plum blossoms fallen upon the crisp white snow. Xiaoqi had sent her a photo. Bai Lian opened it and saw it was a blood test for Su Jiyue. Upon hearing someone enter, she glanced up and saw Su Nanjing, leaning back in her chair, her eyes lazy. Why are you here? Seeing that Bai Lian was unharmed, Su Nanjing breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled. He slumped into the seat next to her. I called you, heard you got into a fight, that you're in police custody, under mandatory detention. What's the panic? Bai Lian began pouring him a cup of tea, her tone languid but her words arrogant. I never lose fights. Her white attire and her dignified posture as she poured the tea, her graceful movements revealed a light-colored infusion gently filling the cup. Her actions were unhurried and elegant. Su Nanjing watched her pour the tea, just as serene and composed as in his memories, unable to imagine her engaging in a fight. She was much like Jiang Fulai, always maintaining her poise. She might be downcast, but never discomposed. After confirming she was all right, Su Nanjing finally took a sip of his tea. He pulled out his phone and opened WeChat to send a message to Jiang Fulai, assuring him all was well. The second he received the call, Su Nanjing had driven over immediately and notified Jiang Fulai. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoming didn't dare to sit, only watching the interaction between Bai Lian and Su Nanjing, feeling even more shocked inside. In Jiangjing, everyone in the circles knew the weight of the 3 young masters of Jiangjing. Lu Xiaoming was able to keep his cool when he received the call from Shunyu, but the call from the Su family had him all out of sorts. Especially now, in the face of Su Nanjing, Bai Lian remained unperturbed. From their conversation, one could tell that not only were they very familiar with each other, but Su Nanjing appeared to be at a disadvantage. The cold sweat that had barely dissipated from Lu Xiaoming's back reappeared. Who exactly was this girl? When had such a person appeared in Jiangjing? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 589. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. 3 Fine. Su Nanjing stood up and fished out a cigarette from his pocket, biting down on it. It'll take her back first, there are people waiting for her at home. Can I leave now? Bai Lian looked up. Lu Xiaoming almost had a myocardial infarction from her single remark. Of course, Miss Bai, you can leave whenever you wish. Not detaining the parties involved in the brawl and forcefully detaining others was unreasonable to begin with. He truly feared that if Bai Lian said one more word, his position might be at risk. Fortunately, Bai Lian didn't say more, only standing up. I still have 2 books. Books? Lu Xiaoming hurriedly opened the door of the office, glancing at Sun Fei standing outside. Where are Miss Bai's books? His Miss Bai was very polite. Sun Fei was startled too, and hurriedly said, in the meeting room, I'll fetch them. She quickly brought over Bai Lian's 2 books. They were both stained with blood, which had dried. Lu Xiaoming saw the bright red blood and knew the fight had been intense. Associating it with Bai Lian's clean and neat white clothes, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. But he dared not ponder more and went in to give Bai Lian her books. Su Nanjing also saw the bloodstains on the book covers and his brows twitched a few times, feeling that something was not right. But he didn't think it through. Lu Xiaoming respectfully escorted them to the door. 3rd young master, rest assured, I will investigate this matter thoroughly and will not bend the law for personal gain. Su Nanjing's car was parked right at the entrance. He opened the passenger door, just about to let Bai Lian get in. A black 4-seater car pulled up beside his. It had Chang'an district plates, and in comparison to Su Nanjing's Jaguar plates, the car's body and plates were both extremely low profile. Su Nanjing felt the license plate looked familiar. Before he could think further, he saw the back door open and an elderly man clad in a dark robe step out. The moment he saw that face, Su Nanjing's mouth fell open. As a former student of the management department at Jiangjing University, Su Nanjing naturally recognized Principal Shi, but since he was only an average talent, he didn't see Principal Shi often. The ability to speak with Principal Shi was entirely because Principal Shi used to seek out Jiang Fulai often. He was just included by chance. Not expecting to see Shunyu here, Su Nanjing couldn't hide his surprise. Principal Shi, what brings you here? The high-caliber students of Jiangjing University were united externally despite internal strife, and Principal Shi, beloved by many, would even be treated respectfully by old Master Su himself. Shunyu maintained a clear conscience and did not get involved with their several families. Although old Master Su had invited him several times, he always declined. All the way here, Shunyu was on edge. Recalling Bai Lian's face, he realized it was indeed likely to provoke trouble. He had the driver's speed all the way here. He opened the car door before the car even stopped fully, not looking at Su Nanjing, but casting his gaze on Bai Lian standing behind Su Nanjing. and his hanging heart finally settled. Principal sure, Bai Lian placed the books on Su Nanjing's passenger seat, lifting her brows slightly. An unexpected incident occurred today, and I didn't manage to find you. The brother and teacher that Sun Fei mentioned were likely Su Nanjing and Shen Yu. No problem, I heard you got into a fight. Shen Yu nodded, his gaze falling on Lu Xiaoming and the others. That's sheer nonsense. How could you possibly get into a fight? Are you alright? Bai Lian didn't feel the least bit guilty. I'm fine. After a brief exchange at the entrance, Shen Yu turned his attention to Su Nanjing, whom he recognized, if only as an afterthought, Su Nanjing. The way he said Su Nanjing, the three words were obviously much more perfunctory. And not nearly as amiable. Su Nanjing wasn't surprised by Shen Yu's attitude. After all, Shen Yu still remembered his name, unlike academician Ma who would say, if you invest in the new equipment today, you are Su Nanjing, the third young master. Without investment, friend, who are you? What Su Nanjing found surprising was that Shen Yu and Bai Lian knew each other, and not only that, but why was Shen Yu speaking to her so kindly? Su Nanjing didn't think it was because of Jiang Fulai's relationship. Shen Yu was not only Jiang Fulai's good friend but also the third young master of the Su family, yet look how perfunctorily Principal Shi treated him. As for Bai Lian knowing Su Nanjing, Shen Yu casually observed them, then noticed Su Nanjing standing half a step behind Bai Lian. It suddenly dawned on him that Bai Lian came from Xiangqing. Previously, the fact that Bai Lian was from Xiangqing merely made him feel contemplative, but seeing Su Nanjing today, Shen Yu paused. He remembered someone was in Xiangqing and had recently returned to Jiangjing, stirring excitement in the academic circles. Glad you're fine, Shen Yu thought while he spoke with Bai Lian. No rush with Dean Shu, he isn't busy in the next few days. Just let me know when you have time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 590. Even your family's old man stepping in was useless. _4, alright, Bai Lian nodded. After a few words between them, Shen Yu realized this was not the place for a chat, and it was getting late. Bai Lian had been detained for several hours, so he gave way and waited for the car to leave. Only then did Lu Xiaoming dare to speak to Shen Yu. Principal Shen. Who did she fight with? Shen Yu didn't go in, just stood at the door. Yu Hongjing. Lu Xiaoming had already seen the record. Yu Hongjing. Shen Yu clearly hadn't heard the name before, but guessed it was probably some scion from Jiangjing. He had come here to solve Bai Lian's problem. Now that he saw Su Nanjing, Shen Yu was reassured. Dealing with this matter, these young masters were certainly more adept than him. After seeing Su Nanjing off, Lu Xiaoming respectfully saw Shen Yu out as well, and then stood straight. Chief Lu, Zhang Ilyang had kept quiet until now, seizing his chance. He was still confused, but explained, it was Captain Qin who ordered the detention, letting her go like this. Yu family had long provided him with the data, which belonged to Su En. A rising power recently rooted in Yunshao district, so Zhang Ilyang had always thought Su Nanjing was one of Su En's people, but sensing something off in Lu Xiaoming's demeanor, he felt uneasy. Captain Qin. Lu Xiaoming knew who this Captain Qin was. He looked at Zhang Ilyang with a sneer, Jiang University's principal, one of the three young masters of Jiangjing. You may not have met them but surely you've heard of them, right? What? Zhang Ilyang never expected to encounter these two people in Yunshao district, especially Su Nanjing, as sweat formed on his forehead, but, I checked Bai Lian's data, she clearly doesn't have any. He cut himself off, suddenly realizing something. Bai Lian's data had no records in the national database. First, because she was too ordinary and had never committed an offense, there was nothing to record. Second, it was hidden by someone. Zhang Ilyang knew she was from Xiangqing and instinctively thought she was the first case. As soon as Lu Xiaoming heard Zhang Yiliang, he knew what had happened. Shaking his head, "You go back and submit to an investigation." He walked inside. Being responsible for this incident in the substation was also his duty. Passing by Sun Fei, who stood aside, Lu Xiaoming stopped. Just as Bai Lian had left, he had greeted Sun Fei. "Sun Fei, right?" He patted Sun Fei's shoulder. The implication was obvious. On the car, Su Nanjing didn't dare to drive too fast and didn't play music either. "Sister Alien, do you want to connect to Bluetooth?" He remembered Bai Lian would always listen to words and original texts in Zhang Fulai's car. "No need." Bai Lian rested her hand on the car window, her white sleeves billowing in the wind. "Fine." Su Nanjing turned on the music and then asked, "Are you very familiar with Principal Shen? He asked to meet with you." The music in the car was all songs by Yan Lu. "Yes," Bai Lian replied lazily, "the dean of the Chinese department sought me out." The Chinese department? How had she become involved with the Chinese department as well? They soon arrived at Shanghai apartment. The security guard had already recognized Su Nanjing. Su Nanjing got out of the car and tossed the keys to the security guard. At the entrance of the apartment building stood a tall and straight figure. Simple casual clothes enveloped by darkness, his presence low pressure and elusive. Even Su Nanjing subconsciously slowed his steps, seeing the keys Zhang Fulai was fiddling with in his hand, silver keys reflecting a cold light. Bai Lian got out of the passenger seat with 2 books in her hand. She had entrusted this matter to Xiaoqi. But from the moment she saw Su Nanjing, she knew she couldn't hide it from Zhang Fulai. Reporting the results, I won. Zhang Fulai pursed his lips this time, not speaking. Bai Lian calmly handed the books to Zhang Fulai. "This book is dirty." Zhang Fulai looked down to see the bloodstains on the book, already dry. It was clear the fight was intense. It wasn't Bai Lian's blood, but the air around him grew heavier. He took the 2 books. "Go upstairs and take a shower first." Bai Lian observed his expression, thought for a moment, sighed, "All right then." Upstairs. Pu Xiaohan was still sitting with Jiang He watching TV. The television was playing a variety show. Seeing Bai Lian return, Pu Xiaohan greeted her leisurely while holding chips. "Good evening, Sister Lian." "Good evening," Bai Lian replied succinctly and went to her room to shower. As she picked out clothes, she remembered Su Jiue and sent her a message on her phone. Su Nanjing sat in the living room, looking up at Zhang Fulai standing on the balcony. He seemed to be making a call, voice low. Su Nanjing couldn't make it out. His phone vibrated in his pocket. Su Nanjing glanced at it. It was a message from Lu Xiaoming. It was about the case investigation. With just a glance, Su Nanjing sat up straight. The case was simple. Yu Hongjing had forced Bai Lian to drink, she refused, and an argument ensued. Then came Captain Chen's entrance. A few simple sentences, even for Su Nanjing with his influential background. His back was drenched with cold sweat. He looked up at Zhang Fulai on the balcony, quietly walked to the door, closed it, and only dared to take out his phone in the staircase to dial a number. It rang twice before being picked up. "Speak." The voice on the phone, a woman's, was crisp and decisive. "Sister Beixian." Su Nanjing leaned against the wall, taking a deep breath. "Where are you?" He rarely sounded so serious. On the phone, Chen Beixian sheathed a dagger in her leg holster, on a mission. "Get back here fast," Su Nanjing urged, briefly recounting the situation. "Yu Hongyi is one of your people, you better find that Chen fast to resolve this, and it might be best to pray that there was nothing in the drink they gave to Sister Alien. Otherwise, your patriarch stepping in won't be enough to save you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 591, 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _1 in Bai Lian's room. She had just finished showering. She changed into her lounge clothes and was now toweling her hair dry, not liking to use a hairdryer. Sayoki's call came in just then. "Sis, have you come out?" Xiaoqi was still outside the hospital doors, looking up at the inpatient building with a cup of coffee in one hand, dressed in a clean and scholarly sportswear. Mao Kun stood behind him, looking around. "Yeah," Bai Lian opened the window of the room. "Have you seen her?" "She's in a comatose state," Xiaoqi had already asked the nurses. She woke up for a bit in between, but her consciousness was still unclear. "She will need another 2 days, but there's no danger." Bai Lian leaned on the table by the window, gazing outside. "There's a female police officer in the sub-bureau, Sun Fei." "I got it." Xiaoqi hung up the phone and turned to leave. "You got it?" "Got what?" Mao Kun followed him. "Didn't sis finish talking?" "Are we supposed to investigate Sun Fei on our own or?" Bai Lian and Xiaoqi often left Mao Kun struggling to keep up with their train of thought. "You go have a couple of drinks with the rose-colored clubhouse boss." Xiaoqi sipped his coffee and tossed the empty cup into a nearby trash can, speaking gently. The rose-colored clubhouse was the same place Bai Lian went to find Su Jiue. Mao Kun, who usually didn't get involved in business matters, said, "Me." "Yeah." Xiaoqi opened the back seat of the car, explaining patiently, "Don't hold back, just answer whatever he asks." Mao Kun had spent some time in Jiangjing too. Xiaoqi was just a worker, but Mao Kun was genuinely in charge of the Azure Dragon Bar there. As Wang Yufeng's adopted son, he was currently still relied upon by Wang Yufeng. As the #1 fighter in the ring, he was not someone to be constrained. It was no different than mingling with both the underworld and law-abiding society. Shanghai apartment. Bai Lian looked at her phone while methodically toweling her hair dry. She messaged Shunyu, "Does Director Shu have time tomorrow?" It was late. Shunyu had just gotten home and hadn't rested yet. Receiving Bai Lian's message surprised him. Given how dangerous tonight's events were, he wanted Bai Lian to rest for a few days, only to have her message him shortly after getting home. Shunyu put on his glasses and sent a message back to Bai Lian on his phone. "Principal Sure, tomorrow morning, go to the Chinese department building." After sending the message, Shunyu remembered something and called the university office, instructing them to keep a close eye on the Yunshao district case. Having sent the message, Bai Lian's hair was half dry. She put the towel down and walked outside. In the living room, Pu Xiaohan, having lost appetite for her chips, stuffed them into Jiang He's hands. Jiang Fulai was on the balcony, having not seen Su Nanjing around. Bai Lian sat next to Pu Xiaohan and watched the variety show with her. Yan Lu's popularity in the industry had been top 1 in recent months, with many of her edited clips on short video platforms, and many even dug out a long spear video from an episode when Pu Xiaohan was at a martial arts hall. One segment of the long spear solo dance featured Yan Lu herself. Although Pu Xiaohan hadn't shown her face, sharp-eyed fans recognized her just from a high-zoom blurry backdrop, let alone a solo dance clip. Pu Xiaohan's video went viral again after half a year thanks to Yan Lu's popularity surge. This was one of the reasons for Pu Xiaohan's rapid fan base growth in the last few months. The blogger, One Big Bowl at a Time, had become officially certified by the authorities as a cultural heritage. On screen, Yan Lu talked about her recent hobby of studying Gomoku but always playing poorly. "I basically finish in less than a minute when playing with friends." She was the worst chess player among them all. In the end, Yan Lu remarked, "When I play with them, I always doubt my own IQ." At that moment, the hosts and guests still showed leniency, saying, "Every trade has its master," and the viewers comforted Yan Lu in the comments. It wasn't until the host brought out a chessboard that the first game against Yan Lu didn't last a minute. In the second game, even with Yan Lu intentionally giving away pieces, it still didn't last a minute. Host and guests, internet comment, Wuxia, sometimes you really shouldn't be too modest. Yan Lu, Wuxia's new drama is about to wrap up. Pu Xiaohan kept in touch with Sister Xian and asked Bai Lian while sitting cross-legged on the couch, "She's here to record a song, isn't she?" With her half-dry hair draped down, Bai Lian's downcast eyes were sharply outlined under the crystal lights of the hall. No, Director Jian upgraded the equipment, she wanted to come to try it out. As they talked, on the balcony, Jiang Fulai put down his phone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 592, 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _2 Upon entering, I saw Bai Lian lounging on the couch, leaning back slightly in a very relaxed pose. "Let's eat first," he said as he put down his phone and walked over to the table, where a delicate wooden box was placed. He opened the lid of the food container. As soon as he lifted it, the hot steam from the soup inside blurred his stern brow and eyes. As Su Nanjing cautiously entered from the outside, he saw Bai Lian eating slowly, with Jiang Fulai sitting beside her, casually speaking to her. Upon seeing him come in, Jiang Fulai just gave him a faint glance. Su Nanjing's heart tightened. 2 o'clock in the morning. 3:02, in Jiang Fulai's study, he hadn't turned off the lights but was only using his computer with the surveillance feed from the club on the screen, his gaze coldly scanning the wine glass in Yu Hongjing's hand. Outside the door were two very light knocks. Without moving his eyes, he just said, "Come in." It was Ming Dongheng who entered. With a stern expression, he handed Jiang Fulai 2 photocopies. "These are the documents a police officer from Yunshao District Substation found." Jiang Fulai took them and glanced down briefly. One was a report on Su Jiue. The other was a residue report from a wine glass. It stated it was MS hallucinogenic agent with 11% addictive elements. His knuckles turned slightly white as he clutched the edge of the paper. On the desk, a phone lit up, showing an incoming call. Ming Dongheng, standing in front of the desk, clearly saw the caller was Qin Beixian. Jiang Fulai placed the 2 sheets of paper on the desk and reached to dismiss the call. The person on the other side of the phone didn't dare to call again. 6 o'clock in the morning. An SUV ignored 3 roadblocks and finally stopped in front of the Qin family's gatehouse. "Why have you returned?" A polite and surprised expression crossed the face of the Qin family security officer as he put aside what he had been holding and respectfully approached. Chen Beixian, dressed in a black martial arts suit, rolled up a document in her hand and said in a cold voice, "Notify all managers, a meeting is to be held in the main hall, including the old master." The security officer gazed at her stern profile, feeling a thud in his heart. Chen Beixian rarely made public appearances. She became well known in the Qin family after transferring from the command to the combat division and making a name for herself in battle, thereby securing the position of the second chair in the Qin family. The Qin family didn't focus on gender, but on individual capability. The old master of the Qin family had personally introduced her to the Jiang family. Everyone knew that she was mostly likely the person the old master of the Qin family favored to be the 32nd sect leader. Within the Qin family, perhaps Qin Beixian alone dared to have the old master convene a meeting in the main hall. In the Qin family's main hall, the room is supported by 4 red sandalwood Nanmu pillars, with an interior ceiling height of 6 meters. In the center is a 10-meter-long table. As members of the Qin family entered, they saw Qin Beixian standing in front of the long table with her back to the door. The others, who had been disturbed early in the morning, were mostly in a bad mood, but because it was Qin Beixian, no one dared to speak. Half an hour later, the old master entered wearing traditional Tang attire. The coolness of the early morning dew made him lower his head to cough a few times, while those next to him helped him over the threshold. The health of the old master hadn't been good over the years, but his presence alone exerted a suppressive atmosphere, silencing the entire main hall, with all eyes turning to him. Calling me over this early, the old master sat at the forefront, looking toward Chen Beixian, his expression indecipherable, must mean something has happened. When the old master spoke, the others standing to the side began to take their seats one by one. Who oversees Fold Road in Yunshao district? Chen Beixian swept her gaze around the room, finally resting it on the old master. A middle-aged man stood up. Miss Beixian, that would be me. Chen Beixian tossed the documents she was holding in front of him. Chen Lupeng glanced down. It was a file on a minor case. He didn't recognize the name Yu Hongjing, but since it was similar to his subordinate Yu Hongyi, it struck a chord. The next page contained information on the hallucinogenic agent, a substance itself prohibited and associated with drugs, not circulating on the market. Chen Lupeng's complexion darkened as the appearance of such a thing within his jurisdiction dawned on him. He couldn't help but look toward the old master. The old master wasn't looking at him, instead resting with closed eyes, waiting for Chen Beixian to finish before opening them. Is that all? The Shun family, the Su family, and the Jiang family, they are all watching this matter, replied Chen Beixian, meeting the old master's gaze. With each name Chen Beixian mentioned, Chen Lupeng's complexion turned one shade paler, breaking out into a cold sweat by the last name. The old master, whose expression had remained calm and inscrutable, finally showed some agitation. Chen Lupeng stood up, wiping sweat from his forehead, will start an immediate investigation. After he left, the old master turned to look at Chen Beixian. What exactly is going on? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 593, 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _3, you know why Miss Jiang came back, Chen Beixian sighed. Chen Lupeng's people had her forcibly detained, and that drink with the hallucinogenic drug was given to her. This happened on our turf. Let's not even mention the Jiang family. How are we going to explain it to the Shun family? Chen Beixian lowered his head, glanced at his cell phone, and Jiang Fulai said nothing. She just sent her a picture. That day, the whole Yunshao district went into a severe crackdown. The next day, just after 7 in the morning, in the office of the dean of the Chinese department at Jiang University. It was the summer break, and there weren't many students in the Chinese department other than those studying for their postgraduate exams, so many floors were closed. Dean Shu arrived early. He was sitting at his desk, his computer on, displaying the PowerPoint presentation he had prepared for an academic lecture. His posture as he clicked the mouse wasn't focused. Instead, he occasionally looked towards the door. Next to him, his assistant had prepared a cup of tea for Dean Shu. The person you are waiting for has not arrived yet. Learning that Dean Shu had come so early to wait for someone, the assistant was quite surprised. Was he waiting for Principal Shun? No sooner had he finished speaking than someone knocked on the office door. Dean Shu immediately stood up and said, "Please come in," while his assistant also looked towards the door, curious about who could make Dean Shu wait in advance. Instead of the expected Shun Yu and others, an unfamiliar girl walked in. She wore a simple stand-collar shirt with light red peach blossoms embroidered at the cuffs and collar, possessing a pair of eyes that seemed veiled by morning mist, as she entered the office in the morning light. "Dean Shu," Bai Lian spoke politely. Dean Shu stood in place looking at her, momentarily taken aback. On the side, the assistant prompted him, and Dean Shu spoke absent-mindedly, "Sit." He was the very picture of refined elegance. "Miss Bai, I don't mean to intrude, but I wanted to discuss your college entrance examination essay with you. Given the level of detail in your essay, you must have also studied Daong literature in depth. As a scholar dedicated to national studies, knowing that Bai Lian scored full points in her other subjects and was planning to apply for the Tongfeng class, he hadn't planned on competing with others for such a student. This year, there was only one essay that received full points, and Dean Shu had reviewed it countless times. Every time he read it, he felt that the style was exceptionally familiar. He was an enthusiast of Daong literature. Those unrestrained and unbridled words, each time he read them, made him feel as though the cold, historical text was no longer lifeless, but warm, as if those recorded events were happening close to him. Bai Lian looked down, her voice very soft, yes. Dean Shu's eyes brightened. He discussed the intricacies of Daong with Bai Lian for an hour, growing more fervent as they talked. It wasn't until he saw Bai Lian out that he felt a bit regretful. I should have vied with Principal Shun for her. Dean, his assistant asked in confusion, why do you value Miss Bai so much? There were 4 students from Xiangqing who got into Jiang University this year. Dean Shu did not answer directly, just stated matter-of-factly. The assistant didn't understand and commented, they are very impressive. The teaching resources in Xiangqing aren't good. This year's college entrance exam broke any previous record. Dean Shu turned his head and glanced at him. Why do you think the person behind Zhongxing has such a good eye, finding the right 9 directors for Zhongxing Group from tens of millions of people? The assistant was taken aback. History has proven countless times that our great land of China is never short of talented people. A single county could gather enough talents needed to govern the country. Dean Shu didn't wait for his response, speaking softly, what's lacking is just a leader. The 3 other test takers from Xiangqing are not an anomaly, but an inevitability. Xiangqing has more than just those 3 to offer. Ha! The assistant was startled by Dean Shu's solemn and certain tone. Where are the others then? In the prison in Xiangqing. Zhang Xiais looked at the young man across from him. What do you think are my chances of getting into Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law now? Xing Lihong pondered for a moment, it still requires effort. You and Brother He are good people. Brother Jiang and Teacher Qi would only have me squat for another 10 years. Zhang Xi's leaned back slightly, finding Xing Lihong and he went gentler. Thank you, Brother Xing. Xing Lihong was taken aback by his words, I wouldn't dare. To call Miss Jiang Brother Jiang was one thing, but for him to call Xing Brother Xing. Just call me Xiao Xing, he said carefully. When the tutoring session ended, the officer led Zhang Xi's back in. The two were familiar with each other and didn't handcuff Zhang Xi's throughout. Zhang Xi's returned to his workstation where another man with a shaved head was sitting at his sewing machine. As soon as he saw Zhang Xi's coming, he hurriedly stood up, stepping aside. Brother Zhang, have you finished your studies? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 594, 231 Gathering at Jiangjing, Major Shuffle _4, this is 0147, bald, Li Sheng, fought with a good person. Aren't you supposed to be released from prison today? Zhang Xiai sat down, reciting trigonometric functions while operating the sewing machine. I came to bid you farewell before leaving. Li Sheng hadn't changed clothes yet, standing behind Zhang Xiai's giving him a back massage. Then I'll wait for you in Jiangjing. You can contact me directly when you get there. Li Sheng's family was from Jiangjing. Originally his family had arranged for him to hide in Bacter Street to avoid arrest, but he was still caught in Xiangqing just before he could escape. Meanwhile, at the hotel where Yang Lin worked, she stopped wiping the table, looked up at Lu Lingxi. What did you say? Jiangjing, your sister is in Jiangjing. Lu Lingxi placed a thick envelope in her hand. After your father was imprisoned, she gave me your medical expenses and left. I haven't seen her since, but I always feel you will be able to find her. After Lu Lingxi left, Yang Lin finished washing today's dishes and cleaned the kitchen. Eventually, she went to the front desk. The landlady was bending over the accounts. She didn't lift her head but placed a 100 yuan note on the table. Here. Landlady, Yang Lin didn't take the money. I won't be coming in tomorrow. She was a temporary worker with no contract. The landlady looked up. Have you saved up enough for living expenses? A gust of wind blew through the room, pushing apart Yang Lin's thick bangs a little, revealing her calm, black eyes. She looked in the direction of Jiangjing. The scholarship money is enough. Yunshao District. Bus Route 156. Bai Lian sat by the window. An old lady was sitting next to her. Outside the window, another police car whizzed past with its siren blaring. The police, the old lady spoke to the person next to her. Why are there police cars again? I've seen over 10 this morning. The people on the bus were discussing this event, as ordinary people always enjoy such spectacles. The news from the self-media today was all about the strange occurrences in Yunshao District. Several streets were blocked off, all the major entertainment venues were closed for inspections, and the public watched the excitement. Ding dong, the bus reached the stop, Yunshao District Central Hospital. Bai Lian got off the bus. There were also 2 police cars parked at the entrance of the hospital. The person standing by the police car saw Bai Lian and hurried over. Miss Bai. Bai Lian glanced at him, nodding slightly. Chief Lo. Hospital. In Su Ziyu's hospital room, Madame Su had not gone home all night. Su Ziyue had not woken up. Beside her, Su En stood holding a cigarette, his complexion not looking good. When Su Wenyao and Shenmin walked in, Madame Su, who sat on a chair nearby, stood up, speaking extremely politely. District Chief Shin, what brings you here? Su En put down the cigarette, greeted Shenmin, then asked, how is it going? Ji Mulan, sitting in front of the hospital bed, also looked up. She was holding Su Ziyu's hand and turned to look at Shenmin. Shenmin was one of the most influential people Ji Mulan had ever met. Full road has been blocked off. Su Wenyao put down his phone and pressed his brow. We couldn't even get into the police station, let alone see alien. Hearing about the roadblock, Su En was startled. Brother Shin, you didn't get in either. This doesn't have much to do with Miss Bai. Yunshao District is having a crackdown, just happened to be inopportune. Shenmin couldn't say much, just mentioned, Yunshao District may be in for a big cleanup. Xinjiang District is the administrative center. Yunshao District, on the other hand, is the economic center of the entire Jiangjing. This kind of major district overhaul didn't have much to do with small enterprises like the Su family. Su Wenyao wasn't concerned, he only looked to Su En. What do the Su Yejun say? It's said to be the Yu family's doing. Who would dare to touch this matter? Su En turned to look at Su Ziyue on the hospital bed. We can't get into the substation now. Are we just going to watch aliens stuck inside? Grandpa called me today. I didn't dare to tell him. The hospital room fell into silence. Madame Su looked at Shenmin, then at Su Ziyue, and sat down dejectedly. Butler, give me the phone. I'll ask Mr. Qi. She knew Qi Shuyun had been doing well lately. Even though the 2 families no longer had marital ties, Madame Su never offended anyone. She had still sponsored a lot of money to the Qi family, and they never turned it down. When Qi's father received the call, he spoke bureaucratically. You also know that Shuyun has only seen Mr. Lu a few times, how can they talk to each other? The call ended, and Qi's father looked at Mrs. Qi in the living room. If the Su family calls again, just don't answer. He patted his sleeves and stood up. Breaking ties with the Su family hadn't been entirely a bad thing last time. Qi's father was in good spirits. Mrs. Qi originally still had intentions of repairing the relationship with Madame Su. After all, the Su family's money had always been very persuasive to the Qi family, and this circle was always about mutual interests. She put down her teacup. What a pity. As for this matter, Su En wasn't surprised by the Qi family's reaction. I can only beg my old sister-in-law again. Madame Su looked up. Holding on to her cane she stood up. Both of you follow me to the Yu family, agree to whatever she says. My old sister-in-law is very concerned about her face. Shen Min stood aside, silent. Su En and Su Wenyao knew that Madame Su was referring to both of them. They followed behind Madame Su, preparing to leave. Now it's about whether we can see them at all. Outside the room, Bai Lian looked down, lost in thought. Next to her, Lu Xiaoming was talking to her. Bai Lian had just lifted her hand to knock on the door when it was opened from the inside. Seeing Su Wenyao and Su En, Bai Lian thought they were on their way out and stepped aside, making room as she normally did, and greeted Su En, Uncle Su. Next to Bai Lian, Lu Xiaoming had information on Su En and the others in his hand, as he reached out his right hand to Su En, very friendly. Mr. Su, hello. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 595, Encounter by Chance _1 Bai Lian, who should still have been detained, appeared here, leaving Su En stunned for a moment before reacting. Hello, I'm Su En. He reached out his hand. Su Wenyao looked at Bai Lian, and the nerve that had been taut finally relaxed as he leaned against the doorframe. It's good that you're all right. Bai Lian's gaze swept past the old Mrs. Su without a word. Having not heard any news all night, Mrs. Su was almost scared out of her wits. Behind Su En, Shen Min's gaze fell on Lu Xiaoming, Chief Lu. Mingfeng District was far from Yunshao District, and although Shen Min had heard of Lu Xiaoming, Lu had never seen Shen before, only nodding slightly at him. Hello. While a few people were talking, Bai Lian had already walked up to the hospital bed. Ji Mulan was still sitting on the left side of Su Ziyu's bed, holding her left hand and looking at her with a worried gaze. Upon seeing Bai Lian, she looked up in astonishment. You. Bai Lian paid no attention to Ji Mulan. She bent over, her fingertips carelessly touching Su Ziyu's wrist, her eyes downcast. After making sure Su Ziyue was all right, Bai Lian stood up, and on the other side, Ji Mulan also stood up. Are you all right? How did you get out? She wanted to ask more, but Bai Lian looked at her with a chilly gaze. Her almond-shaped eyes were black, devoid of any emotion, yet the sense of oppression was strong. Ji Mulan swallowed the words of concern that were on the tip of her tongue, suddenly feeling a sense of powerlessness. She clearly felt that this was all that was left between her and Bai Lian. Su Wenyao brought a cup of hot water for Bai Lian, his gaze landing on Su Ziyue. He hesitated. Sorry, we had no idea about Grandma and Ziyu's situation and ended up involving you. Bai Lian took the cup. It has nothing to do with you. It was that glance that had made Bai Lian so alert. Su En, Shen Min, and Lu Xiaoming were still talking at the door. Su Ziyue had not woken up, and Lu Xiaoming only asked a few routine questions. Bai Lian's phone lit up with a message from Jiang Fulai. Her fingertips tapped on the screen intermittently as she bid farewell to Su Wenyao without any urgency. See you at the university. Lu Xiaoming had come with Bai Lian, and when she left, he followed. Miss Bai, wait for me. The two figures quickly disappeared towards the elevator. Su En and the others escorted them to the elevator, and it was only then that Ji Mulan reacted. Wenyao, did you ask Alien how she got out? Su Wenyao and Su En already knew the entire problem lay with Chief Lu. The old Mrs. Su, who had been silent the whole time, stood up, leaning on her walking stick and looking in the direction Bai Lian had left. Chief Lu is the head of Yunshao Sub-Bureau, said Shen Min, coming back to his senses. He smiled and explained to Su En, Lu Xiaoming. Miss Bai knows him. It seems I no longer need to be involved in this matter. Su En went to the sub-bureau that evening, and not only did he not see Chief Lu, he didn't even catch a glimpse of Bai Lian. Hearing that Chief Lu was the head of the sub-bureau, the old Mrs. Su also turned back in shock. They had all seen the way Lu Xiaoming had treated Bai Lian just now. Ji Mulan sat back down, her gaze wandering as she looked at Su Jiyue on the hospital bed. Downstairs. Lu Xiaoming accompanied Bai Lian downstairs. Miss Bai, rest assured, we will definitely give you an explanation. Bai Lian was holding her phone, her gaze looking ahead, and soon she saw the blue car in the temporary parking space across the street, its taillights still flashing, obviously having just parked. She stepped to the side and thanked Lu Xiaoming. Thank you. Lu Xiaoming saw Bai Lian to the car. As Bai Lian pulled open the passenger seat door, Lu Xiaoming caught a glimpse of the person in the driver's seat, whose faint gaze swept over him like the cold flash of an unsheathed short sword. Lu Xiaoming froze on the spot. The blue car drove away, and only when the ringtone in his pocket sounded did Lu Xiaoming come to his senses. He answered the phone. It was a friend. What's going on over there? There was a significant commotion in Yunshao district, and the people from several surrounding districts were getting restless. They had not received any information about policy changes. The cause, just because of a clubhouse, Lu Xiaoming exhaled. Let me give you a heads up about this year's freshmen at Jiangjing University. The night before, Sun Fei had turned up with 2 reports, and he knew things might get complicated. But he never guessed it would escalate like this, a harsh crackdown throughout Yunshao district, top-to-bottom closure of all clubhouses for a search for hallucinatory drugs, and all related personnel suspended and cooperating with the investigation. Up until just now. Lu Xiaoming finally understood why Su Nanjing had appeared that night. In the car. Bai Lian's phone automatically connected to the Bluetooth, resuming the English reading that had been interrupted. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, tapping her white fingertips on the steering wheel and glancing over slightly. Didn't you have Ming Dongheng to be your driver? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 596, Encounter by Chance _2, I'm not used to it, Bai Lian said, looking down at WeChat. Lu Lingxi had sent her a message that Yang Lin would be coming to Jiangjing in a couple of days. Without asking how Lu Lingxi found out, Bai Lian immediately sent a message to Yang Lin, asking when she would arrive. Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, and after seeing her finish replying to the message, he hesitated before speaking. You should probably get your driver's license. Never mind. Having seen her drive rashly, Jiang Fulai had never suggested she get a driver's license. He was afraid that, once Bai Lian finished learning, the points they all had combined wouldn't be enough for the ones she'd have deducted. What do you think of Qin Yongkuan? Jiang Fulai changed the subject. Bai Lian wasn't much interested in modern cars either. She just propped her phone under her chin, speaking in a languid tone. He used to be a so-so, but now he is quite good. Everyone could see how rapidly Xiangqing had developed this year, and all these were the achievements of Qin Yongkun's hard work. Around the corner, yellow roadblocks were placed at the intersection, and a bunch of police cars were parked ahead. That road had been temporarily closed. Many private cars and taxi drivers stopped to join the crowd of onlookers smoking cigarettes. Jiang Fulai calmly made a U-turn and selected a new route. Shanghai apartment. The security guard at the entrance had already grown accustomed to the luxury cars that frequently came in and out of the complex. No one was in 303. Pu Xiaohan had taken Jiang He out to play, with Ming Dongheng acting as the driver for the two of them. Bai Lian didn't go in and went straight to the piano room in 302. Jiang Fulai stood at the door for a while before gently closing it behind her. He went to the study next door and took out his cell phone to call Director Chen first. These 2 months. Director Chen had nothing particular going on today and was fishing with Ji Heng. Director Chen had counted on being demoted to Xiangqing, expecting to stay for at least 2 years, so why the sudden possible return to Jiangjing? Yes, Jiang Fulai obviously had little patience with Director Chen. Come back first. There will be several positions open in Yunshao District for a re-election, and you should participate in the general election. Director Chen didn't doubt the information given by Jiang Fulai. He looked to his right where Ji Heng had moved to a different spot to bait, and Director Chen lowered his voice. What about Uncle Ji? I heard from Xiaotang today that they're also going to Jiangjing next month. After Bai Lian went to Jiangjing, Tang Ming's students from Class 15 would visit Ji Heng regularly. Director Chen did the same. If everyone left, Bai Lian could offer him constructive advice, and Ji Heng occasionally had a few pointers for him. Having been around for so long, Director Chen viewed Ji Heng as an elder. Jiang Fulai ended the call and returned to WeChat. Clicking on Ji Heng's profile, she got into a fight. Ji Heng didn't check his phone much while fishing, and half an hour later, he called Jiang Fulai directly. Alien got bullied. Ji Heng's voice betrayed his urgency. He couldn't imagine Bai Lian getting into a fight. Jiang Fulai opened up his laptop. She was acting bravely. Although it was dangerous, fortunately she wasn't hurt. This time she wasn't injured, but next time might not be the same. Ji Heng picked up on that. He put down his fishing rod, picked up the cigarette holder from the ground, bent down, and lit it up. You family. Grandma Yu was watching the chef make soup for Yu Hongjing. Her silver-white hair was all combed back, giving her a capable look. Has Hongyi not answered the phone yet? She wanted to know the situation with the Su family at the moment. But since coming back from the hospital last night, she hadn't gotten through to Yu Hongyi's phone. The female bodyguard replied, that's correct. Grandma Yu narrowed her eyes but didn't think much of it, as Yu Hongyi often got involved in confidential activities. Just as she was thinking about this, a servant came in panic-stricken from outside. Madam. Madam. Grandma Yu walked from the kitchen to the living room. What's all this fuss about? Calm down. Before she could finish her sentence, she saw the police following the servant, with the lead officer pulling out his badge. Please cooperate with our investigation. Investigate what? Grandma Yu had never encountered such a situation since she was born and looked at them calmly. If you have any matters, you can discuss them with my granddaughter. The leading officer didn't respond but just took her to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. At first, Grandma Yu maintained her composure until she saw Yu Hongjing in the interrogation room, his head still bandaged. Yu Hongyi only came to see her an hour after she had arrived. Seeing Yu Hongyi, Grandma Yu's forced composure finally started to crack. Hongyi, why have they arrested me and your brother? Yu Hongyi closed her eyes briefly. Because of Yu Hongjing, all the clubs and bars in the entire Yunshao district have been shut down for review, and the related staff are suspended from work. Yu Hongyi couldn't find out any news. She hadn't seen anyone from the Qin family. The only reason she got into the police station was through connections she had from before. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 597, Encounter by Chance_3. Old Madam Yu recounted the events of the past 2 days, and only the Su family came to mind. The Su family, Su Jiyue. Su En's stepdaughter, Su Jiyue had been personally brought over by old Madam Su, who knew everything about her. Only one person remained. Bai Lian, who was said to be associated with Qin Yi. There were such rumors in the circle, but old Madam Yu never took them seriously. Everyone around the Yu family was eager to please, and the Yu family had always doted on Yu Hongjing since he was a child. Whenever he encountered any trouble, everyone would come forward to resolve it for him. She had thought that this time would be like any other, but who could have known the commotion would be so great? Old Madam Yu explained, that's all there is to it, just let them release me first, that's all there is to it. Yu Hongyi finally understood the whole affair. She had always been proud, but at this moment, she only pursed her lips and looked at her. Have I not spoken to you about Xian Kong? She. Old Madam Yu glanced at Yu Hongyi and finally sat down on the chair. Old Madam Yu had heard from Yu Hongyi that Xian Kong was a company that directly supplied research medication to the military forces behind the Qin family. Qi family. The Qi family was having dinner. I heard there was quite a commotion in Yunshao district today. Mr. Qi asked Qi Shuyun, do you know anything about it? Now successfully infiltrated into the ranks of rich young ladies, Qi Shuyun was better informed than her father, but she was also in the dark about this matter. No idea, they were discussing it too. If even they didn't know, then such matters indeed had nothing to do with ordinary people. Mr. Qi didn't inquire further. Has old Madame Su called you? She did, dressed in a beige, form-fitting long dress. Qi Shuyun pulled out a chair and sat down, her voice indifferent. She offended the Yu family, what can I do about it? The father and daughter had made the same decision, but Qi Shuyun's phone rang at that moment. It was a sister from her social circle. She quickly picked up. Wenjie, are you looking for me? However, it wasn't Wenjie's voice on the other end. Hello, I'm Yu Hongyi. I wanted to ask if you could help me contact someone from the Su family. Yu Hongyi. Qi Shuyun had long heard of her notorious reputation in the circle of socialites. Even though Yu Hongyi was not part of their circle with her martial endeavors, she was well known to everyone, including Qi Shuyun. She never expected such a person to come to her. Miss Yu, Su Wenyo's family. Qi Shuyun stood up and gestured for her parents to be quiet. Yu Hongyi was direct. Yes, about my brother's affair, I want to personally apologize to them. Hearing the beginning, Qi Shuyun did not catch the rest. Okay, they'll try to pass the message. She hung up, holding her phone and sitting down in a daze. What's wrong? Mr. Qi glanced at her. Qi Shuyun looked up. The Yu family wants to apologize to the Su family. What? Mr. Qi's face drained of color. The Yu family, which had moved from Mingfeng district to Yunshao district, needed to apologize to the Su family. Mr. Qi took out his phone and made a call, indirectly trying to get news about the Su family members from others. You mean Mr. Su? He attended the Chamber of Commerce event today. The person spoke in a lowered voice. I even saw the chairman of the Chamber of Commerce seek him out alone. Yunshao district had been cracking down severely for several days. Even the mice passing through the clubhouse would get a beating. Bai Lian of Shanghai apartment, however, was not affected. The old master of the Su family's birthday was in 2 days. Early this morning, Gao Yan brought her homemade pastries to see Bai Lian at Shanghai apartment. She hadn't given up the idea of taking Bai Lian as her goddaughter. Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing were discussing official matters in apartment 302. In 303, Bai Lian placed the printout on the table and pulled up a chair to sit beside Pu Xiaohan. Ming Dongheng freshly brewed tea and poured her a cup. Jiang He sat on Pu Xiaohan's left, and she shoved a piece of cake into his hand. Eat up, brother bird. Pu Xiaohan grabbed another cake in the shape of a plum blossom, took a bite, and looked at Bai Lian. When do we leave? After eating. Bai Lian picked up her cup of tea and gently blew on it. Her other hand opened her phone, which had several messages on WeChat. Yang Lin, just finished watching over Grandma. They'll take the train tomorrow. With one hand on the screen, Bai Lian replied. When will you arrive? I'll pick you up. Tang Ming sent a message in the group. You all went to Jiangjing. Where are you headed? Gao Yan had only then heard they were going out again and was very concerned. Auntie, Xiaohan and I are going to see Sister Yan. Pu Xiaohan squinted her eyes, her familiarity with Gao Yan growing due to the pastries. In a couple of days, a classmate of ours will also come. Yan Lu had arrived in Jiangjing at 6 in the morning and had already gone ahead to Jiangyin. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and since Pu Xiaohan had not yet visited Principal Jian since she came to Jiangjing, the two planned to first go to Jiangyin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 598, Encounter by Chance _4 After finishing their meal, Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan left the house. Next door, in room 302. Jiang Fulai had just grabbed the car keys and was slowly opening the door, with Su Nanjing following behind him. Seeing Gao Yan, Jiang Fulai politely nodded his head and greeted her. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai holding the keys, Gao Yan knew he was going to drive Bai Lian out. Only after everyone had left did Su Nanjing tilt his head and ask, "So, did she agree to go?" "No," Gao Yan glanced at Su Nanjing. "How does Lian have so many friends in Zhongjing? No wonder you're of little use." There were many people coming for the old man's birthday, and Gao Yan wanted to introduce Bai Lian to a few of them. That Bai Lian wasn't going didn't surprise Su Nanjing. He started heading upstairs. Even if she had no friends, she'd still be busy. That guy Jiang Shijue hasn't even seen her yet. Gao Yan thought this made sense and followed him upstairs. "Is your upstairs finished yet?" "Not even close." "Jiang, he is home every day. When do I have time to set things up?" Su Nanjing was also worried that the renovations would disturb Bai Lian and the others. "Gao Yan, how did rooms 302 and 301 finish so quickly?" If Jiang brother wanted to, he could get Zhongxing to build him a mobile living room in 2 days and move it to 302. Su Nanjing looked at the 3 apartments upstairs. "Mom, please don't mention it." Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoqi was also rushing to Chang'an district early in the morning. The Yin family was in Beihong district, which is quite far from Chang'an district. They had to go through Yunshao district to get to Chang'an. The driver for the Yin family was driving, with Mr. Yin in the passenger seat, and Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi were sitting in the back. Bai Xiaoqi was going to attend her morning class today and then head to Jiang University to find Bai Xiaoka, hence, Song Min was accompanying her. These past few days, Yunshao district was filled with police, and there were many roadblocks that hadn't been removed yet today. Bai Xiaoqi, looking at the roadblocks outside, asked, "What happened here?" "There was an incident." Mr. Yin glanced outside the window and sighed. "A strict inspection for 7 days, several clubs have been uprooted. I've heard that several people in Yunshao district have been taken down. We don't know what happened, it's not something we can manage." Such matters, the Yin family naturally did not have the inside story, and could only speculate from rumors. Bai Xiaoqi just looked at the roadblocks, feeling quite shocked. By her side, Song Min was looking through quiz questions on his apps and didn't look up. Mr. Yin got off at the Yin family's company, and the car continued towards Jiang Yin. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi got out of the car. Both of them were already familiar with Jiang Yin and headed straight to Jianjian's building. Xiaoqi, the girl who always attended class with Bai Xiaoqi, saw them from a distance and waited for her. "Song Min, you're here to accompany Xiaoqi for classes again." She chatted with Bai Xiaoqi as they made their way to the building. During the summer vacation, there were still a few people coming to Jiang Yin for early classes. There was only one elevator in the building, and the 3 of them waited a few minutes at the elevator entrance before it came down from the 5th floor. Upon entering, they immediately saw the "No Stopping" sign on the 3rd floor. The girl, seeing the sign, paused for a moment and wondered, someone is recording on the 3rd floor again. Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min both glanced at the "No Stopping" sign. Who exactly is using the 3rd floor? It's still so busy even during the summer vacation. It must be those few, the girl explained. Our school's recording studio is the best in Asia. Not just domestically, but even people from abroad come here in admiration. When can I also record on the 3rd floor? As she talked, she pressed the button for the 5th floor and waited for the elevator doors to close. Meanwhile, a female voice came from outside the elevator. "Beauty, wait for us." A fair hand blocked the closing elevator doors. The girl hurriedly pressed the open button. Thank you, thank you. Pu Xiaohan thanked the girl and shouted outside, Birdie, can you hurry up? When the elevator doors opened, they could see a few steps away. A girl with long legs was walking ahead, her brows slightly lowered and her eyes downcast, holding a white jade fan in her hand, its crystalline bones resting on her bent knuckles. She wore a long dress with three-quarter sleeves, with a full skirt, white with colorful poppies hidden within its folds, blossoming with her steps. Behind her, a delicately handsome boy was jogging with effort to catch up. The two of them reached the elevator in a few steps. The elevator was spacious, and even with 3 more people entering, it was still very roomy. Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi stood to the left. Almost immediately as the elevator doors opened, the two recognized Bai Lian. Bai Lian had always been extraordinary in appearance, and in this past year, she had changed even more, with her reserved and self-sufficient air becoming more apparent. Song Min, who had been looking at his app, finally looked up, his gaze falling upon Bai Lian. Bai Lian paused at the entrance of the elevator, looking up, her gaze sweeping past Song Min and Bai Xiaoqi, then she stood to the right with Jiang He, leaving a large gap in the middle. She took out her phone, looking down, and sent a message to Dean Jian saying she had arrived. She didn't look at Bai Xiaoqi or Song Min again. Birdie, you really need to drink more milk, Pu Xiaohan said while standing next to the buttons, patting Jiang He's head with a tone of earnest concern. Jiang He looked down, poking at his watch, and sent a bunch of commas to Jiang Fulai. Pu Xiaohan didn't notice the atmosphere between Bai Lian and the others, and turned to ask Bai Lian, what floor are you going to, Sister Lian? 3rd floor, Bai Lian leaned against the elevator wall, unfolding her fan, and spoke casually. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 in the elevator couldn't help but look over, especially the girl who had just been giving a rundown to Bai Xiaoqi. Pu Xiaohan noticed the no stopping sign for the 3rd floor but pressed the button as Bai Lian had said 3rd floor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 599. 233 came to Beijing, gathered _1 after their last parting in Jiangjing. Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min had not seen Bai Lian again. They had thought Bai Lian might return to the Bai family, that they would encounter her there, or perhaps at Jiangjing University, any place but the building of Jiangjing Music Academy. Ji Mulan had tried to develop Bai Lian comprehensively, making her pick up a sketching pencil from the age of 3, but later, when she showed no talent, Ji Mulan tried to get her to learn the piano, painting. It took some effort for them to adjust their mindset, deliberately forgetting about the college entrance examination. Yet, they had not anticipated seeing Bai Lian without any preparation. Sister, the girl beside Bai Xiaoqi didn't dare to speak to Bai Lian, so she conversed with Pu Xiaohan, are you going to the 3rd floor? As the elevator doors closed, Pu Xiaohan let go of her hand and smiled at her, yes. Great one, the girl put her hands together, what is your major? She was asking about the instrument. Pu Xiaohan's thought process was crystal clear, direction. The girl listened to these 2 characters, and even doubted her own knowledge for not having heard of the direction instrument, never suspecting Pu Xiaohan wasn't a student of Jiang Yin, huh? Ding! The 3rd floor arrived, the elevator slowly came to a stop, and the doors opened. Reacting to the moment, the girl and the trio of Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min only then saw a corner of the 3rd floor, facing a white wall where 2 faded ink wash landscape paintings were displayed behind glass. In the middle, there was a model of a guzheng. The entire 3rd floor was carpeted, with the carpet stretching along the corridor to the elevator entrance. It was serene and refined. Old who stood at the elevator entrance and, seeing Bai Lian, raised a smile, Bai student. Mr. Hu. Bai Lian walked out. Bai. Pu Xiaohan had never met Old Hu, and after saying farewell to the girl, followed by Lien out. As the elevator doors closed again, the girl turned around, excitedly saying to Bai Xiaoqi, "This is the legendary Shaman Building recording studio. And did you see those 2 paintings outside? Those are the authentic works of our Guzheng department's founding master, Qin Zhou." This building was not frequented by many on ordinary days, and the girl was fortunate to attend the masterclass during the summer break, naturally having some family resources. However, she had never entered the 3rd floor. She had only seen countless photos of the 2 paintings on the Jiangyin forum. This was her first time seeing them with her own eyes. Originally expecting Bai Xiaoqi to discuss the big shots on the 3rd floor with her as usual, she didn't expect Bai Xiaoqi and Song Min to remain silent. Bai Xiaoqi's gaze was hollow, directed towards the elevator doors. Her eyes had no fixed point. The 3rd floor, why could Bai Lian go in? The 3rd floor. Pu Xiaohan was looking at those 2 landscape paintings, very freehand in style. One was a bird's eye view of a fortress tower, the other a pavilion amidst green mountains. There was no inscribed poem, nor any signatures. Qin Zhou's painting skills were not particularly good, but they were well preserved. These early works of his were placed on the 3rd floor by Jiang Yin. Pu Xiaohan knew of Qin Zhou, but she had only just learned that he also had 2 paintings. As she looked at the paintings, Bai Lian and Old Hu stood to the side waiting for her. Once Pu Xiaohan had finished looking, Old Hu led them to the vocal recording studio. When they arrived at the recording studio, Yan Lu was singing into the microphone with black headphones on inside the room, visible through the glass, standing in front of the mic with eyes slightly shut, her profile radiant. Ding Jian and Zhao Jianqin were outside doing the sound mixing. Having just finished a section, Yan Lu was listening to the playback through her headphones. Ding Jian raised his hand to greet Pu Xiaohan and then spoke to Bai Lian. He held a black pen in his right hand, casually sketching a segment on the notebook. "You'll need to re-record this part later." Bai Lian glanced at it and nodded. "Have you had any new song ideas lately?" Ding Jian closed the notebook. To Ding Jian, ensuring Yan Lu's new songs were in progress was more vital than anything. "It's coming along," said Bai Lian, although she hadn't really done much. Once they finished speaking, Pu Xiaohan held up her phone. "Ding Jian, can I post this?" Ding Jian looked at it. It was a photo of the 2 paintings at the elevator entrance. "Sure, post it quickly." "You haven't posted a video for over half a month now." Because the 3rd floor was not open to the general public, there were few images of the paintings available. The last time Pu Xiaohan posted a video was the last time. Her posting frequency was low, yet each video was around 10 minutes of high-quality content, the last being a 4-month detailed traditional-style graduation photo shoot, all major works. The audience was left wanting more. Ding Jian was among them, though he always urged her in person. Soon, Pu Xiaohan learned quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 600, 233 came to Beijing, gathered _2 Ding Jian put the notebook aside on the adjacent stand and suddenly remembered something. "Do you want to shoot some Jiangyin content?" Jiangyin, Pu Xiaohan paused. The moment she saw those 2 paintings coming out of the elevator, a special idea had occurred to her. Jiangyin was already a school with a rich history. The 2 were talking. Old Hu, who had just handed a bottle of milk to the only child on set, trembled at his hand. He could understand Bai Lian. After all, he had guessed Bai Lian's identity back then. But, who was the girl that called Jian Zhongyo Grandpa Jian as soon as they met? He unconsciously tightened his grip on the milk bottle, watching Pu Xiaohan's retreating figure. Pu Xiaohan was pondering the possibilities for a new video when she turned around to see Old Hu and Jiang He each holding the top and the bottom half of a milk carton. She was puzzled, was this a gesture of giving or not? Following Pu Xiaohan's gaze, Old Hu realized he was still holding the milk and quickly let go. Kid, you drink. Bai Lian and Yan Lu also hadn't seen each other in a long while. After recording, they ate lunch at a private restaurant next to Jiangyin. Yan Lu could be recognized on the streets at any time now, making it less convenient for her to get around. Xinjie didn't disturb the small gathering, waiting outside for Yan Lu to finish eating. When they came out, Xinjie greeted Bai Lian and the others before driving Yan Lu back to the hotel. Yan Lu had to attend a gala that evening and was in a rush to get there. I just finalized the plans with the company, Xinjie said from the driver's seat, telling Yan Lu about the recent arrangements. These songs have been included in the Gambling with Liquor album and submitted for the Hua Chu Award. This year, Yan Lu's success in both television dramas and music meant the company would not let slip this popularity. Yan Lu took off her mask and fisherman's hat and picked up the script in the car, looking up upon hearing this, but these songs have all been released separately. The number of songs was barely enough to meet the requirements. Yes, but the organizer personally called me, Xinjie sighed. The music scene has declined in recent years, and the Hua Chu Award has lost much of its impact. You are their special invitee. The entire music industry was in decline, no longer showcasing the battles between legends. Bai Jian's sudden descent into the music industry had captured the attention of musicians who dedicated their lives to music. Bai Jian had no company, no marketing, and not even past works. It was as if he appeared out of nowhere just for Yan Lu. He sparked an unprecedented trend in the music industry. After being quiet for so long, the music industry was bustling with activity again. From Gambling with Liquor to Another Autumn to Cold Season Tassels and the latest, Reunion, each song had a unique style, coupled with Dean Jian's magical arrangements. Not to mention the best lyrics, best composition, best arrangement and so on. The song of the year, aside from Cold Season Tassels, which dominated foreign charts for 2 months, couldn't possibly be any other. Shanghai Apartment, 302. Jiang Fulai rarely took an afternoon nap, and by the time he woke up, dusk had fallen. Dressed in soft pajamas, he drew back the curtains. The room was unlit and dim, casting a shadow over everything inside. Outside, the complex was extremely quiet. Because it was summer break, hardly any people were visible. His fine, black hair was tousled messily across his forehead. The room was empty, the world outside was hazy, and the silence was deep. Jiang Fulai was uncharacteristically relaxed, leaning against the window, exuding a sense of nobility yet aloofness, watching as the streetlights in the complex began to turn on. About 2 minutes later, he reached for the cell phone on the bedside table, opening WeChat to ask if Bai Lian had returned, while simultaneously opening the door to the room. As the door opened, the chandelier light poured over him. In the living room, Jiang He sat on the carpet, engrossed in a jigsaw puzzle. Bai Lian sat cross-legged beside him, passing him the puzzle pieces he needed. Her white skirt spread across the carpet, blooming with colorful poppies. Her right wrist was casually placed on her knee, the knee supporting a book, while her left hand casually tossed puzzle pieces to Jiang He. Under the chandelier light, she seemed enveloped in a diffused glow, exuding an air of leisurely grace. It was a portrait of peaceful times. When Bai Lian looked up and saw Jiang Fulai standing at the doorway, she leisurely turned a page, awake. Yeah, Jiang Fulai walked over to them, kneeling beside her, elegant and noble, looking down at the book she was reading. Why didn't you call me when you got back? It was rare for Bai Lian to not be looking at literature. She was reading the original, Don Quixote, which she had borrowed from Jiang University's library. You rarely sleep this long. These last few days have indeed been busy, Jiang Fulai spoke. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 601, 233 came to Beijing, gathered _3 he had been busy before, but back then it seemed he had nothing else to attend to besides being busy. Bai Lian lowered her head, picked up a sugar-coated hawthorn on a stick that was beside her phone, and handed it to him. Jiang Fulai looked down at the bright red sugar-coated hawthorn, hesitated for a moment. For me? Of course, Bai Lian said casually, her elbow resting on her knee and her palm propping up her chin. I finished the one with the bird. She had bought these with Pu Xiaohan at the food street next to Jiangyin at noon. Jiang Fulai had never eaten these before. His slender fingers pinched the bottom of the sugar-coated hawthorn. Do you like it? It's okay, Bai Lian replied offhandedly. Jiang Fulai glanced at her, but did not ask any more questions. He stood up with the sugar-coated hawthorn, ready to go back to his room to take a shower. What do you want to eat tonight? Shrimp, I guess. Bai Lian hadn't really thought it through and just blurted out a response. Jiang Fulai nodded, went back to his room. The sugar coating on the hawthorn was overly sweet, with a heavy saccharine taste, a gentleness hidden in the twilight. Yang Lin was on a train early the next morning. It was far from Xiangqing to Jiangjing, and even a transfer flight took more than 10 hours. She was in for a 2-day train ride. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were set to leave a day after her. On the day of the Su family patriarch's birthday, from 7 o'clock in the morning, gifts from the political and business world wouldn't stop entering the Su family residence. Vehicles from all directions headed towards the Xinjiang district. When Bai Xiaoqi left in a car from the Yin family early in the morning, journeying from Yunshao district to Chang'an district, she encountered several rare limited edition cars along the way, as well as some special license plates. She had never seen such a scene before. Auntie, what's happening today? Today, without Song Min, only the Yin family driver and Mrs. Song were in the car. Mrs. Song had heard some details from Mr. Yin. She withdrew her gaze. Today, it seems that there's a celebration in Xinjiang district. As for which family was hosting, she didn't say, and Mr. Yin wouldn't discuss these things with her either, as the class gap was too wide. A black business car brushed past theirs. Bai Xiaoqi couldn't help but take another look. It was very similar to one she had seen in Beijing with a Xiangqing license plate, belonging to that person Bai Lian knew. What is it? Mrs. Song asked her. It's nothing, Bai Xiaoqi withdrew her gaze and shook her head. How could that car appear in Jiangjing? Ordinary people buying a car was simple, but getting a Jiangjing license plate was not so easy. She lowered her head to unlock her phone. The simultaneous deployment of luxury cars also drew everyone's attention. The last crackdown in Yunshao district had stirred up a buzz that hadn't yet subsided, and with these cars taking to the streets today, marketing accounts began speculating again. The moment Bai Xiaoqi opened her video app, there was a message from a marketing account. What's with Jiangjing today? All luxury cars are out. The video was a compilation. 7 or 8 luxury cars flooded into an old street, and Bai Xiaoqi saw the name of that street, Tall Street. Below, people were guessing. The top liked comment read, "Today, I'm lost, image, don't bother, today is an old gentleman's grand birthday celebration, even the guests at the door are of the caliber of chief executive officers of Zhongxing." The IP showed Jiangjing. 29 Lao Street. After paying respects to the old patriarch, Su Juling came back to change into another set of clothes, preparing to greet the guests. She's really not coming? He asked as he changed into a long robe. Yes, Gao Yan was also at a loss. Dressed in a body-hugging Chong Sam and holding a green jade teacup, I've told her 3 times already. Gao Yan thought for a moment and decided to give Bai Lian a call. Auntie. Bai Lian was already at the train station by then. She stood at the entrance with heavy foot traffic, waiting for Yang Lin. Gao Yan's voice was very gentle. Today at home we've invited a chef from Kangyu Tower, whose forebears were imperial chefs in the palace. The snacks and dishes they make are really delicious. You can just come and eat something in my courtyard. You won't see other people. No, thank you, Bai Lian declined, I'm waiting for my classmate. Your classmate is also welcome to come. Okay then, have a good time. Gao Yan ended the call, exchanging a look with Su Juling. At least Gao Yan had met Bai Lian, whereas Su Juling hadn't even seen her. He wasn't as familiar with Jiang Fulai as Gao Yan was, and didn't dare to meet Bai Lian rashly. Outside the Su family gate, the Mu family's car also stopped. Mu Yining was dressed in smart attire, with a young man on her left and Ji Xiaojun and Ren Wanxian on her right. The Su family's gatehouse was very tall, and the two stone lions outside were extremely imposing. 2 rows of black-clothed bodyguards stood on either side, their attentive demeanor leaving no doubt that they could pull a gun from their pockets at a moment's notice. The large space in front of the gate was filled with parked cars. It was grand yet solemn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, 233 came to Beijing, gathered _4 Ren Wengshuan's gaze fell on the car outside, and she couldn't help but take out her cell phone to quietly snap a few pictures. Mu Yining noticed from the corner of her eye and shook her head secretly. The waiter led them to the central hall with great politeness. The central hall is for the young people, there's a rest room next door. Miss Mu, please have a good rest first. As he spoke, he handed Mu Yining a list and a half map of the Su family's old residence, both of which were open for today. It was Ren Wengshuan's first time entering such a large garden. She had only seen similar sights at tourist attractions before. This is my younger brother, Mu Yining introduced Ji Xiaojun to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man reached out to shake Ji Shane's hand. Jiangjing Station. Bai Lian had been waiting at the station for an hour. It was nearly 10 o'clock when Yang Lin finally came out. She had transferred from a train to a high-speed rail. Yang Lin usually only wore school uniforms, and her old-fashioned black suitcase was filled mostly with books. She still wore a long t-shirt, habitually covering her wrists and arms, with thick bangs that shielded her dark eyes. Standing amidst the crowd, she was almost invisible. This seemed to be a talent she was born with, to erase her presence to the greatest extent. Let's go, Bai Lian said, taking her suitcase. She was always straightforward. Yang Lin had already chosen a place and would stay in the Mingfeng district before school started. Bai Lian put the suitcase in the trunk of the taxi and gestured for Yang Lin to get in the car. The taxi driver was very enthusiastic. Where are you young ladies headed? Jiang University, Bai Lian replied as she and Yang Lin sat in the back seat. You're here for a tour, right? The taxi driver thought they were going to Jiang University to check it out and started introducing the delicacies of Jiangjing to Bai Lian. You know about the old street, right? It's Internet Celebrity Street. Too crowded though. I wouldn't recommend going there. They arrived at Zier Avenue. Bai Lian scanned a code and took Yang Lin's suitcase out of the car. Pu Xiaohan had been waiting at Jiang University's gate for them. She held a parasol and waved from a distance, Alien, Yang Lin, over here. The three of them walked towards the gate. Bai Lian simply pulled out her campus card to enter. The driver, glancing in the rearview mirror, was almost popping his eyes out. Incredible, Jiang University students are all so good-looking these days. Pu Xiaohan put away the umbrella when she saw them approaching. She also had 2 cups of iced lemon water in her hands. Casually blocking one end of the straw, she pushed it into one of the cups and handed it to Yang Lin. Drink this first, let's go take the school bus. They all knew how to handle Yang Lin now. Is it Nanmei Garden? Pu Xiaohan asked as they boarded the school bus. Nanmei Garden was located in Nanmei District, which was also the freshman area. The school bus could take them there. Bai Lian checked her WeChat. President Shi had sent a message with the address. Nanmei Garden Dormitory Building Number 2, Room 407. Yang Lin had already signed the agreement with Jiang University in advance. She had chosen the biology department. When Bai Lian knew she would come, she asked Shunyu if Yang Lin could move into the dormitory building earlier. Every summer, a bunch of Jiang University students stayed on campus, but they had to move to the same building. President Shi had everything arranged for her. Yang Lin must have been the first among them to enter the school dormitory. Still bewildered, she saw Bai Lian asking her to take out her ID card, register at the academic affairs office, and then go to collect the bedding provided by the school. Finally, they went to the mini-mart to buy daily necessities. Yang Lin stood at the checkout counter, scanning the code. All set, student, the cashier handed over a large bag of items. Yang Lin walked out carrying the bag. The sunlight outside shone on her eyes. It wasn't intense, yet it was glaring and made everything seem unreal. Bai Lian trailed behind them, leisurely, answering a call from Jiang Fulai. Did you pick up the person? Jiang Fulai's voice was low, and the sound of equipment could be heard in the background. Ming Dongheng had wanted to stay today, but Bai Lian had refused. With one hand, Bai Lian opened a folding fan and placed it against her forehead to block the sun. She's in the dorm now. Why are you still busy? Haven't left yet. She knew there was a family banquet at the Su family today. Don't worry, Jiang Fulai's tone was relaxed. He set aside the things in his hands. I don't really want to go. Bai Lian followed behind Yang Lin and Pu Xiaohan with a smile. How can you not go? But you can come back early in the evening. Jiang Fulai sounded reluctant. That works too. After hanging up the phone, Bai Lian took a picture of the school and opened WeChat to send it to him. On WeChat, Tang Ming posted a message in the Xiangqing Small Squad group chat. I'm getting on the plane with Ning Xiao, turning off my phone first. The few people from Xiangqing First Middle School were about to arrive. Evening. One after another, cars left from the main entrance of the Su family, changing over to the evening banquet venue. The Mu family had 2 cars out today, and Mu Yining was talking to a man in a suit, calling him President Xiao, with Ji Xiaojun standing right beside her. Mr. Chen is coming back, President Xiao said to her. If you want to find him, you should do it as soon as possible. Mu Yining thanked him. Thank you. President Xiao nodded, smiling. Mu Xiao has been helping Bingwen, it's only right. But what about this younger brother of yours? What are you planning to do with him? First, a ceremony, and he'll directly give him the Yunxiao branch. Mu Yining had already been planning, but things seemed to be quite difficult now. Ji Xiaojun had just arrived and was appearing for the first time today. You must come by all means when it's time. Mu Yining hoped that the Mu family would work together and get better and better. Old Master Mu hadn't conducted a proper ancestry acknowledgement ceremony for Ji Xiaojun, simply having written down his name perfunctorily. Mu Yining planned to officially organize one for him. She intended to formally introduce Ji Xiaojun to others, and having a few important figures attend would be beneficial for both Ji Xiaojun and the Mu family. Certainly, President Xiao nodded his agreement. What was the matter with Yunxiao district the other day? While still planning things about Ji Xiaojun, Mu Yining changed the subject. Upon hearing this, President Xiao lowered his voice. It's related to both the Chen and Su families. Mu Yining was astonished inside. What could possibly involve both of these families at the same time? She glanced toward the main entrance of the Su family. Not far away. The butler and Xiao Jie were waiting next to the car for a few people to come over. It was then that the Su family's main entrance thronged with people, with a young man whose face couldn't be made out clearly in the middle, standing next to a middle-aged man who was patting his shoulder. President Xiao's gaze shifted toward the main gate. Seeing the young man, he looked somewhat emotional. That's the Liang family person I mentioned to you, but it seems like there's another dark horse this year. Mu Yining looked in that direction too, feeling a stir in her heart. So it's him. Liang Wuyu. The two of them continued talking as they walked toward the car. Mu Yining had heard of him very early on. In his first year of high school, he was already in the laboratory ahead of time. Mu Xiao had always been in the same class as Liang Wuyu, and back then people had compared him with Mu Qiong, so she remembered him clearly. The butler stood behind the two, overhearing their conversation, and couldn't help but look over with a rare eagerness. I've heard of him in the past 2 years. Ji Xiaojun wasn't listening to their talk in detail. He was messaging Bai Lian. Bai Lian's birthday was approaching. Mu Yining and President Xiao still had things to talk about. Ji Xiaojun waited for them to finish before speaking softly to Mu Yining. I won't be going with you, I'm going to see Alien. Taking the rare opportunity to be out today, he was also planning to see her. Not attending the banquet? Mu Yining asked him. Ji Xiaojun felt a bit tired and after a pause, still declined. Knowing today that Mu Yining intended to introduce him to the Xiao family, and understanding that he wasn't comfortable with such settings, she didn't persuade him to stay. All right, then have Xiaojia take you over. Ji Xiaojun got into the car. Xiaojia knew Bai Lian was in the Shanghai residential complex, so he drove directly to Zier Avenue. Upon seeing Jiangjing University, he didn't slow down. Ji Xiaojun looked at the address Bai Lian had sent on his phone, then raised his head to signal Xiaojia that there was no need to go further. Stop here is fine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, 234 Fermentation, Top Secret, First Update, _1 here. Xiaojia expressed surprise but still pulled over to stop. Ji Xiaojun got out of the car and thanked Xiaojia. You can go back, no need to wait for me. He wasn't used to wearing formal attire and also took off his suit jacket, loosened his tie, and walked toward the gate wearing only his shirt. Ji Xiaojun had been to Jiang University with Xinqing before. At the time, it was the Office of School Affairs that had personally made the call. It had only been a little over 2 months, and although the security guard felt Ji Xian's temperament had changed somewhat, he still recognized him. It's you, he said, giving Ji Xiaojun the green light to go in. Thank you. Ji Xiaojun was about to send a message to Bai Lian, but when he saw the security guard open the school gate, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, pulled one out, and offered it to him. I'm here to see my niece. He explained the reason to the guard, said a few words, and then went inside. Bai Lian had said she was at the Statue Plaza, so Ji Xiaojun went straight there to find them. Xiaojia drove away, and in the rearview mirror, he saw Ji Xiaojun chatting happily with the security guard and then handing the guard at Jiang University a cigarette before going in. Since when was Ji Xiaojun so close to the guards at Jiang University? Meanwhile, at Yonghui Garden, the venue for the Su family dinner. Not just anyone could go to 29 Tall Street. Those who could deliver gifts to the Su family in person today had at least some political and business dealings with them. Many others only received the address for Yonghui Garden. A middle-aged man was greeting Mrs. Su and several others. Wenyao, Mrs. Su said with a smile, introducing him to Su Wenyao, you can just call him second uncle. Su Jingfei looked at Su Wenyao and nodded slightly, his tone friendly. Wenyao, right? I heard from your grandmother you're applying for postgraduate studies, not bad. He spoke a couple of words with Su Wenyao, then looked towards Mrs. Zusbach. Didn't you say that both kids in the family did well on the exams? One of them is this year's top scholar. Suan took another look at Mrs. Su when he heard her mention Bai Lian. Well, Mrs. Su sighed, the children have encountered some troubles recently. Su Jiue had been discharged from the hospital 2 days earlier. Suan had arranged for her to see a psychologist, and although this was an occasion Mrs. Su would have wanted her to attend, there were too many people, so Suan did not let Su Jiue come. I see, let's go inside. Su Jingfei was a bit disappointed. Su Jingfei led the Su family group into Yonghui Garden. Ji Mulan clutched Su En's hand nervously as she recognized several of the passers-by who she had seen in the news. Yonghui Garden was vast. After crossing nearly 200 meters of the avenue, one could see the resplendent banquet hall ahead, with a large artificial lake nearby. There was a pavilion in the center of the artificial lake with lights glowing inside. As Ji Mulan approached, she saw a black motorbike parked in front of the banquet hall doors, its streamlined model with a helmet hanging on the left side, reflecting a cold gleam under the lights, like a fierce beast lying at the entrance. Su Jingfei, seeing Ji Mulan and her group looking at the motorbike, whispered, "That should be the third young master's ride." Everyone familiar with Su Nanjing knew of the third young master's fondness for bikes. The third young master. Su En and Su Wenyao, uninterested in the motorbike, took a closer look when they heard it belonged to the third young master of the Su family. Besides him, who else would dare to park their motorbike here? Su Jingfei also gazed at the vehicle. He took Su Wenyao and Su En inside. Many had already arrived in the resting area, most of the familiar faces sitting together talking, and they would nod in friendly recognition when they met others. At a grand feast like today's, anyone who could gain access was no ordinary person. Su Jingfei led Su En's group to the second floor, respectfully knocked on the first door, and bowed slightly, "Uncle Lin." The door was opened from the inside, and Uncle Lin, dressed in a black robe, scanned Su En's group. "The kid you talked about didn't come?" "She's not in a good state," Su Jingfei answered with his head lowered. Uncle Lin nodded slightly, didn't ask further, just reminded Su Jingfei, "The old man is upstairs on the third floor with some important guests. Don't go up." After paying respects to Uncle Lin, Su Jingfei went back down. The Su family group had no chance to talk and only glanced at the stairs to the third floor as they left. There were a bunch of people guarding the stairway entrance. On the third floor, in the lounge. Inside the thick, heavy door. When Elder Chen entered, the Su family's direct lineage was already present. Old Master Su was shaking hands with Chen family's patriarch, Chen Shao. "Elder Chen, with your health not being the best, we really appreciate you making the trip here." With a low cough, Chen Shao responded, "For such a festive occasion, it's necessary for me to come." Su Jueling and Su Jueming also stood up to greet Elder Chen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. His expression seemed noticeably softer. After sitting for a few more minutes, he gripped the phone. He stood up and politely said his goodbyes to the Su family members. Su Lao hadn't expected him to leave so hastily, but in the end, he didn't question him, assuming that Jiang Fulai, being a workaholic, must be returning to his lab. They took a private elevator from the third floor to another exit, passing only through areas with security. Once Jiang Fulai had left, Su Jueling remembered the earlier discussion and turned to look at Su Nanjing. "What exactly is going on in Yunqiao district?" "I'm not too sure myself." Su Nanjing was actually puzzled as well. Given that Bai Lian was involved, he knew that Jiang Fulai wouldn't let Yu Hongjing and the others get away easily. Su Nanjing anticipated that the situation would be serious. But he had not expected it to be this severe, with a whole new batch of people in Yunqiao district replaced from top to bottom. Had things escalated to this level of severity? Not far away, Su Jueming and his party came to a stop at the elevator entrance. Someone respectfully addressed Su Genie, Miss Chen has arrived." "Genie," Su Jueming turned his head to glance at his daughter and then returned to his senses, "Which Miss Chen?" In Jiangjing's circle of well-known ladies, Su Genie was considered the leader, the only girl among the several major families in the area. Su Genie looked at the closing elevator doors. "Chen Beixian." Recently, Yu Hongyi's family got her into trouble. I don't know the situation, but they begged me to arrange a meeting with Miss Bei Xian. Because of Chen Lupang's connections, Su Jueming also knew of Yu Hongyi. Upon hearing this, he said no more. Su Jini then turned around and went downstairs. On the second floor, Yu Hongyi, no longer as haughty as before, stood at the top of the stairs waiting for her. Upon seeing Su Jini, she managed to speak Mississippi. By Yu Hongyi's side, Chen Lupang, too, showed a dispirited face as he greeted Su Jini. Yu Hongyi wasn't directly involved in the club incidents. However, she was also under investigation, officially cooperating with the probe, with all of her work effectively on hold. Su Jini was well connected and could get a foothold in any circle. Chen Beixian was in the lounge at the end of the corridor, door wide open. Even in today's context, she was still dressed sharply, one hand crossed over her chest. Her gaze swept past Yu Hongyi and slightly nodded toward Su Jini. Su Jini did not intrude on their conversation. Miss Beixian, Chen Beixian was not Ming Dongheng, she had been on countless battlefields and the fierce aura about her was real. Yu Hongyi, under pressure, spoke up, I know my brother has offended someone he shouldn't have, but is the demanded penalty not too severe? Her words implied that she thought the Qin family and Jiang family were deeply involved in her current predicament. By Yu Hongyi's side, Chen Lupang also followed with a nod. This matter, if it gets out, won't reflect well on that Miss Bai either. Chen Lupang had heard of Bai Lian, a newcomer from Beijing. The Jiang family was also mediating in this matter. As the two mentioned these points, Chen Beixian lowered her crossed arms, hands in pockets, eyeing them. Do you think that the situation has escalated to this point solely because of the Jiang family or the Qin family? Yu Hongyi and Chen Lupang bowed their heads and remained silent, implying agreement. Su An and his group didn't have much pedigree. And since Bai Lian was from Beijing and there were no records of them in Jiangjing, who else could be responsible if not the Jiang and Qin families? At this stage, neither the Qin family nor the Jiang family are able to interfere. Chen Beixian looked at the pair. The ones now in charge of the situation belong to the CLA. Ordinary people might not be aware, but the two of you should know, right? The fact that the CLA hasn't conducted a thorough investigation into 3 generations of the Yu family ancestry is already giving face to my grandfather. What? Upon hearing those 3 letters uttered by Chen Beixian, Chen Lupang and Yu Hongyi's expressions drastically changed. CLA, the country's special agency, the highest level of classified institution. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, 235 Member of the Ma Institute, Is It My Turn? Second update, _1 Why would they concern themselves with this matter? Chen Lupang's hands were already trembling as he looked at Chen Beixian. It wasn't Zhang Fulai who had an issue, was it? Let alone them. Chen Beixian herself was startled when she found out who took over the case after learning about the incident. She looked at the two of them and said, both students are from Jiang University, and you know how protective Jiang University is of its own, right? One of them is this year's top Gaokao scorer from Jiang University, and the other girl, who has already had some drinks, ranks just behind Liang Wuyu as a student. Especially Bai Lian, she is personally protected by the president of Jiang University this year, basically pre-selected for the Tongfeng class. You've heard about the incident in the snowy mountains more than a decade ago, haven't you? Many professors and academicians died in that incident over a decade ago, and several promising young people from Jiang University were also buried in the snowy mountains. Because of that, scientific research suffered a huge blow, and development came to a halt. It caused a significant shakeup in the scientific community, and since then, the CLA has been specifically assigning people to protect these individuals. Yu Hongyi, with this kind of attention, your brother still dares to commit such an act in Jiangjing. He's essentially challenging the foundation of Jiang University. Now tell me, why wouldn't they deal with this matter? After saying this, Chen Beixian left and exited the lounge. When Yu Hongyi heard Chen Beixian mention that Bai Lian was this year's top Gaokao scorer, her expression became blank. She had originally thought that the Qin family made such a fuss only because of the suspension incident and Jiang Fulai's involvement. Little did she know there was this underlying reason. Yu Hongyi, I've really been ruined by you this time, Chen Lupeng said, with cold sweat running down his back. Both of them had not come this far easily. Especially Yu Hongyi, who originally moved out from Mingfeng district. Like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. But now, being targeted by the CLA, the Qin family will no longer be able to use them. Not only that, no matter where they go in the future, they might be under surveillance at any given time. Shanghai apartment. When Jiang Fulai returned, Ji Xiaojun was inspecting the environment in apartment 303. Pu Xiaohan was showing Ji Xiaojun Bai Lian's study. Bai Lian was on the balcony, taking a call from Tang Ming. She leaned against the balcony railing, fiddling with a pot of cabbage seeds that had sprouted, now about 5 centimeters tall. Mu Yining wondered in amazement. The butler did not find out that much. Mu Yining didn't press further, as the matter, no matter how much commotion it caused, had nothing to do with the Mu family. Her gaze was fixed only on the small yard ahead that was still lit, belonging to the Mu family's patriarch's Jinju garden, where the old man had not emerged all day. As expected, the lights at Jinju garden remained on. Standing still, the butler said, "Miss, please go check on the old master." Mu Yining walked to Jinju garden and stopped in front of the curtain to the entrance. From inside came the faint sound of a wooden fish. This sound made Mu Yining recall more than a decade ago when Mu Qiong and the young members of the Mu family were still alive and the old patriarch was still full of vigor, with the Mu family rivaling the Su family. But after the departure of Mu Qiong and the others, the Mu family had fallen from grace. The old patriarch never recovered, living only in the Buddhist hole. Mu Yining spoke softly, "Dad." The old patriarch did not speak. "I want to hold a ceremony for Xiaojun, to officially hand over the division to him," Mu Yining said. "Emichim," the old patriarch finally responded. His response was casual. Mu Yining looked at the curtain fluttering in the wind and ultimately said nothing more, turning to leave. Outside, the butler, upon seeing Mu Yining's expression, knew that she too had hit a wall. "The old master has been hit too hard." "I know, it's just," Mu Yining looked towards Jinju garden, her mind going back to the old patriarch's previous strategic prowess. Now that the Mu family is struggling to survive in the gap, and even Xiaojun has come back, won't he emerge from seclusion? The old patriarch had once been a figure similar to old Master Qin. If the old master took up his spirit again, the butler looked back and muttered, "Our Mu family, at least should have someone like young Master Mu Qiong." Alas, to wait for such a person to emerge would take no less than a century. Forget it, Mu Yining no longer wanted to talk about these things. "Butler, please give them the gifts tomorrow." Mu Yining had prepared presents for both Ren Wanxian and Bai Lian. The next day. Early in the morning, Tang Ming rang the doorbell of 303. He placed his luggage in the corridor. Ning Xiao stood beside him with one hand in his pocket, his eyebrows and eyes cast in a somber light. Jiang Fulai opened the door from inside, glanced at the two men with a relaxed posture and a cold aura. Tang Ming promptly stood up straight, and Ning Xiao withdrew his hand. "Jiang bro." The two greeted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai grunted in acknowledgement and let them in. Tang Ming, who had been chattering non-stop, was finally silent as his gaze fell on Ming Dongheng, who was handling food containers. His eyes lit up. "Hello." Bu Xiaohan sat by the table, picking up a soup dumpling and casually waving to the two newcomers. Bai Lian sat next to Pu Xiaohan, resting her wrist on the table with the other hand casually pulling out a pair of chopsticks, her demeanor relaxed. Alien, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao saw Bai Lian, their faces showing subtle excitement. They had finally regrouped. Oh, by the way, Tang Ming remembered something. Uncle Zhang said that the good kid is going to study at Jiangjing affiliated middle school. Ah. Can his school record be transferred? Pu Xiaohan opened her mouth in surprise. And, is he up for it? Tang Ming didn't know how well Zhang Xiais had been doing in his studies. He glanced at Jiang Fulai, who was sitting on the sofa flipping through a magazine, and didn't dare to ask him. Not sure. Tang Ming thought about what Zhang Shi's dad had said and also felt it strange. He instinctively lowered his voice. Qi Lu said he might even need to go back to Xiangqing to keep a close watch on the kid at school. Yet Zhang's dad said his son's record had been transferred to Jiangjing. Bai Lian didn't pay attention to their conversation, as she wasn't well versed in school registration matters and didn't think it was odd that Zhang Xiais, a student who had struggled academically, could now study at an affiliated middle school. In her eyes, Zhang Xiais was okay. Her phone rang beside her, and she glanced down to see it was a call from Scholar Ma. After finishing her dumpling, she answered the phone. On the other end, Scholar Ma didn't wait for her to speak, preemptively lamenting, "By student, are you still busy? Don't you plan to come see my research institute? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 606, 236 Little Junior Sister, Birthday Guest _1 Academician Ma was usually busy with work, and although he no longer mentored students, some postdocs would still seek him out for advice on general directions, even though they often couldn't find him. He also had to attend evaluations, forums, academic conferences, and many issues within the team required consultation with him. Bai Lian had been in Jiangjing for quite a while, but he hadn't found the time to see her, just waiting for her to come over. However, as soon as Bai Lian arrived, she joined Su Wenyao and Chen Hong in participating in mathematical modeling, and then there was Su Ziyu's business, so she also didn't find the time. I'm free these next few days, Bai Lian put down her chopsticks. These few days, on the other end of the phone, Academician Ma picked up his laptop. Then how about today? I will be at the institute, just come here, I will give you the address. The two hung up the phone, and Academician Ma sent the address to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked down at the address, the Quantum Information Research Institute. After eating, Pu Xiaohan asked Tang Ming and the other, "Where do you guys live?" When she came to Jiangjing, Pu's mother also wanted to come with her, but after learning from Ji Hing that Pu Xiaohan was living with Bai Lian, Pu's father and mother were no longer worried. Their family inexplicably trusted Bai Lian. Ning Xiao put down his book, always one to get straight to the point. Upstairs. Upstairs. Pu Xiaohan looked up. On the 5th floor, his uncle seems to have given him an apartment, 501. Tang Ming only found out about this when he got up from the hotel this morning. Pu Xiaohan was surprised. The entire class 15 were ordinary students, and Ning Xiao was usually not much of a talker. His clothing, just like Yang Lin's, was always just the school uniform, and everyone thought his family was not very well off. Now his uncle had given Ning Xiao an apartment? Bai Lian was just renting. Ning Xiao, a gift? While everyone was talking, Ming Dongheng couldn't help but glance at Ning Xiao. He lived in 301, which was given to him by Jiang Fulai. Shanghai apartment wasn't a high-end complex, but it was still a school district house, and the price was not low. Ming Dongheng couldn't afford it for the time being. That was fine. Did he pay for Social Security? Ming Dongheng looked at Ning Xiao, falling into doubt. The Quantum Information Research Institute was close to the Science Museum. It was a bit far from Jiang University. In the 11th floor conference room, Academician Ma, who was sitting in the front listening to a report, glanced at his phone. It was almost time. He stood up, pressing down on the table. That will be all for today's morning meeting. He was wearing a checked t-shirt, his hair not neatly combed, and a pair of large glasses sat on his nose. He stood up, holding the report. The young teachers in the team gathered their belongings, noticing that Academician Ma had left early. Some hurriedly followed. Researchers and professors met along the way were particularly excited to greet Academician Ma. Academician Ma mostly conducted research with his own team and now didn't mentor students. He had almost vanished from sight, mostly seen in news ceremonies for some awards. Academician Ma, the assistant, caught up with him. Director Huang asked me to inquire if you would be taking the undergraduate course this year. The assistant professor wondered internally as he spoke. Academician Ma rarely taught undergraduate courses, only when he was covering for other professors. What was Professor Huang thinking? No. Academician Ma stretched out his hand to open the door to his office, stopped mid-sentence, and suddenly remembered something: the large class in Tongfeng, topological quantum computing. The assistant followed behind Academician Ma. You're taking topological quantum computing? It's not certain yet. Academician Ma stood at the door, not going in, but tilted his head slightly. Go to the entrance and fetch someone for me, a girl, her name is Bai Lian. As he spoke, Academician Ma gave out a number. The assistant took note and, seeing there were no further instructions from Academician Ma, went down to meet the person. As soon as he reached the ground floor, he dialed Bai Lian's number. The number displayed was not from Jiangjing, but from Xiangqing. Hello, Miss Bai, where have you reached? Academician Ma asked me to wait for you at the entrance. The assistant spoke while looking toward the door. From the phone, a girl's voice responded, I'll be there in a minute. A lazy and clear voice. She sounded young, perhaps around the age of a first-year university student. The assistant initially thought the person Academician Ma asked him to meet would be a professor around his age. He did not expect her voice to sound so young. All right, I'm in a black tracksuit, waiting for you at the entrance. The assistant hung up and started to ponder the identity of this young woman. Before the minute was up, he saw a girl in a tie-dyed off-white linen dress, loose and lazy, with a belt in the same color casually tied around her waist. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, 236 Little Junior Sister, Birthday Guest _2 Atop her head was a simple and old-fashioned wooden hairpin. Her fair skin was bathed in sunlight, creating a distinctly luminous effect. Both her temperament and appearance stood out notably. Just when the assistant was wondering if she might be a celebrity, the girl stopped in front of him. With her long eyelashes casting a shadow, she politely asked, Are you the assistant to Academician Ma? Yes, I am. The sunlight was blinding, and the assistant, overwhelmed by her stunning face, came back to his senses and turned to lead Bai Lian upstairs. Academician Ma is waiting for you on the 11th floor. The 11th floor. Academician Ma poured Bai Lian a cup of water using a disposable cup. His computer was on, and Bai Lian, sitting in front of his computer, was opening a file. This is the team's new research proposal, adjusting the global entanglement gate. Bai Lian's interest peaked instantly, and she raised her languid brows slightly. Quantum benchmark testing. She understood immediately. No one dislikes a clever student. Academician Ma stood beside her, took a sip of water, and said, Right, the team's work. The paper will be published next week, I'll send it to you then. Are you going to test for the Tongfeng class? He suddenly remembered something. Yes. Bai Lian nodded as she looked at the file. After placing down his disposable cup, Academician Ma felt considerably cheered and told the assistant to take over the class for him. Then he spoke in a gentle tone, Take your time, there's no rush. I will take you down to the lab this afternoon to have a look. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask. The assistant, who had been listening to their conversation, finally let out a breath and cast a deep glance at Bai Lian. Lunchtime. In the institute's cafeteria, someone holding chopsticks asked Academician Ma's assistant, Teacher Yun, why did Academician Ma suddenly come to the institute today? The current quantum trio was the center of attention, with many people keeping tabs on their movements. Assistant Yun, holding his own meal plate, thought to himself, what's this? He's going to the Tongfeng class to teach undergraduate new students about topological physics later. That news is even more explosive. There are only so many on Academician Ma's team, and he only mentors a few students, each a titan in their field. The last person he mentored was Director Huang. Assistant Yun knew that the scientific community in China didn't lack talent, it lacked first-rate top-notch talent. Academician Ma had always preferred to lack for quality rather than compromise for quantity. He hadn't taken on any students in recent years, leading most to assume he wouldn't take on any more disciples. She lowered her eyes and approached, Grandpa. Ji Hing placed his tobacco pipe on the coffee table and grunted a response, not one for many words. Ren Wanxian saw Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing cooking in the kitchen. Despite the range hood, the kitchen was filled with smoke, so she stood at the door. The butler said you should hand in the documents early. Okay, Ji Xiaojun replied in a deep voice, carrying out a plate of food. His demeanor was cool and stern. However, it was Shen Qing who sheepishly smiled at Ren Wanxian. Alien's birthday is tomorrow. Are you coming, Wanxian? Bai Lian's birthday. Ren Wanxian held her phone, shaking her head unconsciously. I have plans with someone tomorrow, that night, at Shanghai apartment. 302. When Jiang Fulai opened the door, he saw Jiang He sitting by the sofa, with the small lamp on. Jiang He had finally finished his busy work and was sitting on the carpet drawing. Jiang Fulai put the keys aside, turned on the overhead light, and glanced up to see the door to the middle room also open. Bai Lian was lazily sitting beside the guzheng, one hand propping up her chin, the other holding a pen, her legs crossed, her eyes and brows exuding a casual air. Upon seeing Jiang Fulai return, she lazily lifted her head in a perfunctory greeting. Why so listless? Jiang Fulai turned on the lights in the music room as well and walked to the window to open the soundproof windows. A breeze came in, lifting the white papers beside her. Jiang Fulai lowered his gaze, his long lashes casting a shadow as he noticed the balled-up sheets of paper next to her. He bent down to pick them up, his well-defined fingers smoothing out the crumpled sheets. It was a simplified score. He gathered and flattened all the papers, then approached her, lowered his head to take the black pen from her hand, and guided her hand, his pale eyes intent. Let's go eat first. His fingers were always cool to the touch, even in summer. On his fingertips was a thin layer of callus. Bai Lian looked up at him, briefly startled, before responding, oh. 303, when Bai Lian came over. Pu Xiaohan was lying on the sofa, on the phone with Dean Jian. Dean Jian was talking to her about a new video. Pu Xiaohan switched the TV to another channel, lowering her voice. The day after tomorrow then, I'm celebrating Alien's birthday tomorrow. Jiang Fulai stood with one hand in his pocket, following behind Bai Lian, his figure tall and proud, his presence noble and aloof. He pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to Academician Ma at a leisurely pace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Jiang He let go, his dark eyes met hers, and he spoke sulkily, yeah. He had gotten up particularly early today, intending to place the gift at her door before she came out. His keen sense of numbers had allowed him to guess everything, but the only thing he hadn't anticipated was his own physique. It wasn't enough to lift the gift box. "Thank you." Bai Lian patted his head, crouched in front of him, and opened the gift box. As she expected, inside was a piece of assembled Lego. It was the scene from the first time she met Jiang He, with a water wheel in the back, a bus stop in front, and further ahead, a black car. A massive project. She easily picked up the Lego and placed it on the bookshelf in her study. Bai Lian lifted it as if it were weightless, as though she was handling a mere feather, and Jiang He looked up at her, opened his mouth, and had the expression of someone watching a horror movie. Behind him, Ming Dongheng folded his arms and looked down at Jiang He's expression, his lips twitching. At noon, in the study, Bai Lian propped her hand on the computer screen, her eyebrows and eyes drooping, while her other hand controlled the printing of documents on the screen. On her computer's WeChat page, messages from Hewen kept coming. Hewen, a study of topology, one of light quantum. Hewen, haven't you finished reading them yet? Hewen, Bai Lian extended 2 fingers, unhurriedly typing out one word, no, blunt. Jiang He sat on a stool next to her, holding a game console, swinging his legs as he played. Pu Xiaohan and Tang Ming had left the apartment early in the morning. After the documents were printed, Bai Lian reached out to close Hewen's chat window, but at that moment, her phone rang. It was Jiang Fulai, his voice lacking its usual coolness as it came across the electromagnetic waves. "They'll be back in half an hour." Bai Lian was looking for a stapler, methodically stapling the documents together. "Okay. What are you doing?" Jiang Fulai heard the sound of the printer through the phone. "Hewen has 2 documents." Bai Lian pressed down on the stapler with 2 fingers, her tone casual. "I just printed them out, look at them tomorrow." Jiang Fulai's voice became a few degrees colder. "2 documents. What's the problem?" Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. "Nothing." On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai tapped the wooden box in his hand with an air of nonchalance, his face cool and detached. He didn't continue to discuss the issue of the 2 documents with her. "I'll come over." He hung up the phone, his gaze fixed on a small garden ahead. "Let's go." Behind him was a long corridor with carved railings. By his side, a middle-aged man was bowing his head respectfully. "Yes." Hewen, who was looking at data in the lab, suddenly sneezed. The person next to him glanced at the air conditioning temperature, and though he didn't think it was high, he still offered, "They'll have someone turn up the heat a bit." Then, turning back to look at the private room, the past 2 months had not been peaceful, with several crackdowns that left him quivering with fear, and now, what kind of people had come to Jiangjing? Inside the private room, Pu Xiaohan pulled Bai Lian to take photos, and seeing there was nothing left for him to do, Su Nanjing walked over to Jiang Fulai's side, poured himself a glass of wine, and lazily swirled his glass. "Alien, are there still a few guests coming?" He had prepared a gift for everyone who came today. Her uncle, aunt, and grandfather. Jiang Fulai stood aside, his gaze on Bai Lian's direction, his tone indifferent. "There should also be a teacher coming." "Uncle, aunt, grandfather." Su Nanjing was surprised. He knew Bai Lian's grandfather, who lived on Purist Street, but now he had come to Jiangjing. "Xiaoqi and Brother Mao haven't arrived yet," Tang Ming added as he moved a stool over. "Xiaoqi, Brother Mao." Su Nanjing had thought Bai Lian only had a few friends like Tang Ming in Jiangjing, but now who were these 2, Xiaoqi and Brother Mao? He was pondering this when the door to the private room was again respectfully opened by the manager. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 609, Ji Heng arrived in 238, a gift from the Ma Institute scholar. First update, _1 The manager respectfully led Xiao Bingwen inside. He had just gone downstairs to prepare the cake and, upon entering, immediately saw Jiang Fulai's face, blurred by the lighting. The relaxed smile on his face vanished. Mr. Jiang. He greeted Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai lazily tilted his head, displaying an air of indolence. His pale eyes briefly swept over Xiao Bingwen. The usually imposing phoenix eyes were much softer today. He gave a slight nod to Xiao Bingwen and then continued to watch Bai Lian being photographed. Xiao Bingwen tensed up, not daring to look around anymore. He just sat next to Su Nanjing and asked in a low voice, "Why are they all in Zhongjing?" Xiao Bingwen was asking about Pu Xiaohan and her friends. They all got into schools in Zhongjing. Su Nanjing heard from Pu Xiaohan, who said she was accepted into Media University. How come they all study so well? Xiao Bingwen was astonished. The Su family had recently been busy with the old master's birthday. Xiao Bingwen hadn't had a break with all the recent collaborative cases. He was only able to take some time off today to help plan for Bai Lian's birthday. The two were still talking. Jiang Fulai glanced at his phone beside them. Ji Xiaojun texted that they had arrived. He switched off his phone and opened the door to go out. Su Nanjing also stood up and said quietly, "It seems Alien's grandfather has arrived." As soon as Jiang Fulai stepped out, Xiao Bingwen let out a sigh of relief and also stood up, looking toward the door of the private room. "Miss Bei's grandfather, huh?" It wasn't long before the door to the private room opened again. A group of people came in from outside. Leading the way were two elderly men, one with a hand behind his back, the other carrying a smoking pipe, chatting together as they walked in. Behind them followed the composed Ji Xiaojun, as well as Shen Qing, who barely dared look around. Jiang Fulai was speaking to the manager with his head down. Su Nanjing watched Ji Heng, then turned his eyes to Ding Jian, who seemed to be having a delightful conversation with Ji Heng. It took him a moment to recognize them. He knew Ding Jian. His mother had barely managed to set it up through old Master Chen, and eventually, Bai Lian knew him personally. A representative of traditional Chinese music. So the man next to him must be Bai Lian's grandfather, right? How come he seemed so familiar with Ding Jian? The two chatted and laughed as if they were kindred spirits, resonating like a high mountain stream meets an understanding friend. It was not until they approached that Su Nanjing came to his senses. He set down his wine glass. "Ding Jian, Grandfather Ji, Uncle Ji, Auntie, hello, I'm Su Nanjing." The lights in the private room were bright enough. Bai Lian, who had been coordinating with Jiang He for Pu Xiaohan to take pictures, also seemed to notice something and looked over, immediately spotting Ji Heng and Shen Qing among the group. She had left Xiangqing at the end of June and hadn't seen Ji Heng for a month and a half. Their communication was mostly through video calls. They had a call just the night before, and Ji Heng was still at the familiar courtyard. She didn't expect to see him in Zhongjing today. Bai Lian stood up. "Grandfather." At her call of grandfather, Pu Xiaohan turned around in surprise, and upon seeing Ji Heng, she immediately dropped her camera and ran over excitedly. "Grandfather, grandfather, how come you're here?" "Yes." Ji Heng, always serious, allowed a rare smile to cross his face. He greeted Pu Xiaohan and then turned to look at Bai Lian. She hadn't lost weight, and she looked well. He nodded his head. Lastly, he looked down at Jiang He beside Bai Lian and smiled again. "You've grown taller." Tang Ming and Ning Xiao, after not seeing Ding Jian and Ji Heng for some time, greeted, "Grandfather, Ding Jian." Compared to the more reserved Bai Lian, the sunny and outspoken Pu Xiaohan hugged Ji Heng's unoccupied arm. "Grandfather, how long will you stay this time? Do I have a chance to get the Warring States robe now?" The Warring States robe. Ji Heng looked at her with some interest. I want to make a video with Dean Jian, and we need the Warring States robe, Pu Xiaohan explained. I've been unable to find what I want online. As she spoke, Dean Jian added from the side, that's right. The group gathered and casually started chatting. Next to Su Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen finally snapped out of it. He didn't recognize Ji Heng, but, Nanjing, he said, looking at the senior, whose back was to him, with a dignified stance and an artistic aura about him, commanding respect without anger, that's Dean Jian, right? He was acquainted with Leng Shuhe, and naturally, he knew of Dean Jian. His impression was that even Leng Shuhe faced a strict attitude from Dean Jian. Dean Jian had very high expectations for his students, and although the 3 students were carefully selected by him, he was not entirely satisfied and remained impartial. Aside from attending classes, his disciples could not dream of inviting Dean Jian to a meal. What was he doing here today? Yes, Su Nanjing had met Dean Jian before and was not surprised. What puzzled him was why people like Ji Heng and Pu Xiaohan seemed to be so familiar with Dean Jian. Alien plays the Guzheng well. She and Dean Jian have a friendship transcending age differences. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Director Chen nodded at Xiao Bingwen and after greeting Zhang Fulai, Ji Heng, Bai Lian and the others, he said to Ji Heng, Uncle Ji, we too should really have a good drink today. It had indeed been a long time since they last met. The group had a lot to talk about. To Bai Lian's left was Jiang He, to her right was Zhang Fulai, and next to Jiang He was Shen Qing, who was peeling shrimp for Bai Lian and Jiang He. They want me in charge of the branch office. Ji Xiaojun sat next to Shen Qing, telling Ji Heng about the recent developments. Holding his wine glass, Ji Heng nodded upon hearing this, it should indeed be yours. Ji Xiaojun poured some wine, they want to hold an ancestry rite. After taking Ji Xiaojun out for a spin last time, most people in the circle were aware of Ji Shane's existence. What rite? Director Chen was always very keen on matters concerning Bai Lian's family. When he heard Ji Xiaojun speak, he looked up immediately. It's not certain, Ji Xiaojun looked at Director Chen, he'll let you know when it's confirmed. He spoke briefly, and the conversation shifted back to fishing. The institute director, on the other hand, was discussing the Guzheng with Bai Lian. I think you can play desert. Bai Lian held her chopsticks, her brows and eyes lazy. I can't practice it, I can't evoke that kind of feeling. She. Dean Jian didn't understand who Bai Lian was referring to with she, just offering a cliché. Look at how high you set the bar for yourself, you're really suited for our ancient Zither faction, don't you really plan to take over? Bai Lian remained silent. Across from Dean Jian, Xiao Bingwen simply couldn't hold back. Take over as the leader of the ancient Zither community. How gifted must Bai Lian be? As they spoke, next to Ning Xiao, Jiang Fulai also put down his chopsticks, bowed his head and asked Ning Xiao and Tang Ming in a low voice, have you guys signed the contract? The tone always conveyed a casual sense of detachment. Signed with the physics department, Ning Xiao replied. Jiang Fulai nodded slightly, his wrist resting on the glass table, his pale fingertips tapping the table absent-mindedly. The sound wasn't loud, but it made Ning Xiao and Tang Ming feel tense. After a long while, Jiang Fulai spoke, you guys know about Jiang University's Tongfeng class, right? Tang Ming was not very clear, but Ning Xiao, having been in the provincial team, had heard of it. Smart as he was, as soon as Jiang Fulai mentioned it, he understood the young master's meaning. Jiang brother, are you saying, yes? Jiang Fulai stopped tapping, his voice as light as the breeze and the clouds. I collected last year's questions for you last night. You guys will work on them tomorrow. Although it was summer vacation, Tang Ming and Ning Xiao hadn't stopped doing practice problems. While Bai Lian was soaking up in the library in Jiangjing, the two had already climbed the overall ranking ladder in Xiangqing. For them, doing practice problems had become the norm. Xijing Club was a lively place, and Su Nanjing had wanted to invite more people to warm up the scene, but Jiang Fulai said the Ji family didn't like it too rowdy, so Su Nanjing didn't invite anyone, not even Gao Yan, only bringing her gift. During a lull in the excitement, Xiao Bingwen quietly left and, with the manager, rolled the cake inside. A 4-layer cake. It was adorned with delicate, lifelike thin rose petals as well. The lights were turned off, leaving only the candlelight from the cake shining. Bai Lian stood in front of the cake, the candlelight blurring her features as she looked at the cake, with the voices of Pu Xiaohan and Tang Ming among others in her ears. Jiang Fulai was opposite her, silently watching her through the flame. Since she came to Xiangqing, met Jiang He. Lived on Purish Street. Then changed her household registration, staying in class 15. After coming to Xiangqing, all these people were still around her, not one less, except for Zhang Xiai's. Everything felt like glimpsing flowers on horseback. Meanwhile, downstairs, Assistant Yun parked the car, turning to look at Ma Institute in the back seat. Ma Institute, is this the place? As he asked, Assistant Yun looked at Xijing Club's level 9 staircase. Although he enjoyed accompanying Ma Institute in academic lectures for coffee breaks, he had never seen such a scene. Always in Chang'an District, but with the recent turmoil in Yunshao District, Assistant Yun had also heard about it. Ma Institute had just finished being busy, used to leaving the research institute at 11 or 12 in the evening as a routine. He also left the research institute early today. This is the place. Ma Institute's gaze lingered on Xijing Club's building, then lowered to the address Jiang Fulai gave him, confirming it before telling Assistant Yun, "Wait for me here, I'll just deliver something and be right back." He picked up the slightly old-fashioned black notebook and the USB drive placed beside him and got out of the car. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, 239 Heritage, Gifts, National Top Scholars Grandeur, Part 2, _1 From the driver's seat, Assistant Yun watched as Academician Ma ascended the splendid golden steps. His gaze indeed fell on the notebook that Academician Ma carried in his hand. He had been following closely as an assistant professor alongside Academician Ma for quite some time. Academician Ma always carried that notebook with him, and although the assistant professor didn't know what the USB drive was, the notebook must represent the culmination of Academician Ma's work to date. Although the code numbers used were excessive, there was no doubt they were of a confidential level. At the entrance, the manager respectfully assisted the elderly man upstairs. As he turned, he seemed to catch a glimpse of infrared light on the steps. He paused momentarily, looked again, but it had disappeared. Today, the Xijing Club was very quiet. The top floor. When Academician Ma arrived, Bai Lian had just blown out the candles, and Pu Xiaohan had turned on the main lights. Since Academician Ma couldn't stay long, he didn't go inside. He looked at the people in the room, his gaze sweeping past Jiang Fulai and Su Nanjing, waiting at the door for Bai Lian to come out. Xiao Bingwen was quietly discussing with Su Nanjing why Director Qin was so respectful towards that blonde. Before they could finish their discussion, the manager opened the door again. "Miss Bai, is there another guest yet to arrive?" Xiao Bingwen asked as he turned his head, only to see Academician Ma standing outside the door, his hair as unkempt as ever, holding a notebook in his hand. Academician Ma, an international authority on quantum physics. Laboratories abroad had violated countless regulations for him, yet they couldn't persuade him to join them. A living fossil of the physics department. Xiao Bingwen had only seen him at lectures or in university physics textbooks, now here he was at Xijing. Xiao Bingwen blinked. By his side, Su Nanjing, who had met Shan Yu, was more composed than Xiao Bingwen, though her inner questions were mounting, involving President Jian Zhongyou and Dean Shu. And now Academician Ma had shown up. Bai Lian was equally surprised. Academician Ma was typically unconcerned with worldly affairs, his circle was simple, consisting only of physics, with no regard for other social interactions. What was he doing here? She glanced at Jiang Fulai, who stood up first. Bai Lian then murmured to Ji Heng that she would go out with Jiang Fulai. Academician Ma, Bai Lian approached the entrance. Why have you come? Jiang Fulai lazily followed behind Bai Lian. Academician Ma hadn't intended to come, but Jiang Fulai had mentioned that this year was particularly significant for her. Don't spread the word about today's events. Academician Ma closed his eyes in the back seat. After seeing off Academician Ma, Bai Lian headed upstairs. Jiang Fulai walked on her left, his hand casually in his pocket, and the waiter was standing at the elevator, pressing the button as the two approached. They reached the top floor. Jiang Fulai turned his head to look at Bai Lian. Want to go check out the terrace? At that time, it wasn't hot outside. The terrace was large, decorated with fresh flowers all around. Standing on the terrace of the Xijing Club, one could overlook the street bars and night market below. Bai Lian, with the notebook in her left hand, walked to the railing and leaned on it with one hand, gazing at the lights of thousands of homes below, while the flower pot beside her bloomed with pink roses. She used to enjoy standing on the city wall, watching the sunset, the moon, and the stars. Back then, there were stars all over the sky. Below the terrace, a green lawn was laid out with a few wooden tables and gazebos scattered about, adorned with lights on all sides. Jiang Fulai glanced at her for a while. Then he lowered his gaze and covered her right hand with his. Jiang Fulai's palm was always cool, like a gentle stream flowing down slowly from a snowy mountain in summer. The rose beside them shuddered in the wind, casting a quivering shadow over their hands. With his lashes lowered, Jiang Fulai then spread open Bai Lian's fingers and placed a long wooden box that he had concealed for a long time into her palm. Looking up, the surrounding light shattered in his pale eyes, turning into a sky full of stars. He seemed quite casual, a gift. Bai Lian gazed into his eyes and gave a leisurely smile. What is it? Jiang Fulai let go of her hand, a fine laugh in his eyes. He rarely looked so gentle, and at this moment he appeared more strikingly graceful than even the vibrant roses around. Take a look. Inside the box was a white jade hairpin, its texture fine and translucent. Under the subtle lighting, it seemed to be enveloped in a fluorescent glow, with a poppy carved into the tail of the pin. Meanwhile, back in the private room. Why hasn't Sister Lian come back? Pu Xiaohan handed a piece of cake to Su Nanjing. Have some cake. Su Nanjing held the cake but didn't eat it, his gaze fixed on the door. Why did Academician Ma come looking for alien? Pu Xiaohan didn't recognize Academician Ma. But Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had already guessed something. Back at the Buiyuan base, when Academician Ma suddenly attended a lecture and afterward Bai Lian took them to another seminar. Pu Xiaohan spoke. Maybe he's asking her what she'll study in the future. I heard before that Dean Shu also wanted to ask Sister Lian if she'd like to go to the Chinese department. Pu Xiaohan then cut another piece of cake for Xiao Bingwen. Bai Lian's classmates all seemed casual about people coming to look for her and didn't seem to make much of it. Xiao Bingwen held his fork and didn't eat, but inquired subconsciously. That was Academician Ma. Do you guys know what he does? Ning Xiao looked at the problems on his phone without looking at Xiao Bingwen. Tang Ming patiently explained to Xiao Bingwen, "I know Academician Ma. I attended his lecture last year and even bought his book on condensed matter, though I haven't really understood it yet." The use of professional terms made it clear they knew of Academician Ma's reputation. So why were they still so unperturbed? Su Nanjing, hearing that he had attended Academician Ma's lecture, suddenly looked up. "Which university did you apply to?" "Jiang University." Tang Ming scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. "I didn't do as well as Sister Lian and Ning Xiao, only just meeting the physics department's requirements." Jiang University was known for its physics department, the pinnacle within the country, with the department ranking high amongst global institutions. The score required was outrageously high, with most students being admitted through competitions. Su Nanjing had only managed to get into Jiang University's economics department with the help of Jiang Fulai's tutoring. Seeing Tang Ming's bashful face, Xiao Bingwen thought they were all students from Xiangqing like Pu Xiaohan, who had only managed to get into universities in Zhongjing. How could they all be in Jiang University, and moreover in the physics department? Since when had the Jiang University physics department become so commonplace? Xiao Bingwen glanced at Tang Ming's youthful face, suddenly realizing that Bai Lian, his classmate, also became unfathomable. Su Nanjing caught on to something. He was aware of Bai Lian's ranking on the Jiangjing app last time, which was basically the same as the National College Entrance Exam ranking. Add to that his involvement in auctions and mineral matters, which had him flying abroad for several months, only finishing in early July. He hadn't paid much attention to the college entrance exam results. Finally catching on, Su Nanjing put down the small cake. "Wait, how much did Alien score in the college entrance exam?" "Her." Pu Xiaohan casually sat down at the table, picked up a video camera beside her, and started reviewing footage. 750, a perfect score and the national top scorer. Go search the news in Beijing and Xiangqing. Back then, even the Beijing Education Bureau couldn't keep it under wraps. It was all over the place, such is the grandeur of a national top scorer, TSK. Having witnessed such a scene, Pu Xiaohan wasn't surprised by anyone who came looking for Bai Lian. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 612, The 240 Hardest Circle to Fit Into, Back to School, First Update, _1 this year, even with the screening system in place, the topic of the top scorer in the college entrance exam still caused quite a stir. But Su Nanjing and his peers naturally wouldn't pay much attention. He only found out about Bai Lian's news through Pu Xiaohan's social media updates. As for the rest, he didn't know much, and he hadn't participated in the college entrance exam betting pools either. The Su family focuses on nurturing well-rounded individuals. Su Nanjing had hated it since he was a child when the Su family compared his grades to Su Jinyi's or Su Jin's. When he grew up, he also refused to become that kind of detestable parent. It was only now that he had heard about Bai Lian being the college entrance exam top scorer from Pu Xiaohan. Although there is a top scorer every year, there's only one, and they are all extremely talented individuals. As Su Nanjing had grown up, there had only been one top scorer around him, Jiang Fulai. That year Jiang Fulai took the college entrance exam directly in his first year of high school, and Jiang Shijue became second on the list. The Qin family should be more concerned about this year's college entrance exam because there was a Liang Wuyu whom even Su Nanjing had heard of. The Qin family had invested a lot of efforts in promoting him. Now, Alien, a perfect score college entrance exam top scorer. Su Nanjing's understanding of Bai Lian was still stuck at her being ranked 199th. Go to Ko then everything made sense. That's why, when he went to the police station to find Bai Lian that night, Principal Shi rushed over in such a hurry. That's why even Elder Su said the commotion was big. Su Nanjing only thought back then that Jiang Fulai had gone too far, and since the Qin family was involved in politics, the Su family had collaborations with them. It wasn't until recently that he learned that almost everyone in Yunshao district had been replaced. Although Jiang Fulai was the catalyst, he probably only wanted to clean up those bars and clubs. As for those who were purged, they must have been related to Bai Lian. The patio. Bai Lian sat in the pavilion, her hands crossed in front of her chest, in a leisurely posture. Her hair was loose behind her back, the strands lustrous and fine, having grown to her waist over the past year. A light breeze stirred her skirt and long hair. Jiang Fulai meticulously arranged her hair, the raven strands slipping through his long, pale fingers. "Can you actually manage?" Bai Lian asked languidly. The cool light around the patio danced across her face, creating a hazy interplay of shadow and light. "Stay still," Jiang Fulai calmly wound the hair he held around his finger. He was always serene, his voice even tempered as he spoke while coiling her hair. "Tomorrow I need to join the group, which might take most of the month." Such research had confidentiality agreements in place from the beginning. "Most of the month," Bai Lian spoke, "when you come back, I should have started school. Jiang University registration starts on the 29th of August. Bai Lian had a lot of hair, and Jiang Fulai wrapped it into a half updo, making the white jade hairpin in his hand appear even more pristine and immaculate, untouched by any speck of dust. His skill was not very polished, and he dabbed at some stray hairs on the side. This time the result was much better than before, not so untidy. Not particularly striking, but very neat. At the end of the white jade hairpin, the craftsmanship of the peony was quite pronounced, yet it seemed just right amidst her locks. Jiang Fulai stepped back, thinking the improvement from last time was substantial. Slowly, he responded to Bai Lian's remark, "There, most of the time signals are jammed. I'll be going with Director Ma from the Institute." He chose some aspects he could safely share with Bai Lian. "Jiang Fulai recalled the incident at the bar last time. After a pause, he advised, try to avoid fights if possible. If something happens, tell Su Nanjing right away. I've already discussed it with your grandfather, he lives on the first floor." Jiang Fulai had been renovating the first floor for quite a while. He preferred quiet and wasn't used to sharing elevators with others. Before coming here, he bought all the units from the first to third floors of the apartment building. Of course, he hadn't mentioned this to Bai Lian, but after realizing that the fourth and fifth floor units belonged to Su Nanjing and Ningxiao, he didn't pursue them. Otherwise, without his consent, neither of them would have been able to get those units. During that time in Xiangqing, Jiang He always stayed with Ji Heng. And Ji Heng. Jiang Fulai couldn't see what he was lacking. He had seen those 2 thin pages of residence registration and, after some consideration, decided to incorporate decorations Ji Heng was familiar with on the first floor. The first floor. Bai Lian's radar went off, she had seen the renovations on the first floor. As she listened to Jiang Fulai, she lifted her head, "You bought the first floor." Things looked set to head in an unpredictable direction. Jiang Fulai smoothed down a stray strand of her hair lifted by the wind and subtly changed the subject. "I've given Ning Xiao the Tongfeng class exam questions from each year. I worked out the solutions for most of them. If they find something they don't understand, you explain it to them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 613, The Hardest Circle to Fit Into, Start of School, Another Update, _2 Bai Lian aimed to get into the Tongfeng class, she naturally hoped others could also make it. Yang Lin's ambition lay in biology, not within the class range, she considered Ning Xiao, but she was a bit worried about Tang Ming. Bai Lian wanted to say something more when her phone on the side moved. Su Nanjing had sent her a bunch of exclamation marks and shocked pig emojis. Realizing she had spent quite some time outside, Bai Lian smoothed out her sleeve and stood up, glancing at Jiang Fulai. Let's go inside first. She walked ahead, while Jiang Fulai habitually stayed a step behind her. Jingjing watched her indifferent figure walking ahead. She gifted him with jade, and he returned her favor with a jade hairpin. Inside the private room. When Bai Lian returned, Chief Chen was drinking with Dean Jihingjin. That was someone from the Academy of Sciences. Chief Chen was talking about Academician Ma with Ji Hing, aware of the commotion Bai Lian had caused. Is Miss Bai being booked by them? Chief Chen was also a native of Jiangjing, and although he had taken the military official path, he still understood a thing or two. Go to Ko, with her talent so high, she should be turned over to the country. Ji Hing held his glass, pouring himself another round and also filling up those for Dean Ji and Chief Chen. It's only right. When he said it was only right, there was always some sort of melancholy in his tone. Pride mixed with an inexplicable sense of solitude. Chief Chen nodded, raising his glass to speak with Ji Hing. Miss Bai, this is just the beginning. As he spoke, he glanced toward Ji Xiaojun, whose expression seemed a bit off. Brother Ji. Ji Xiaojun snapped back to reality. It's nothing. He picked up his chopsticks and said slowly, Alien will probably come back often, look at Xiaojiang to know. As they were talking on this side. Meanwhile, Xiao Bingwen and Su Nanjing were still motionlessly staring at Bai Lian. Sister Ji said you were the top scorer of the college entrance exam. Yeah. Bai Lian casually sat next to Pu Xiaohan and asked Ning Xiao about the exam questions. Su Nanjing opened his mouth. Why didn't you ever mention this? Why mention such things? Bai Lian leaned back and looked up slightly, those deep black eyes making Su Nanjing's words come to a halt. To her, it seemed that scoring full marks on the college entrance exam was no more than an ordinary event, just one goal in her path through life, so there was no need to bring it up. Su Nanjing fell silent, thinking that if his mother knew she was the top exam scorer, she would definitely hold a grand banquet at Jiangjing University. Despite how long the Su family had been around, the family shrine only had one top scholar from hundreds of years ago. Bai Lian tapped on the table and looked at Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Have you guys roughly reviewed the questions? Ning Xiao raised his head to answer. I've skimmed through them, the overall difficulty is all right. He and Tang Ming had already huddled together to discuss the questions. Bai Lian occasionally chimed in with a few words, while Jiang Fulai quietly leaned on the armrest beside her, occasionally lowering his head to glance coolly at Ning Xiao's test. Pu Xiaohan was beside her, looking at the footage from the camera. Yellow Hair and Hong Mao couldn't understand, so the two took out a board game to play Gamoku, and after losing, Hong Mao would bring Jiang He over to command his moves. Occasionally asking Bai Lian to help him with a move. Bai Lian leaned against the sofa, her white dress spread out beside her, fiddling with a chess piece in her hand. From 3 meters away, she casually flicked it onto the chessboard. The piece landed precisely where it was meant to. Her features were delicate, and the word beautiful seemed too generic to describe her. There was a casual yet composed elegance about her as she made her directives. Pu Xiaohan would occasionally turn her head to show Bai Lian the footage on the camera. Jiang Fulai only exchanged a few words with Ning Xiao and Bai Lian. Among them, even Pu Xiaohan, who had the lowest grades, was from Media University. As for Ning Xiao, she was even more outstanding than those from the attached high school, not to mention Bai Lian. Over the past 2 years, Liang Wuyu, who had garnered much attention, was merely a stepping stone for her. Xiao Bingwen realized why Su Nanjing hadn't asked him to invite the young masters and misses from his circle to liven up the scene. The circle of these young people was far more fascinating than theirs. This group of young people was vibrant, full of high spirits. Xiao Bingwen couldn't help but exhale deeply. Nanjing, Xiao Bingwen said, looking at Bai Lian in the midst of the crowd, I always feel that these few people aren't so simple. Jiang Jing always said it was hard to get into Su Nanjing and Jiang Ziju's circle. Now, looking at them, he felt that the truly hard-to-reach circle in the future would be Bai Lian's. It's not just them, Su Nanjing was more familiar with Bai Lian than Xiao Bingwen. Recalling Pu Xiaohan's words, he said, there should be a few more people, probably Sister Lu, whom I haven't seen. Plus another good guy, I've only heard of him. Good guy. It was the first time Xiao Bingwen had heard of this. He was squatting in Xiangqing prison in his senior year. Su Nanjing lit a cigarette, glancing at Xiao Bingwen. Qi Lu personally fought the case, and he was still sentenced to a year. During that time, Jiang brother kept tutoring him personally. He was truly a tough guy. Until now, Su Nanjing still didn't know what that good guy was called. Su Nanjing pressed down the lighter, blew a smoke ring, and his peach blossom eyes slightly squinted. Pu Xiaohan had just mentioned that 4 people got into Jiang University, and one of them was Yang Lin. In a situation where she was losing a lot of blood, she managed to calmly lay out the scene. Yang Lin, who had the resolve to take her father's life with a knife. Su Nanjing didn't know what drove her, but the resilience of someone who broke free from such a family was just like that, good guy. Listening to this, Jiang Fulai personally going to prison for tutoring, and Qi Yundai. The top legal team in Asia's legal circle? He tapped his knee, his gaze fixed on Bai Lian and the others. Jiang Jingshuer had become lively. 8:29. The day Jiangjing University freshmen reported for enrollment. Shanghai apartment, first floor. Ji Heng was watering the succulents and cabbage with one hand and holding his phone in the other, talking to Ji Xiaojun. No rush, I live right by Jiangda, there's plenty of time to get there. On the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaojun hung up. He grabbed his package and was about to leave. Shenqing rarely stayed here anymore, often going to Bai Lian's place instead. He opened the door to see the building's butler and Xiaojia. It was Sunday, a day off, and the butler knew Ji Xiaojun was always disciplined, so he came to discuss banquet arrangements. Seeing him with the package, the butler was curious, where are you heading? Let us drive you there. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 6:14, Admission of 241, The Oppressive Feeling of the Big Shot, Second Update, _1 Rest Day. Ji Xiaojun didn't expect the butler to show up unannounced. Seeing him at the door, he was taken aback. Today is Alien school opening, and I'm going to take her to school. When it came to Bai Lian, the Ji family always took care of the smallest details. In the past, the Ji family didn't have such a strong atmosphere, and Ji Heng would always be alone, secluded on Purish Street. For the entire Ji family, everything used to be cold and detached. Ji Xiaojun would then take his drawing board and go teach his students. Ji Xiaorong seldom returned home, and Ren Wanxian didn't get along with the entire Ji family. Bai Lian seemed like a gift from heaven, linking the two cold families together. Even Ji Heng began to show some liveliness, with a group of children hopping around his yard all day. People in Xiangqing always believed that no matter how far their children flew away, the wind of Xiangqing would always protect them. What a coincidence, Bai Lian also had the surname Bai. The butler glanced at Ji Xiaojun, knowing he always placed great importance on his niece Bai Lian. She probably has a lot of stuff for school, right? Let Xiaojia take you guys to school in the business car we have prepared. Also, Miss has mentioned to you, she wants to invite the old man and Miss Bai for a meal first. Ji Heng had been living in Shanghai apartment ever since he came. Go to Ko the butler only found out a few days ago that Ji Hing had arrived in Zhongjing. "I'll go by myself," Ji Xiaojun thought for a moment. Today being the opening of Jiang University, Zir Avenue was definitely going to be jammed. Taking the car wouldn't be as smooth as the subway. "I'll take the subway." The subway in Zhongjing was always crowded. Xiao Jie took Ji Xiaojun to the subway station. He looked across to the other subway entrance, hesitated, and asked, "Are you sure you don't want me to take you?" "No need." Ji Xiaojun looked down at the time on his phone, nodded to the butler, and then walked directly to the opposite subway. This place was still some distance from Jiang University. As they got closer to the university town, the subway was full of people, most of them happily taking their kids to report to the school, as the enrollment times of the major universities were quite aligned. When Ji Xiaojun got off at the Jiang University station, there was even a reception set up by Jiang University in the subway station itself, guiding the new students to Jiang University. It was Ji Shane's first time feeling such a bustling atmosphere. He exited the subway station and saw Zir Avenue teeming with traffic. He then walked with a light step towards Shanghai apartment under the bright sunshine. Shanghai apartment 303. In Bai Lian's room, Shenqing circled around her suitcase asking, "Is this all you're bringing? Are you taking your piano with you?" Even when in Xiangqing, Bai Lian didn't live on campus. Now, even though she had rented a house off campus, she still had to abide by the residential rules. Shenqing was helping her pack and always felt she wasn't bringing enough. Bai Lian leaned lazily against the windowsill, with the curtains drawn back and the window cracked open to let in the strong light. "It's just registration, I won't bring the piano for now." The light exposed a clear path through the floating dust in the room. She squinted at Shenqing counting the items in her suitcase, everything appearing so tranquil. "Okay, then when is he coming back?" Shenqing paused her packing and looked up at Bai Lian. "Is Xiaojiang not coming back today either?" "I don't know." Bai Lian's gaze fell on the courtyard below. Ji Heng was not quite used to the climate of Zhongjing. His small yard had a wooden-colored umbrella erected, casting a cool shade all around. She watched the umbrella, her eyes not quite focusing on anything tangible. The problems Zhang Fulai and Ning Xiao left for her were not difficult. She had been pushing the two to solve them lately, while also busy with the songs required by the director of the institute, and reviewing the thesis notes left by Ma Institute scholar. She was too busy to be bothered by anything else. However, ever since coming to Zhongjing, Zhang Fulai had been there for all of it. Even back in Xiangqing, he would most often accompany her for a walk through the alleys of Purist Street at night. Sometimes when studying until the wee hours, she would occasionally send him one or two questions, and he would always respond promptly. But for the past half a month, he and Hewen seemed to have disappeared into thin air, only showing up online at specific times to reply to messages. Long ago, she had weathered through the trials of Abi Hell alone, braved countless troubles on her own. As she was pondering, Ji Xiaojun appeared in her field of vision, carrying a small bag. Bai Lian snapped back to reality, turned to Shenqing, and smiled languidly, "Uncle is here." Shenqing went downstairs to call for Ji Xiaojun. Bai Lian picked up her phone on the side, unlocked it slowly, and opened WeChat. In the WeChat group for Class 15, the chat was lively, with Lu Lingxi also talking with everyone in the group. Bai Lian tapped on the two conversation boxes at the top, opening one of them. Her last conversation with Jiang Fulai was on the 20th. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know and report so we can fix it as soon as possible." With three-quarter sleeves, her delicate wrists peeked out. The sunlight fell on her bright green dress, dazzlingly bright. Green was a color that didn't suit everyone, but it seemed exceptionally appropriate on her, enhancing her fair complexion, and her long lashes lazily drooped. This kind of flashy yet restrained beauty was a showstopper. Not only the reception desks of various departments but even the freshmen and their parents couldn't help but turn their gaze toward her. They quietly discussed among themselves, wondering if she was some celebrity, with a big guy in a black t-shirt standing behind her. Although he was wearing sunglasses, it was apparent he was scanning the people around him. He looked very much like the well-trained bodyguards often seen on television. For a moment, nobody dared to approach. Bai Lian and the three were of the same major, and Tang Ming, looking at the bustling scene of new students that resembled a market, quickly found the physics department among a bunch of signs and hurried over there. A second before, the people at the physics department were wondering if this girl was a newly signed star, but the next, they saw her heading their way. The crew-cut boy looked at Tang Ming, Ning Xiao, and Bai Lian, mouth agape. All of you are from the physics department? Yeah, Tang Ming replied with a smile. The crew-cut boy looked past Tang Ming to Bai Lian, who stood there nonchalantly, and the corners of his mouth instantly sprang up. Junior, Imgu Xiaoga, sophomore in the physics department and also from the student union's organization department. Come on, it'll take you to our department to register. Do you have any luggage? Tang Ming, under the envious gaze of the other physics department members, Gu Xiaogo led Bai Lian's group to register with the physics department. Behind them, a group of upperclassmen waiting for other new students looked at the retreating figures of Bai Lian and her party, discussing among themselves. She seems prettier than Sister Ming, doesn't she? Get rid of seems. Wait a minute, do you guys think the freshman girl just now looks like that girl who was popular on our school's forum last year? Someone took out their phone immediately, glanced at it, and said, it really is her. She actually got into Jiang University, and in the physics department? Physics department. Is she that freaky? Freaky. The top scholar in this year's college entrance exam is the real freak, man. Thankfully I took my exams last year, or else being in the same batch as these folks, the registration area was in the auditorium, which wasn't too crowded at this time, with only a few new students lining up in front of each college's table. Ji Heng and Tang Ming's parents were standing aside waiting, while Ji Xiaojun talked to Ji Heng about being invited by Mu Yining for dinner. Dinner, huh? Ji Heng considered for a moment before suddenly remembering something. They don't know Alien is now at Jiang University, do they? Ji Xiaojun nodded, they don't. If the butler already knew of Bai Lian, would he be this enthusiastic? Thoughtful, Ji Heng held a bag in his hand containing Bai Lian's backpack. Tell them, tonight. Not far away, Gu Xiaogo was taking them to the physics department's reporting station and instructed the three new students in advance, have your ID cards and admission notices ready. There were two people ahead of them. Gu Xiaoga talked to the members of the physics department student union with ease. These three are from Beijing, and they all got into our school. He then introduced Bai Lian and Ning Xiao to them. This is our faculty's junior brother Ba, president of our student union. I hope you all can pass the assessment and join the school's student union. Don't worry, freshman girl. President Ba, Gu Xiaoga turned back and asked Ba Shiming, is Liang Wuyu also from our department? When you see him later, remember to let us know and to definitely lure him into our student union. Not yet. President Ba finished registering the previous students' information, took Tang Ming's ID and exam admission ticket, entered Tang Ming's ID and exam admission number into the computer, and double-checked the information. When he saw Tang Ming's college entrance examination score, he looked up at Tang Ming and smiled, welcome to your studies. Next was Ning Xiao. When Ba Shiming saw Ning Xiao's score, he was momentarily stunned. After completing the registration, he initiated a conversation. Student Ning, add me on WeChat, so it's easier to contact me if you need anything. He took out his phone. Ning Xiao added him. Seeing him doing this, Gu Xiaoge couldn't help but glance at Ning Xiao. Bai Lian stood at the very end. She didn't have her admission notice and only presented her ID and exam admission ticket. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaoge was chatting with the sociable Tang Ming. You guys did well to get into Jiang University this year, little bro, considering there are 2 freaks on top. Ah, Tang Ming scratched his head, really? Ba Shiming held Bai Lian's ID and exam admission ticket, entering them into the computer. Since there were fewer girls in the physics department, he looked at Bai Lian a bit longer, and, noticing that her ID number was from Xiangqing just like the 2 guys before her, he hit the enter key. He saw Bai Lian's enrollment score, 750. He always knew that this year's top scholar had surpassed Liang Wuyu. Many thought that Liang Wuyu had made a mistake, and he only learned now that she had beaten him with a perfect score. Ba Shiming couldn't help but look up. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. She stood in front, leisurely tapping the screen of her phone, her languid gaze falling on him. Ba Shiming was the first to directly feel that pressure of looking down upon others from the summit, from the top scholar with the perfect score, from the elder sister of masters, contempt for all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know to report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.